Good evening, good evening, good evening, good evening, good morning, good afternoon, good day, good Friday. Happy Friday to everybody. Yes, I'm a few minutes late. I had some new documents I had to pull up because, of course, things happen. So, anyways, cheers. Happy Friday to all of you. What a wonderful week we had this week. Well, I don't know if it was wonderful for everybody. It was wonderful for some, but there was chaos ensuing all over the internet. Chaos everywhere. Always chaos. Why is there always chaos? Anyways, where are you tuning in from? What are you doing? What are you drinking? We have a massive docket to cover tonight. I don't know how I'm going to do it, if we're going to get through all of it. I'm going to try my very best to do so. Oh, baby. For those of you not aware, Mr. Nicholas Ricada had a birthday. Today is his technical birthday, but last night he had a birthday live stream. Now, that birthday live stream, I figured that, I'd pop in for a minute and say, hey, Nick, happy birthday. Well, the best laid plans of mice and men, that did not go that way. That ended up going until way early into the wee morning hours. So minimal sleep, then work, and then prepping for this show. But we are professionals. We can do this. So we have a lot of stuff to cover. 3 topics on the docket. And yes, I'll get to them shortly. Topics on the docket include the Johnny Depp appeal brief. For those of you not aware, there was a appeal filed by Johnny Depp against a $2 million judgment entered in favor of Amber Heard. Johnny Depp filed his opening brief. Amber Heard filed a responsive brief, and this is the reply brief filed by Johnny Depp this afternoon. Second topic. In no particular order, I put a poll in the chat. You guys can keep voting as to what order we're going to take these up in. Second topic, we've got FTX bankruptcy fireworks. I've been following that. I don't know why the FTX bankruptcy docs somehow slid under the reporting after he was arrested, but they did. And let me tell you what, we've got some intergovernmental fireworks and a lot of disclosures that reveal some pretty shady, schnicy, all stuff going on. Listening from Costco, drinking iced tea. Costco's a dangerous place. There was someone who told me once that when you're an adult when you end up wearing clothes from the place you buy food from. And I will say that Costco has some pretty nice clothes. Yeah, they do. So anyway, FTX shenanigans, all kinds of stuff going on there. This is after the arrest. We're not going to cover the arrest. I might touch on it lightly. And then if we get to this, we've got some filings in the Girardi personal bankruptcy case. The trustee has sought to claw back certain assets, certain transactions that occurred prior to the bankruptcy filing. And the clawback actions include a one Miss Erica Jane, too expensive to be me, or expensive to be me. I can't remember how she says it. In either event, 3 topics. Are we going to get to them? Yes. How long will it take? I have no clue. Am I crazy? Probably. Is this still fun? Mm-hmm. Should I roll the intro? Probably yes. See you guys in a minute. Okay, we're back. We're here. So where are you guys tuning in from? What are you drinking as cocktails? How was your week? I don't care if it's water, tea. I don't care what you're drinking. How was your week? Tell me how your week was. Have you finished all your Christmas shopping yet? Because holy crap, Christmas is in 9 days? It's the 16th? Yes, 9 days. I did math. I did the math things right. Anyways, because the docket is so big today, and because last night was as long as it was, I placed a limitation on who I'm adding as guest to the panel tonight, because I can't do. If we have a 4-person panel and I go till 1 a.m., I will literally die. So I have one particular guest for a very particular reason. And that's because we've got some charity stuff to announce tonight. So why don't I go ahead and bring him in? He is in his, I don't see him there. So I'm going to keep buying time until he gets back in front of his computer. And while I do that, I'm going to pull up some chats on what you guys are doing. So we got Diet Coke in Kansas, Kansas Dr. Pepper, 2 Kansas folks drinking some fun stuff, hot chocolate, rosé in Chi-Town, and prepping a catering. Christmas shopping is done. Congratulations. Good for you. Not for me. Holy crap. We've got, hey, it's already 2 a.m. here. I'm sorry, but yes. I don't know if I can be sorry for time. Hello, Rob, watching from snowstorm in Ontario, drinking wine. Watch Captain Corey's unpacking video. He's almost at 200K. I'll get to that in just a second, I promise you. Oklahoma Mountain Dew and still recovering from an aneurysm surgery. I'm so sorry that you had the surgery and had to go through that. I hope the recovery goes swiftly, and I hope that you're enjoying your evening. Spend that time with family. Holidays is all about that fun stuff. Upstate South Carolina Blue Moon Beer. Hello, Robin Chat, tuning in from Alberta and drinking pineapple. Drinking a pineapple. Huh? Oh, okay. How do you drink a pineapple? It sounds uncomfortable. Aren't they spiky? Nebraska and water, starving, ate cold. Oh, starve that cold. Also get some rest. You do need rest. Diet Coke in Orange County, California. Hello, Diet Coke, Orange County. Massachusetts, strawberry lemonade and brisket. Ooh, brisket. Ooh, brisket. Nisa, I think that you sent pictures of the brisket to the Discord, which are amazing. Oh God, not Erica and her damned earrings again. Nope, no earrings. Earrings are gone. Earrings are sold. No more earrings. Oh, lordy. Having a pizza and slow gin fizz. That sounds wonderful. Rob is doing the EDB ask yourself questions thing. Actually, I have found that it helps calm me down because, funny fact, I can get in front of a court, and even when I get and make an argument or when I'm appearing in trial, I like when the judge says, are there preliminary matters? Because then I can get the nerves out of my system before I get to an opening statement, because nerves exist and they're a real thing, even for lawyers. If you don't get nervous, you're not doing the job right. So I still get nervous when I go to these live streams, and I try not to look at the number of you who are here, although the chat likes to remind me based on how much I have to scroll. Water and Indian food tonight in Seattle. That sounds spicy and fantastic. I love Costco clothes. I do too. They had a lot of spider apparel, which is fantastic. Pulling up early super chat. Rob, when will you stream another carpentry project? Well, funny that you say that, because I am making a river poured river poured play button for a certain young captain on Instagram, or not Instagram, YouTube, Captain Corey. So, assuming things go to plan, which when do they ever go to plan? You guys should probably keep an eye out for possibly a live stream sometime this weekend. So keep an eye out for that. Hi, Rob, UK, 1 a.m. here. Orange, cordial, and ice. Gladly no alcohol. That's fine. You don't need it. You don't need it. Northeast Texas, eggnog and brandy. Eggnog is so good. So good. My neighbor across the street, really good friend, makes some of the best eggnog ever. It's great. All right, let's get moving. Make sure that we've got some of these things here. Hot cocoa in LA, wondering what the hell is wine series? I have no clue. I know they're dealing with a lot. I know there's a lot of evidence in that case. I have no clue. I have not followed it. So drinking coffee, so maybe I'll get some sleep tonight. That's an ADHD trick for those who don't know. Sometimes coffee and caffeine can have the reverse effect because it allows our brains to slow down, because our brains are looking for the dopamine. The coffee with the caffeine actually triggers the dopamine, gives you the dopamine your brain's been seeking, and allows your brain to stop moving and calm down and go to sleep. Little trick, just saying. Let's see. 50 pounds of fresh blue crabs. Thank you, Stacy, for the super chat, by the way. Need wine. Hi from New Orleans. Well, hello in New Orleans. I hope you're doing wonderful. Cindy from Spain and Wine. I'm still trying to catch up, guys. Tucson, Arizona, chamomile tea. Hi, Tucson. Hi, chamomile. Red wine in Fairfax. Still trying to catch up. Oh, we're catching up. Casey McClay, thank you for the super chat. Minnesota with a strawberry lemonade and vodka. That sounds wonderful as well. Coffee and amaretto in Kentucky. That's wonderful indeed. Jade, thank you for the super chat. Yorkshire, UK, 1:15 a.m. Water now as I drink all of my wine, catching a live. Woohoo! Glad to have you here. We love people that can show up for the live. We also love the replay crew because I do know that this is a weird time for people to be online. Debbie W, thank you for the super chat. My 43rd birthday was yesterday, so I'm giving presents to others. I'll be replay crew tonight. Metallica is live streaming 1 out of 2. I don't know what that means, but in order to give you a proper happy birthday, we have a Runkle of the Bailey to assist in that regard.
Happy birthday.
Did you like that transition? That was good. I thought
that was good. So I've got garage cups now. This is a proper little cup. This is from what's going to be my little bar set. But I've got an entertaining tale to regale you with here.
Oh, please.
So my wife was like, hey, you're going to break cups. Make sure you bring them in. And so I was like, okay, I've got all my cups, all the glasses I had out here, and I set them aside by the door to bring them back into the house, which was great until I jostled the thing that they were all set up on. And so I broke all of the glasses that I was supposed to bring into the house. So my wife has some thoughts on that, and I'm ordering more, but cheers. I've got metal cups out here now, which I cannot break and which will not be used for chemicals. So these are, that's where we are now.
Well, following up here with Debbie, who said she was at Metallica concert tonight after listening to them for 30 years. Well, priorities. Those are good priorities. It's your birthday. Do what you want to. Have a great weekend. Much love and mom hugs to everyone. 2 out of 2. Thank you, Debbie. Happy birthday. Crazy Cat Queen, I saw you here right here. Thanks. I've done plenty of cross-country drives and I actually love them. I did want to call that out because I did want to thank you. I got to use the decanter set last night for a lovely cocktail that I shared with Mr. Ricada. Cora Savage, thank you very much. Red wine, no Coca-Cola, because I'm not a heathen. Finally, almost better. Christmas shopping done. Baking, not so much. Meh. Well, Cora, it's interesting that you mentioned that because usually you guys know that I like to mess with people and mess with myself by pulling up awful and terrible drinking reaction videos. I have a thing.
And folks, Rob laid down the law. He said, listen, Runkle, there's some levels of degeneracy I just won't put up with on my stream. So I'm allowed to have Coke and I'm allowed to have wine, but I'm not allowed to have wine and Coke anymore.
Well, we're going to break that rule because I have with me a wine glass and I left the car downstairs and I would, let me see if I can get that to zoom.
Also, you can hear the pups outside.
Other lawyers. And then there's me.
Nice.
So I have a wine glass and contemplating what to put in this wine glass while doing all of that stuff. I was thinking to myself, hey, I don't have a good little reaction funny video. So I have.
So you're going to try the red wine and Coke?
I have an open bottle of red wine. And tonight we're having Kicker Cane, Alexander Valley, Sonoma County, Cabernet Sauvignon, 2018. And I don't know what to do with it. And I don't know if I'm going to like this, but I'm going to pour a little bit of this in this wine glass because I'm tired of people giving me crap that I can't make a comment. I can't make a comment unless I actually try it.
And I see you've got a member chat, which I know are hard to spot, saying, no, Rob, don't do it.
Well, I'm tired of the criticism. I absolutely have the right to say this is a terrible idea, but I also understand and appreciate that people say that I cannot make that comment unless I've actually tried it. So that's the little Coca-Cola. So we just got plain regular Coke. Now, Ian, you said 1-to-1 was the appropriate ratio for this concoction.
Yep, 1-to-1.
So that pegs it right about.
And it doesn't need to be perfect by any stretch.
I don't know if that was like ASMR to anybody. That was weird.
That kind of was.
I was like, I've never done that in front of a microphone. Mixy. Oh,
You're just like having a moment of silence for the wine.
I don't know. I don't know if I can do this. I don't know if I can do this. I don't know if I can do this.
You could do this. Come on. You do family law, man. It's better than your average day, even if it's the worst thing you've ever tasted.
That's not wine. I don't know what that tastes like.
I mean, it's not
like
wine, and it doesn't taste like Coke. It tastes like something else entirely, right?
This isn't. I don't know if this should be a thing or not.
It's even better, and the best time to really break it out is when it's like scorching hot outside, and you're sitting in like a backyard with, with glasses. Maybe in my case, like a indestructible sippy cup, but we actually have indestructible sippy cups that we use for backyard drinking. My wife is like, "Why are you using those in your garage, but not for actually drinking?" I've got it as little water storage.
I'm just so I'm confused. I don't like.
You're really like, don't like this.
I'm just really confused right now. I don't know what I'm supposed to feel or think because it doesn't taste like wine and it doesn't taste like Coca-Cola.
No, it makes some new beverage that is. I like it. Rob's
I'm so confused. I'm gonna finish it because I poured it, but I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. This is so weird. Such a weird thing. I don't know if I like this or not. Casey McClay, I heard red wine and Coke is better than Malort. You know what? I will say, and I will attest, better than Malort. That I can give. It is solidly better than Malort. I'm not saying this is good.
We're setting the bar high here.
That's about as high as I'm willing to set that bar. Like, as someone who very much appreciates and enjoys red wine, Ian, you've seen my wine cellar.
Oh yeah, it's people. He's got a serious wine cellar. He's not messing around with that.
Built it. I love it. It's one of my favorite builds ever. But I don't know that I would put this in the category of wine. But you know what I can say is that maybe it might be better with like wine that has been open for a little bit too long, like where you would otherwise toss it out because it tastes like vinegar.
I think it's great with some of the really cheap wines. Like, I actually think it's better with something like Apothic, right? And Apothic is not a great drinking wine. But when you mix it with Coke, it's better than if you make it like if you try to make that stuff with like high-end wine, it's not as good.
Yeah, see, I can agree with that. Truffle Hound coming in with a quote. Thanks very much for the super chat, by the way. It's better when it's scorching hot outside. What happened to having a cold beer? Keep it simple. That's where my head goes to. I would never voluntarily say that, say I don't have a beverage. I would never go out and purchase these two things intentionally and put them together.
See, I do. I like it, but I know I'm weird.
Well, yeah, you're like known to world. Everyone's weird. Being weird that's a badge of honor.
Oh yeah. No, I gave up on being worried about being weird like ages ago, and my life got so much better as a result.
Yeah. And Pam Myers it's your channel and your chat. Yeah, we're all weird. You can say or do whatever you want within YouTube guidelines. Yes, we are. We're all weird, and we're allowed to be weird. That's one of the fun things about all of this. Nicole has ADHD. Thanks to the super chat. Hard week. 7-year-old got moved to the E/BD class, and I fought hard to keep him out of twice. Now, I don't want to presume what that is.
I don't know.
E/DB class. I'm gonna focus on chat to maybe help me out with that one.
Yeah.
Let me see if I can scroll. What is E/DB? I want to be actually be able to speak to this with any form of emotional behavior. Oh, okay. So a
Okay.
class that basically it's a focus class. Twice exceptional FIDs don't fit in. Stress, RAS, kidney stones, 4 months.
Oh, so
I'm
he's
very
in
sorry for
the
that. Yeah, I'm very sorry for that. That
it's tough.
schools, I have opinions about public schools, and a lot of them are not very friendly. So I'm very sorry that is what you had to endure. Everyone's saying chug it, wine daddy stacks. We are not going to promote that type of behavior. Well, I mean that by that type of behavior, I mean this Coca-Cola and wine mixing. We will keep our wine. We can stack the wine. We can do that. That's not a problem. But we're not going to do the Coca-Cola. Like this is not a regular thing. Chihalas D, thank you, Rob, for being willing to step out of your comfort zone, try something you were initially opposed to. People appropriately called me out that you cannot speak to something that you have not tried yourself. What are your opinions of freshly made sangria? Generally speaking, not great. Freshly made sangria doesn't actually allow for the fruit to meld with the wine. And if you don't do it properly, you end up putting in too much brandy and other stuff, in which case you kind of kill the sangria. So I have opinions on that one. So
Too much.
in either event,
Too much booze.
too much brandy. I mean, the wine has booze.
Oh yeah, yeah. No, that's fair. Too much brandy does wreck it.
So while we are on the topic of good things, well, let's get back to the topic of good things. How about that one? That sounds better.
That's a good one.
Let's talk about one of our favorite things to talk about. Captain Corey.
Yes, this is a happy story. Okay, we're good.
I love this. This is good. Yeah, I told you we're gonna go from I'm getting better at managing the shows. So Captain
I
Corey,
was wondering if you were going to go to like, FTX right off the hop, and I was like, oh man, that's depressing.
No, we're not going to do that. We're not going to do that. We're going to do something fun. So Captain Corey has had a wonderful channel growth. And if for those of you who are not familiar with this story, there are 2,100 of you here right now. So I do want to draw attention to this story. Captain Corey has a heart disease, a heart defect. He was born with a heart defect. Basically, he's had 2 heart transplants. And unfortunately, he is now on palliative care. And this is end of life treatment, end of life care. This is about making him happy and comfortable in the last times that he has to share with his friends, family, and people that are out there. So
yeah, he's apparently said he can't go through a 3rd heart transplant, and I mean, I can't blame him. That's super tough.
Yeah. So Make-A-Wish. So he reached out to Make-A-Wish and he said, I want to have a YouTube channel and I want to get a silver play button before I pass. So, you know what? We all everyone was like, let's do this, to the point where Johnny Depp went out and became a captain again. Captain Jack Sparrow. He donned that role and has been advocating firmly for Captain Corey. Well, Captain Corey himself created this YouTube channel, Cracking the Box. And as you can see, Cracking the Box is cracking the numbers. And earlier in the week, we had Did you like that? I thought that was pretty good.
I thought that was
off the cuff.
That was solid.
Cracking the Box is cracking the numbers. And he was
also,
cracking the numbers.
Is it just me? I mean, I thought that was a really cool channel name. Like, that is a clever pun.
Unleash the Kraken. Yeah, I love it.
And, Jack in the Box, Crack in the Box. I'm like, that is solid.
Everything about it. Plus, last name Corey starts with a K. Nothing bad about that.
Yeah, no, that kid's got, he's a clever guy. I like it.
Yep, he's got the talent. He's got the goods. So Captain Corey creates this channel. Channel gets remarkable growth. We have people coming from all ends of the internet basically coming out and saying, please subscribe to this channel. Please give this channel some light. Please give it some love. And it got such traction from everybody that was out there. Honestly, it's our opportunity to do things that are good.
I'm also going to give a little bit of a shout out here, because I know there's been a lot of sort of negativity between the sort of the Depp camp and the Heard camp. And this is a situation where I've seen a lot of the people who are like diehard Heard fans who stepped up to say, like, we support this kid too. So I think that's pretty, that's awesome, right? He's bringing people together in a really great way. And I will give a shout out to those people who, sort of stepped up to be supportive across that line. Cause there was a lot of concern about like, oh, Johnny Depp's got this video. Is that going to turn the herd crowd against him? And no, they've been, they've stepped up too. So
the number of people that have Twitter accounts and YouTube accounts that are what I would say are pro Amber Heard, right? So the number of people who have pro Amber Heard accounts, and the reason I know where they are is because when I give analysis or read through something, they're very prompt to tell me about it. But the number of people who have very large followings in the Amber Heard camp who came out and actually said, all things aside, let's get this kid some subs. I was like, okay, a little bit of faith back in humanity.
Yeah.
But in either event, so you had people that were pouring in subscribers to this channel, gets taken down midweek. I think like the day after we did our SBF and FTX arrest stream, the day after I did that, it gets taken down.
And I mean, there were some people who were, sort of saying, oh, well, was this, it just turns out it's YouTube's got things to sort of watch for if you're sort of abusing certain things, like if you're botting up your subscribers. And from their end, that's what it looked like, because who grows that fast, all at once, right? Who does that? Well, this kid does, because he's awesome.
Yep. So to give a little bit of light, so the channel comes back after a great big advocacy by everyone on Twitter. I mean, holy crap. It was amazing. It was amazing to see how many people rolled out for this kid. So he's back online and we have a new video. And what we're going to do is we're going to react to the new video.
Awesome. Although I hope he doesn't hit us with a strike.
Please don't do that, Captain Corey. We love you. Like Ian literally has a leather play button that he made from hand that is being shipped to you. I have a poured river table, poured river and wood play button that is on its way to you. So please don't hit us with a strike. But let's do this.
I was going to say I don't have it anymore. It went to FedEx. It's on its way. They say Monday it should hopefully arrive.
So we're going to watch the first unboxing video. And I'm not going to watch all of it, but what I am going to say is that for every single person that's here tonight in this chat, and for whoever watches this on replay, please give this kid a sub. Because right now I'm seeing that he is at this lovely number of 193,000 subscribers. I would very, very, very much like for him to be at 200,000 by the time we end this stream.
And I notice he's got you beat. And he's gonna have me beat probably by the end of the week, and that is fantastic.
Just put my channel into the ground.
Yep, so, absolutely. Bury us.
Yeah. Come on, let's give this kid all the numbers. Like, look at let's get him some more views on these videos. Let's get him all of the things. So let's go ahead and see some of this unboxing video. I'm not going to watch all of it because I'm going to encourage all of you to go and look at it yourselves. But let's go ahead and see what we've got here. I think the audio is shared, so let's see.
Do what you want, because a pirate is free. You are a pirate. Your heart favored indeed. Being a pirate is a right to do what you want, because a pirate is free.
And now that could be just strike too.
You are a pirate.
What will?
This song, because I don't think
Yo-Ho Pirate. It's in his channel. He's got a license.
Today I'm doing my first ever unboxing video.
And it's all thanks to you guys who have been buying things off of Corey's Amazon wishlist, which is incredible. We have 28 packages which arrived at our house today, which was a bit of a shock, wasn't it? When the guy came, the Amazon man was literally dragging 2 humongous bags down the driveway like Santa. It was incredible. So, yeah, they're looking for.
Side note, quick pause. He has an Amazon wish list. I know people have been asking for that PO box. The PO box is not going to be released for a few days because there's actually they are applying for it. Apparently, it takes a day or two or some time. And there was a postage workers strike in the UK. So we're going to have that post PO box as soon as I've got it. I'll blast it on Twitter. I know Drunkle will do the same.
Yeah, you guys will be putting that out everywhere.
Yeah. So let's see what he's got from the Amazon wish list. This is an Amazon wish list he has, but let's see. I want to see him open a few of these things.
Forward to it?
Yeah.
Should we get started?
Yes.
Thank you all in advance. I'm going to go in the background and pass in the presents. Thank you all.
Thank you.
You ready to go?
Yes.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I was going to swear then. Let's go.
She was gonna swear.
Merry Christmas.
Ooh. There is a label on it by this.
That looks like it's a bottle of some sort. Please don't be a bottle.
Shall I look what the label says?
Yes, send only appropriate gifts, people.
Hi, beautiful pirate. From a French pirate. Kiss for you and your family. Pirate Sylvie.
Ooh, Sylvie is such a pretty name. Thank you if you're watching this.
Oh my god, I'm gonna die. Are you kidding? That was the cutest thing in the world. Oh no. Oh no, I'm gonna lose it. Oh, okay. We're gonna make it through at least a couple of these.
Let's see how. Do I just like?
But are we going to do it without breaking into tears? That's the challenge mode on this one.
Is it not it?
I don't know how to.
It's technical difficulties. There we go.
And Mom's got a sense of humor.
Ooh.
Okay, it's not a bottle.
What? Pirate treasure chest.
Do you know what I actually think that is?
What?
That is a Harry Potter Quidditch set, mate.
Oh,
Oh,
a
shit, I want
Quidditch
that.
set. Even better. Thank you so much.
Wow. Harry Potter is awesome. Next one. Oops, sorry if I'm getting into shot here. This is the first time we've done this. Make it matey.
Ooh, yet another. Can you?
Side note, everyone in the chat, if your mom's still around, call your mom. Like just like call your mom, like and just like say thank you for being mom, because this mom is like epic levels of awesome.
Yeah.
Read the label,
I
please?
can. It is from Dearest Captain Corey. Happy Christmas with the love and best wishes. Lizzie Borden. Your Twitter supporters club from Lizzie and family.
Oh, that's so nice.
Hold up.
Lizzie Borden is getting on
Give
this.
Give me 1 second. Was that real? Did I just hear what I heard? Was that Lizzie Borden?
I think so. I think that's what they said.
Okay. Sure. Lizzie Borden.
Hey, you know what?
First trials of the century we covered.
Yeah, I guess it was.
Yeah. Lizzie Borden. Okay. Go, Lizzie.
Let's do the ribbon for you.
Yes, please. I'm not good with ribbons.
There you go.
Why, thank you. Now, what? Ooh, what is this? Ah, now this is a Starbucks coffee mug thingy cup.
A thingy cup. Is that the
A
official?
thingy cup.
That's the official title.
Yes.
Oh wow, that's amazing.
This is going to be amazing. Thank you so much.
Wow, awesome, mate. Plug in Starbucks.
Hashtag not sponsored.
Very, very not sponsored. Okay. There we go.
Ooh. I don't know what this is because I don't know what's been bought and what hasn't been bought. Let's see what it is. Ooh. Oh yeah. So it's a bunch of novels.
Oh, I know what's in the other package.
Oh, and
Nerf guns. I like them, and I've asked for a bunch of bullets, and this is about 400 bullets.
Oh,
At this
Mom,
point, I jump
watch
in
out.
and let you know that it was only a few weeks ago he leaned out of his bedroom window when I was on the driveway and he headshot me, literally straight in the forehead with an Nerf gun, laughed and ducked back in his bedroom. So whoever bought these, thank you, and I'm going to wear a helmet.
Yep.
I was gonna say,
Dude,
Mom's
fair,
not
watch
gonna
out,
be
Mom.
the. Yeah. Mom's gonna be the recipient of a lot of
Christmas, have you
sniping on that one.
Oh, yep, it is.
Is the label?
Yes, please. Can you?
So this is Merry Christmas, Captain Corey, with lots of love, Michael, Elizabeth, and RJ from Elizabeth Simmons.
Ooh,
Do you want me to do the?
yes, please. I'm still.
I shall be your trusty assistant for right now.
Thank you.
No problem at all. I need to feel useful.
You are useful.
Oh, you're making your cups of tea, maybe. There you go.
Oh, he's such a cute kid.
Just tell me. God.
I want to get this out of the bag.
You okay?
It's a giant Minecraft Lego set.
Oh,
It's gigantic. This is so cool.
This
I
is so
can't
cool.
believe I got this. Thank you
This is so freaking
so
cool.
much. Thank you.
gosh.
What are we gonna do with
Same.
those?
Oh, look after all
Bags.
this for you. They're really beautiful. Aren't they? Keep all the pretty bags.
Pretty bags.
All
Like
right,
your
one more.
mother.
We're gonna do one more. I could watch this kid all night, but we're gonna do one more. I'm gonna watch it when I finish this stream, but we're gonna do one more.
Good.
No, I'm not pretty either, so it's fine. It's open at the top.
Ooh, what is this? PS5 charging station.
Oh,
PS5.
Ooh.
Yes, a PS5. I might have asked for one.
oh,
You asked for a PS5.
oh! You
Yeah.
cheeky
Oh
little
my gosh.
kid.
And maybe a game too.
Oh, flipping it. Can you pass me your rubbish? That is amazing.
Thank you so much, whoever got me these.
Oh, wow.
I will be sure to make very good use of this because I am a lot of a gamer.
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
this one here has got another label
I promise.
To be
I
honest,
promise that was the last one. That's not the
okay,
last. I
this
can't.
is-
Like.
with lots of sparkly love on the law and lumber community on YouTube from Barney Cat.
Wait, what? Barney Cat.
Rubbin? Rubbin? Rubbin?
Oh, nice.
Sound like some bizarre frog. There we go.
Ooh, this is. Now this is actually for my little sister because she loves unicorns and she loves teddies.
Want to open it up?
So I thought it would be nice if I got her something because I'm getting all this stuff and she's not getting that much.
Did
from
this?
whatsoever. So
He put stuff for his sister on his wish list. Oh,
So,
I haven't watched it. I hadn't
Yeah.
watched this yet. I'm gonna need a minute. Like, yeah.
she's only 5 years old, isn't she? Well, she's
5 years.
unicorn obsessed. There you go, my daughter.
getting more
Rob,
plastic.
did you hear that?
Oh.
Now start. Feel how fluffy it is. Just feel.
Oh, it's so fluffy! I'm gonna die!
The star is going to love this to the core. She's going to be snuggling it in bed, just going like, She's going to love this. Thank you.
Wow, that is proper snuggly.
Snuggly.
There's another
What's
one.
next?
This
Is
kid
another
is
label?
the best.
All right.
Long.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Yeah, I need a minute. Ian, can you occupy the chat for a second?
I will try.
Just
so
try.
chat. I kind of have the advantage because I watched this earlier, so my initial reaction was off screen. Yeah. It's a thing. Some people were asking what I'm doing with the leather crafting right now, so I guess that this is as good a time as any to sort of let people know. This is a leather sort of card holder, like a badge holder, and just making this for somebody I know, and just sort of gonna knock this out here. I'm using sort of it's kind of cheating, these pliers that have the little they make little holes for it, but they this has less sort of force that gets applied to the leather. So when I'm working with this sort of glued together thing, because there's 3 layers here, it works a little better. So that's kind of what I'm doing here, just while we give Rob a chance to have emotions, because yeah. So and it's got my little maker's mark on it. I see somebody in the chat was saying really glad that this was sort of brought to our attention by Johnny Depp. Yeah, it's this is it's kind of amazing there. It's and I see somebody saying, what am I using that window portion for?
Okay.
I've got you can buy plastic for these things. Like they'll sell you plastic for this kind of card thing, and they'll sell it to you, and it's like $18 for a sheet. So I went and spent $4 and I bought a plastic tablecloth, and it works just perfectly. And because I am cheap, or at least I don't like the feeling that I'm getting ripped off, because sometimes anything that just is for crafting, they'll just take you for a ride on. So I'm like, plastic's not that expensive. I'm not spending $18 for a square of it. So, Rob, you doing okay?
Yeah.
You're like, I'm not crying. You're crying.
I'm not. Like, the thing is that unicorn, and I just this became the unofficial mascot of the channel, based on a live stream that was done where I was frustrated and I reached over, and this was intended for my niece. And this is kind of where all that started. And this is Ziggy Sawdust. He has a name.
Kind of caught you in the feels there.
Yeah, and it did. It reached over and I started just like it's a stress ball. So I was just squeezing and throwing around because things were being said that was frustrating me. So this became the unofficial mascot because people were like, wait, did Rob just grab a unicorn? I was like, sure, no problem. Doesn't bother me. I don't care. I'm confident in the fact that people on the internet can't say something's going to hurt me. So that became the mascot. And the giving started with this. And Burberries, if you're in the chat, shout out to you, Rosa, who sent me this. And didn't just send this to me, but reached out to me on Instagram and said, how many nieces and nephews do you have? Because I would very much like to make these for your nieces and nephews, including one to especially replace the one that your niece no longer gets because you beat the hell out of it when you were frustrated. And she sent this guy, which is carrying wood, and then sent a hand crocheted unicorn and dinosaur for each one of my nieces and nephews.
Oh, that's super sweet.
And then after that, all of you guys have sent me all the unicorn things. So many people ask me, what about the unicorn stuff? I didn't create this. You guys did. I'm just here. And I don't give a crap about unicorns being the show name. So I've got a big unicorn lathe. I've got the other unicorn. I have a number of unicorns that are behind me, all of them sent by you guys, which is also the wine glass. Burberries, I see in the chat. Thank you. You're amazing. And the fact that a channel that I didn't know that would exist last year could ever bring a number of people around a channel and could ever do that much good.
Oh, Barney Cat with a super chat. You should catch that one.
Barney Cat, I nabbed the unicorn right off. The wish list was brand new and only a few things were on it. Thank you, Barney Cat. And thank you for my lacrosse stick, too. Another one of my most treasured possessions. It's not about stuff. It's not about material stuff. It's really not. It's why the chat all started calling themselves. You guys called yourselves the Sparkle Farts for that reason. Still one of the funniest names for a freaking chat on the internet. Oh, Mom has entered the chat.
Oh, hey,
Mom. There's Mama Morton. Thanks, Mom. So, yeah. Good on you, chat. And good on all of you who have followed him, who have subscribed to his channel. Keep doing it. Keep doing
Yeah.
it.
Let's get that it's at 100K. We could get it to 200. It's 180 or 93. So it's super close to the 200. That's super doable. And onward. There's
I'm going to pull up his social blade because I want to be able to watch it as we go on the live stream. I want to be able to track it. Ian, you were saying, I didn't mean to cut you off, buddy.
Oh, no worries. I'm just saying I want to see his channel continue to grow.
Yeah. He's at 194,000.
He was at 193 when you started.
I know. And that's a lot of that is I mean, if you guys are watching and I'm getting requests. Yes, I see you mods. I'm going to slow the chat down a bit. And I apologize that I'm slowing the chat down. I know all of you want to contribute and communicate and talk. The challenge is that I need to give my mods a chance to at least monitor what's going on. And when there are this many of you in the chat and engaging on this level, sometimes it creates a difficulty. So I do have to slow it down for a bit. I'll try to release it and cool it off a little bit as we keep going. So thank you guys very, very much. I will keep an eye on that. If you are in the chat and you have other social media and you have the capability, if you're not watching on your phone and you can share that, please do. There would be nothing in the world that made me happier than to see that channel go above 200K.
We can get it higher than that. Come on.
Before we end this stream.
Yes, that I think is possible.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't see that being impossible. I think that's possible. Okay. So, we've got law to talk about too.
We do.
Let's reconnect to the legal stuff, huh? What do you think? Deep breaths?
Well,
that's good.
I guess we've got one more sort of
that's right. I need to
thing.
pull this up. I have to pull this up too because God, man, this community, and I don't mean to say like community in like a weird way at all. I never realized that we could do this much. So, Ian, you have something that you would like to share, and I will pull up something to assist you in that sharing.
So I've got this thing going on, and this is part of my Extra Life fundraising. So what I'm experimenting with on this one is a Dutch auction, also known as a descending bid or reverse auction. Basically, the way this works is so this item, which is a plague doctor mask made out of leather.
Very creepy. But
it is very creepy. And
so cool, though.
I was hoping to have it ready for Halloween, but unfortunately it was not. And so it's now up for, I guess for next Halloween. But what is it? So right now it's at 9,800. I think I will state here we'll do a price drop right now of 9,700. And so basically the price is going to keep coming down until somebody says, I want it. And so at some point, somebody's going to say, I'm taking this thing, and they're going to put in the money for Extra Life. And that just goes to help sick kids. This is the Stollery Children's Hospital. I actually, they came and they wanted to sort of have a chat with me and sort of say, well, thank you. So I got a chance to learn some of the cool stuff that they're doing. One of the projects they've got on the go, and I think this is really cool, is they're building a supervised play space for outside, because a lot of these kids are really sick and, are sort of stuck at the hospital. They can't be sort of unattended. They can't be, so they don't get to go to parks. They don't get to do all of this stuff. And so right now they're trying to build that and get that set up. There's also some stuff they're doing around getting like gaming machines and stuff to really help, along with, important stuff like, hey, medical equipment and so forth. But they're really putting a lot of work right now into trying to make sure that that it's a place that is comfortable for these kids, right? That so that I think is a great cause. So I really love the idea of them having like an outdoor play space because so yeah, as I said, I'm going to keep dropping the price as as time goes. Eventually somebody's going to jump on it, I hope, and it's all going to a good cause.
Mm-hmm.
So, and it's going through Extra Life, so you don't need to, if you're like, hey, I don't trust this Runkle guy, he's going to pocket it. I'm not going to see $1 of that. That's never going to be in my hands. So, and I say that because somebody crawled into my email going like, you're scamming these kids. And I'm like, no, I didn't see
No.
$1 of this. Like, this goes through Extra Life. They're respected. They're, so that's, I guess that's that.
Yeah. So monitor the quote tweets on this, because that's where he's been announcing the decreases in cost. And Ian, I hope that you're focusing on quote tweeting just this one, right? So that we're not going millions of places to see where the dollar
Just
is.
that one. I'm just quote tweeting. So, if you hit the quote tweets, you should be able to see a big long list. But as soon as one person sees a price they like, that'll be it.
Mhm.
So, and I see
Yep.
somebody saying, is that USD or Canadian? I think Extra Life takes their payments in USD. So that's probably what we're talking about there. Just to make that all easier. So,
Yep. And I think I've got,
and I got to go and update that because I just did a price drop here. So I better actually post that.
so there's a closer up image of it. Look at the stitching. Like it's really pretty incredible. Like, yes, it's creepy, but yeah. And then
I mean, it's just it's fun, and it's person size, so you can wear this thing. I was there's some images out there of me wearing it, and yeah, it's good stuff.
yep, good indeed. Good indeed. Oh, all right. We're back to zero. We're back to normal here. Sandra, I wanted to pull this up just because I saw it. You're not heartless at all. At all. You're not heartless. There's all the feels with that. The reason that there was crying on this end is because the video was from this community. I had no idea that was going to be given at all. And it was happened to be a unicorn, which is like the channel's unofficial mascot somehow. So yeah, that was why that kind of hit me in the feels, and I had not seen that, and I had no idea that was coming. Oh,
Did the unicorn thing predate the Lawyers and Dragons or after?
it predated the Lawyers and Dragons.
Okay, so I guess the Lawyers and Dragons thing is a nod to it.
Yep.
Nice.
And just Mom, I told you in the chat, I'll take a hug. That's it. Period. No more super chats, please. Just enjoy and watch, please. Thank you very much. Love you. Okay, so let's talk law. Here we go.
Okay.
We can do the law stuff now. So sharing the screen, and we share the screen, and we have screens to share.
Like, oh, right. We are lawyers.
True. So what do we have here? We have the Court of Appeals of Virginia, and I do love the Lex Group font. It's fantastic. In the case of John C. Depp II, appellant versus Amber Laura Heard, the appellee. So from the very beginning, the context of how we are laying all of this out, essentially, this is Johnny Depp appealing the judgment that was entered against him in favor of Amber Heard. As you guys might remember, there was a $2 million judgment entered in favor of Amber Heard against Johnny Depp based on statements that were made or found by the jury to have been defamatory. The statements were made by not Johnny Depp himself, by a third party, his attorney at the time, who made the statements publicly, and people viewed those as being defamatory in nature. Rather, the jury found it to be that way. That issue is subject.
The jury. Everyone else doesn't matter.
That issue is subject to appeal. So we're trying to see whether that's going to be. As far as the order of events are concerned, because I want to keep people kind of organized here as far as what we're talking about. When someone appeals, they have the opportunity to file an opening brief, actually a requirement to file an opening brief. Within a certain period of time, the other side, the person who is being appealed against, if you want to think of it that way, has the opportunity to file a responsive brief. After that, the person who made the initial appeal has the chance to file with a reply. They get the last word, just like in trials. In trials, the plaintiff goes first, defendant goes second, plaintiff gets the last word because it's their burden to prove. This is why Johnny Depp gets the last word in the appeal, because it's his burden to overcome the obligation. So he gets the last word to respond to Amber's response. Now, I didn't cover the responsive brief on this channel, but I did see coverage by several of my colleagues, including one Ian Runkle, who is sharing the screen with me today. Ian, you covered this one, right?
This one, not yet. This one's just out recently, isn't it?
No, not this one. The response, Amber's response, the one that was written by Ben Chu, or not Ben Chu, by Ben Rottenborn.
Yes. I don't know if I've done a video on it, but I did look at it. Sorry. Yes,
That's
I think
fine.
I did look
Either
at this
way.
one.
You did.
Yeah.
You did. Ben Rottenborn's filed it. And I do want to draw attention to this one because I do want to. Oh, no. Where'd it
Sorry,
go?
I'm
I lost the chat.
devastating right now. Yes,
That's
this
fine.
one
You're
was so
allowed
much
to do
better
that.
than the Amici crap.
Well, that was what I wanted to draw attention to, because I wanted to actually make clear that what we're talking about here. The case where the amicus briefs were filed, that is the different appeal. That is Amber's appeal. This is not Amber's appeal. This has nothing to do with her appeal or her appellate issues. This is Johnny Depp's appeal based on the $2 million judgment entered against him based on statements made by Adam Waldman, his attorney at the time. So there's no amicus in this one. We're not talking about a lot of that drama issues, even though Ben Rottenborn did bring some of it up in his response. So I just want to make that clear so that we know while we're reviewing this, so we're not answering a million questions later about what's going on. And I just want to bring this up real quick. And yeah, so I'm seeing this now, and I'm sorry that I actually didn't look at it. Although even if I had looked at it, I would have noticed. Kimberly Fisher, Merry Christmas, Robin, Ian. You need to watch it to at least your time mark 6:20 to 6:30 or so.
I bet Kimberly, that was the unicorn.
Thank you very much for that generous super chat. Yeah, thank you very much for that. We did. We did, and you saw a very, very, very unvarnished reaction. So thank you for that. Okay, going on. So table of authorities, that's where we list out all the cases we're going to be relying on and the statutes. The introduction is basically just giving a high glance view at this. The argument, this is the table of contents. Table of contents is not counted against you in the page count. You have to lay it out, but it is an opportunity to give a bullet point list to the Court of Appeals of what you're going to be talking about. So point one, and this is also where I appreciate good writing. It is not easy to write a table of contents. If you ever go ahead,
it's
Ian.
so important because
Yes.
This is, I mean, the table of contents is the, is the first thing that anybody, gets to look at. And so this is actually where this is the first chance you get to actually do some persuasive advocacy on this, right?
Correct.
So
yes.
People miss this chance, and it is so it's so foolish.
It's a bad miss, because here's the thing. Think about Twitter. And this is probably the best way of viewing it. So when you're on Twitter, you have a certain number of characters you have to use. You're limited to that to send a tweet, right? Well, sometimes a response doesn't really fit within that number of characters, and you end up trimming out words, and you're trying to go, how do I make the point I'm trying to make in the fewest number of words possible, but also make it impactful? That is just like a table of contents. So this is basically little bullet points that are very, very specifically phrased to draw attention to the points that are trying to be made. And it's supposed to sway the Court of Appeals right from the get-go. And I think that coming in first with this lovely one is starting off pretty well. Ms. Heard mischaracterizes the jury's findings and verdict. His first point.
Yep. And it's coming out strong because, I mean, a lot of the time on these things, you want to sort of, like in a response, they've just finished reading the other side's work. And most of the time, the other side will have done some good writing. And so the court sort of starts out reading your stuff. And is like, well, that sounds pretty good. And then they read the response and they might be going, okay, that's, they raise some interesting issues. Like there's a problem. And if you don't get to the point where the appellate court is going, oh, well, they're raising some interesting issues in the initial response, then you're going to win. But usually they're going to say, I want to see what's going on. And so coming in with like, hey, they're BSing you about what's going on is a good way to be. So,
Yep. And the real Sarah, I see you here. The FTX next Sonic. Sorry, kind of over Depp. You heard? Yeah, me too. This thing got filed this last minute. And honestly, if I didn't bring it up, the thing is, the chat would have been distracted, asking me to bring it up. So it's only 20 pages. Sorry about that. It's only 20 pages. We'll get through it pretty quick because a lot of the arguments have already been made, and it's just reiteration. So really, no problem there.
And I mean, personally, as much as like it's content, there's always stuff to put out. I would love to see the end of this. Like, I'd love to see Depp be able to just enjoy his win free and clear. And I hope we get there.
Yeah. Point two, Ms. Heard's reliance on vicarious liability based on agency is inappropriate in the attorney-client context. Strong point. This is the one that I've been making since the very beginning. This was concerning for a lot of attorneys that are out there who represent clients. This was a very concerning judgment. A attorney is properly understood as a non-servant agent. Servant is a word that's used because that's what the historical context uses it as. It is not meant that way. This is case law.
Virginia is very old, so they've got, Rob, do the voice. That's how old it is. And
the Virginia, we'll do the next few points in the Virginia accent. So we've got an agent is not properly understood as a non-servant agent, i.e. an independent contractor. Point B, Ms. Heard's vicarious liability theory is particularly inopposite in the defamation context. And point 3, or C, if you rather. Ms. Heard did not establish that Mr. Depp directed, controlled, or authorized the April 27th Waldman statement. Page 10, if you would not mind. That's Virginia.
Yeah. That's why we get this, sort of stuff there. People get caught up on the language, but a lot of these things, words in law may have a meaning that has nothing to do with the actual meaning everyone else expects. So, for example, if you get somebody who is like, hey, what's a vegetable as a classic case? Well, that might include tomatoes, even though they're not. It might, depending on how the
Court tells us no.
It depends on context.
Actually, no. Supreme Court tells us yes, because the tomatoes, while they may be fruit of the vine, are indeed, in fact, a vegetable. That was the quote from the case law.
I know there's cases about whether mushrooms are a vegetable, and these kinds of things, right? So if the courts say that, then it doesn't matter what the language means.
Yep.
So, yeah.
Point 3, Ms. Heard failed to establish actual malice. Strong. Ms. Heard was required to show that Mr. Waldman made the April 27th statements with actual malice. Ms. Heard failed to show that Mr. Waldman made the April 27th with actual malice. Point 4, April 27th Waldman statement is properly understood as opinion. And point 5, the court should have instructed the jury on independent contractor theory. When we get through all of this, I'm going to be pretty big on kind of point 5. I think that's kind of the unique one. Point 6, the trial court should have admitted the entire April 27th article. I think that's their weakest point. Going through, these are the authorities that are cited by the appellate brief, and you see they're categorized as cases, etc. So let's go ahead and get right into it. Let me see if I can make this a little bit bigger so we can see what we're talking about. Dun, 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 dun. How far can I push this? There we go. And then let's go a little zoomy zoom.
Zoom.
I said a zoom, zoom, zoom. Isn't that a song?
I don't know. It's entirely possible.
Let's try 250. Let's try 200. I'll say, how about 225, Alex? 225. I think we might be alive. Let's make sure we've got our borders in there. Perfect. There we go. Introduction. In her appellee brief, Heard brief, or HB, Ms. Heard misapplies the law and misstates the findings of the jury, attempting to distract the court by re-arguing factual disputes that the jury emphatically resolved in favor of Mr. Depp. Strong
Solid
way of
point.
saying this.
Solid
Yep.
way of phrasing it. Yep.
In fact, this appeal represents the court with only a few narrow legal issues, each of which warrants the reversal of the loan portion of the judgment in favor of Ms. Heard on her counterclaim. Additional spice, basically saying don't blow this out of context or out of proportion. We're talking about very distinct things. And then also each one of these things, it's also kind of a shady reminder towards the Amber Heard camp, like the loan portion of the judgment in favor of Ms. Heard. So little shade. I can appreciate it. First, can a client be held vicariously liable under a pure agency theory for the alleged tortious conduct of his attorney? We have a footnote. What does that footnote say? Footnote. Ms. Heard asserts that evidence of direct liability was presented as well. As explained below, Ms. Heard is wrong. Ooh, spicy footnote.
It is. I gotta say, I'm
like
of the
this.
view.
I love his writing.
I'm of the view, and not everybody agrees with me. There are people who say that you should never do this. I'm of the view that you want a certain amount of spice in an appellate writing. You basically want to land at the point where you're like a little bit dismissive of the other side, that you think it's a little ridiculous, but not so far that you make the court upset. And I think Ben Chu's got it. I mean, he's a snarky guy, as Girardi put it.
Well, and what's funny about it is you don't have to use really big words. There are attorneys that like using big words. You can use small words in the right place, like just saying she is wrong. You don't have to use something. You don't have to say emphatically underestimates the blah blah blah. You can say no, that she's wrong. So
yeah, and typically I find that when attorneys are doing that, it's because they don't have confidence in their points, so they bullshit it up with big words. It's like, if your point doesn't stand up when you are saying it directly in simple language, then you need a better argument.
Ian, can you look at the screen real quick? Because I need to go downstairs because there's a beeping from a door that I left open.
Oh, okay. I will switch over to full screen. So you got my face here.
Read the long-standing principles, if you don't mind.
So, long-standing principles limiting liability for the acts of independent contractors dictate that the answer is no. When is here, no evidence of additional tortious conduct by the client was presented. So, I mean, this makes sense, right? If you're talking about, principles of vicarious liability, and what that sort of covers is that if workers are on the job, typically you want the employer to be on the hook if that worker does something. So, as an example, let's say there is a delivery driver for a particular company, and they run over, let's steer away from anything sort of traumatic. They smash into your car, right? So now you want to sue somebody, and the driver has no money. And let's say you've got a really nice car, you're driving some $1 million car. You want to sue the company behind that. But, it's different when you're talking about independent contractors, because, like, let's say instead, this isn't my employee, but I've just hired somebody, like I've called a cab. And so I've phoned for a cab, and that cab shows up at my house and smashes into the neighbor's car. And I'm like, this is not my fault, right? I didn't have anything to do with training this cab driver. There's nothing I don't have the ability to inspect his brakes. I don't have the ability to any of this stuff. I can't tell him anything. In fact, if he shows up drunk, I can't fire him. I don't even have that power. He's just an independent, I can just not, get into that cab. So that's why we typically limit that liability. Now, if I called the cab driver and had that additional tortious conduct by, for instance, I call the cab driver and I'm like, my neighbor's a real dick, and I would love for you to smash your cab into his truck. Could you do that for me? And the cab driver's like, you know what? I'll do it for 30 grand. So I send him the money and he smashes the car. That would be additional tortious conduct, right? I specifically said, go smash into the neighbor's car. So that's sort of the line on that, right? That's kind of how this works. And it makes sense, right? You don't want to be liable for all sorts of things that, you had nothing to do with. Like you order an Amazon package and the Amazon driver runs over somebody 3 blocks away. Should you be on the hook for that? Most people would say absolutely not. So
let's do this real quick. Quickly, Trufflehound, thank you. Pulling this out of order because my mom should be asleep. Mom joke for Mrs. M. My grandma went on a health kick and decided to go vegan. The change in her was so dramatic, I felt like I'd never met her before. Here's why this is so good.
Trufflehound?
No, Trufflehound had no idea. My mom is a daughter of a rancher. Like my mom grew up on a cattle ranch. The idea that anyone in my family would ever go vegan, I think you would get disowned. But yeah, the /S ranch was Arizona cattle ranch was owned by my grandfather. So it was so rancher. Yeah.
I'm just gonna move that out of the way.
Oh, and she went from that to being the partner at Bechtel, one of the first females ever named partner at Bechtel. So very, very proud of my mother, who was born the daughter of a ranch hand and made herself into something remarkable.
What is Bechtel?
Bechtel is one of the largest privately owned engineering companies in the world.
Cool. That is fantastic.
Yeah. Mama Dukes is a badass.
I think
right.
moms everywhere have to be, because it's a tough job. I gotta say, like my mom, I didn't make it easier. I didn't make it easy on her when I was a kid. Yep. And I mean, a lot of that was the attention deficit. I'm betting you weren't always an easy kid either.
Oh, we're not going to get into that. That's a whole other stream. And not when she's in the chat. No way. No. All right.
She'll have some thoughts.
Continuing on. Second, did Ms. Heard present any evidence to show that Mr. Waldman made the April 27th statement? Another one. Number two, capitalized terms not identified herein are ascribing the meaning set forth in Mr. Depp's appellant's brief. Okay. Basically, just going back to this is what we're going to refer to it as from here on out. With actual malice. Again, the answer is no. Why throw that in quotes? Interesting. Ms. Heard presented no evidence, much less clear and convincing evidence of Mr. Waldman's state of mind. She argues she can fill this blank with evidence of Mr. Depp's state of mind. The emphasis here is really important. But that argument fails as a matter of law, regardless. Ms. Heard presented no evidence that Mr. Depp even knew that the statement had been made, much less he contemporaneously knew it was false. This is a really important sentence and actually ordered very well. So first, you've got this one. The answer is no. Ms. Heard presented no evidence of Mr. Waldman's state of mind. This is the point I have been making in the past. All of Ben Rottenborn's brief, when he attributes and says state of mind, and I was making this point on various other streams when I was sick because I couldn't be on a stream myself, saying how many people remember this trial and remember anything said by Mr. Waldman during his deposition that was played in front of the jury other than I accept the instruction. Where can you get his state of mind from that deposition?
I remember a little bit more. He has, I accept the instruction. And then also, yes, I went to the police because I thought that she was, I was just like, wow, you got out some really freaking terrible evidence right there. That was a massive own goal.
And here's where the next sentence is so important. She argues she can fill this blank with evidence of Mr. Depp's state of mind, but that argument fails as a matter of law. That basically is a very concise statement saying no matter what the evidence is that you think you heard, as a matter of law, that evidence is insufficient. Yep. That's the strongest argument they have. Ms. Heard presented no evidence. Go ahead.
Going back to our cab, story, like the cab example here. If I order a cab and it smashes into my neighbor's, car, it doesn't matter how much they can prove that I really hate my neighbor. They're still not going to be able to get me on liability unless they can establish that there was some sort of conversation there or something like that. Because, this is such a dangerous theory that they're running with.
Yeah. Going on, Ms. Heard presented no evidence that Mr. Depp even knew that the statement had been made, much less that he contemporaneously knew it was false. Third, in context, should a comment by Mr. Waldman to a well-informed journalist about the inferences to be drawn from conflicting evidence in contested litigation be properly understood as a factual statement sufficient to state a claim for defamation? Question. There's a way to make that sentence like less complicated, but okay. For a third time, the answer is no. The April 27th Waldman statement, in context, is nothing more than a theory proffered by a speaker with a disclosed bias discussing an interpretation of ambiguous subject matter about which he claimed no firsthand personal knowledge. Distance. That's what this is about. Like there was distance between that. So yeah.
Yeah.
The court should uphold the judgment in most respects, but reverse as to the sole finding, again, some shade in Ms. Heard's favor in April 27th Waldman statement. Argument. Number one, Ms. Heard mischaracterizes the jury's findings and verdict. Okay. Repeating factual claims that were unambiguously rejected by the jury, Ms. Heard takes the untenable position that the evidence at trial, quote, established that in May 2016, the party's marriage was falling apart due to Mr. Depp's alcoholism, drug use, and abuse of his wife. Heard brief at page 4. Bafflingly, Ms. Heard spends many pages of her brief reciting a litany of her factual claims that were necessarily found to be false by the jury in a wholly inappropriate attempt to re-argue the facts of the case. We've made that comment quite emphatically.
Boom.
Like, and
also,
in one sentence. Well done.
Viking Wolf by Blood gave 20 memberships. That is fantastic.
Oh my God. Viking Wolf by Blood. Thank you.
I'm just calling that out because I know how easy those are to miss. So
thank you very much. All right. Continuing on, Ms. Heard's arguments fail the straight face test. That's pretty good. Like just that, like that's a really good way of saying that. I'm gonna borrow that shit.
Yep. Oh, I'm just thinking like, yep, that's solid.
Yeah, I like that. Ms. Heard's arguments fail the straight face test. Love it. The jury found in favor of Mr. Depp against Ms. Heard on virtually all material points in dispute. In finding that Ms. Heard defamed Mr. Depp, the jury necessarily found that Ms. Heard's statements that she was, quote, a public figure representing domestic abuse, end quote, who had spoken up against, quote, sexual violence, end quote, made a false implication about Mr. Depp and what Ms. Heard acted with and that Ms. Heard acted with actual malice when she made these statements, meaning she knew the implication was false.
The key word there, and I really like that they included it, is the implication, because Rottenborn is in his in his writing, he was very much trying to narrow this down and lock it into like the strict literal meaning. And of course he would, because if you don't actually figure out what that meaning is, like what they're actually intending to say, then it sounds fine. But I mean, in criminal law, we deal with this all the time. Like somebody might say, you know what, I want to buy some pint. And what does pint mean?
I don't know what pint means. What the hell is pint?
Well, it means meth. That's what it means.
Thanks for saying that.
But literally just pint means, the word means nothing, right? And like drug slang often has this, where there's these these code words,
secondary meanings.
Yeah. So if you go up to like the random sketchy guy on the street and you're like, hey, I want to buy some whatever, they understand that, and this one hasn't been used in a while, but if you're like, hey, I want to buy some ice, back in the day, people would understand you meant crack and not like literally that you want to keep your beer cold, right?
You'd be saying rock, like I need some rock, and there was like crack cocaine. Yeah.
So, I don't want to buy some actual rocks. Like, so it's, this is stuff the court deals with all the time.
Yeah. So consistent therewith, the jury also found that Mr. Waldman's statements that Ms. Heard's abuse claims were a perjurious hoax and, quote, fake sexual violence allegations, end quote, did not constitute defamation against her. So this is important. The hoax part, the fake sexual violence allegations, the finding of the jury was that those were false statements by Heard. So when Waldman goes out and says this, you can't then say it's true. Rather, you can't then say that Waldman is lying. That's what I meant to say there. The sole statement on which Ms. Heard prevailed involved additional theorizing by Mr. Waldman that on May 21st, 2016, Ms. Heard and her friends had set Mr. Depp up by calling the cops, spilled a little wine, and roughed up the place, got their story straight under the direction of a lawyer and publicist, and then placed a second call to 911. Yes, this is the point we were all making. This is the point we were all making. Basically, this argument here that the Waldman statement, and the reason that the jury could find that statement might be defamatory is because it had all of those other details in there. That was the only thing that I kind of went there.
Yeah, it goes beyond this is like Amber Heard lying to this is like this big elaborate conspiracy and planned, which is a little bit more of a statement than just she lied in an op-ed, right? So,
correct.
Yeah.
The only intellectually honest interpretation of the verdict is that the jury found Ms. Heard's claim that she had been abused by Mr. Depp was false, but also found that she had not conspired with her friends, a lawyer, and a publicist to create a fake crime scene for police officers on May 21st, 2016. Yes, that's the logical conclusion. That's why I didn't understand why, like, people were so surprised that they could ever find it, like, if that was adopted as Johnny Depp's statement. But
I mean, I was surprised that they did.
Yeah, there were things that were added
by that. But yep.
I still think that Mr. Waldman kind of might have the right of it here.
I mean, I think it would have been open for the jury to be like, we actually don't think that the Waldman statement is defamatory because we think it's true.
Well, it's true, and the jury could have said that.
And that's kind of where I would have been leaning.
Trials.
I would have been, if I was on that jury, that's where I would have been leaning. And I would have said, listen, I don't know that it's true, but I think it's more likely than not that it's true. And so that's my finding. So,
and this jury decided that wasn't the case.
But that's what juries
decided.
Yep. Juries are entitled to make decisions, including ones we don't necessarily agree with.
So Depp's appeal relies on two things. It relies on two very distinct things. One, it relies on agency. There has to be a connection where when Waldman goes out and says this thing, that has to come back to Johnny Depp. And two, the jury finding that Waldman's statement was a false statement, a defamatory statement. What Ian and I are talking about now is the second part, the false and defamatory nature of the statement. Yeah.
And I mean, here's the fun thing, like just the real shits and giggles thing. Lawyers have lots of clients. There is no, lots of clients assume that you're their only client because, they're like, why didn't you pick up? I called like 4 times. And you're like, well, I was in trial for one of the other people I'm representing because you don't pay me enough to just have one client. They never do. It would be nice, but what if one of his other clients was like, hey, I want you to go make these comments about Amber Heard?
I mean, you never really know. So the part of this that made me uncomfortable wasn't so much the jury's factual finding, because I don't agree they could have gotten there based on what was presented.
Because but the legal thing that gets them to the legal could have made there.
Yeah, that's the problem. So what Depp has to do is Depp is attacking simultaneously two things: attacking the legal factual finding that the statement made was true and not defamatory, and attacking the legal basis for being able to connect that factual finding to Johnny Depp. Now, the factual part, overcoming that on appeal, very difficult. Juries are deferred to almost 9.5, 9.9 out of 10. The jury gets to decide the facts. You don't get to relitigate those. But the legal assignment of error is given a different standard of review, which means that where the court allows the jury to make that factual finding and then ties it legally to Mr. Depp, that can be something that's subject to being overturned. And that's where I think that most of the law community has come around and said, that's the part where we think that the judge might have got it wrong.
Now, I suspect, I mean, a lot of people are saying, I really hope that he wins on this one. I think the most likely outcome is the appeals court says everybody loses on appeal. And then we just are stuck with the verdict. There is a real The second choice I would have is that, like, if I'm predicting outcomes, the next most likely is Depp wins on his appeal and Heard loses on hers.
That's my first. I think I'm still kind of like in the. I think that's the by a hair more likely.
Yeah,
Like by a hair.
It's tough.
Yeah. Okay. Ms. Heard's attempt to recharacterize the verdict as consistent with her claims of abuse is untenable and should not be countenanced.
Countenance is a great word.
I know. We don't use that word enough. And I just said that and you had the same thought. Awesome.
Yeah, I was just like, I like that.
Section 2. Ms. Heard's reliance on vicarious liability based on agency is inappropriate in the attorney-client context. Part A. An attorney is properly understood as a non-servant agent. Again, not that way, just operator that's instructed, i.e. an independent contractor. Ms. Heard's
And I mean, but also your attorney is not your servant. They will not fetch you a glass of wine.
No, I will not do that.
Like yeah, that is not a service that we offer. I don't do dishes. I don't do laundry. So
I mean, I do those voluntarily, but not because someone tells me to.
Not for clients.
Correct. Ms. Heard's brief proceeds from the flawed premise that she can prove Mr. Depp's liability merely by establishing that Mr. Waldman was his agent. This is the legal argument here.
Yeah.
Ms. Heard misses the point. The question is not whether Mr. Waldman is an agent, but rather what type of agent he is, an employee agent or a non-employee agent, i.e. an independent contractor. Virginia law has long drawn a sharp distinction between employees and independent contractors when imposing vicarious liability, i.e. you are responsible for something that someone else did. This reflects the well-recognized principle that it is reasonable to impose liability on a principal for the actions of another person if that person is under the principal's control in a meaningful sense, but not otherwise. So basically, the only way you get to liability is you have to demonstrate that there is control, that Johnny Depp was controlling Mr. Waldman. In other words, the logic of generally holding employers liable for the torts of their agents or employees is simply that when employers have the right to control their employees, they are, at least theoretically, in a position to prevent them from committing tortious acts. So let me translate that. The presumption is, the reason why we would tie liability to, in this situation, someone like Johnny Depp, is that Mr. Waldman would be acting on Johnny Depp's behest. He would have had to tell him to do this thing. And when he goes out and does it, he's responsible because if he had told him not to do this thing, he would not have done it. That's kind of how that is said in a less confusing way. In other words, blah, blah, blah. The less control an employer can exercise, the less strength that logic has. Great freaking sentence, especially in this context of the lawyer.
Yeah. Because I will tell you, fundamentally, you've got a certain amount of control over your lawyer. Like you can say, hey, we're doing, we're taking this to trial. We are, doing a guilty plea or whatever else. But like in terms of, questions like, hey, I want you to spend Thursday working on my appeal. Like if somebody says, I want you to spend Thursday working on my appeal, I'm like, you don't get to make that call. I will work on your appeal when I work on it and it'll get done in time because, I'm diligent and will, properly handle this, but you don't get to say when and where and how. Like tough. And, fundamental, like it can come down to things like I've sent a client, like, here's my draft of the appeal. And the client's like, well, I don't like your wording in this. It's like, well, that's the wording. Like that is the correct wording. And that's it. This is how it's going. This is why you hired me.
So what's interesting here, House Hippo, and I'm bringing this up, this isn't shade at all. Like if Waldman had shared those comments without permission, wouldn't he be breaching lawyer-client privilege? No, because he's allowed to form an independent conclusion that's his own and not that of his client. So because I have access to evidence that's more than just my client's statement, I can see the whole file. I can see the police reports. I can see the documents. I can see the pictures. None of that is privileged. I can form my own conclusion based on non-privileged information.
I mean, let me just start this out by saying Waldman is amazing as a lawyer and is fantastic. But let's imagine he wasn't, or let's imagine another scenario with a different lawyer. There have been lawyers who've done stupid things. And so if your lawyer did breach privilege and, said some stupid crap in the media,
True.
would you want to
Should
be
you
on the hook for
responsible?
your, for your lawyer tanking you? Like, that makes no sense whatsoever.
Yeah. Interesting point. I
So,
like that.
yeah. I mean, it's hard to get to because Waldman is, Waldman is the Rolls Royce of lawyers here, but it's you got to sort of consider the alternatives.
Okay. All right. So let's keep going. The less control an employer can exercise, the less strength that logic has. Citing case Norfolk versus Johnson. The quote here is, the crucial question is whether the employer had the right to control not merely the results, but the progress and details of the work. That's important.
Yep.
Although the Virginia Supreme Court has not squarely considered this type of agency that exists between an attorney and client, there are substantial reasons to adopt the view of multiple other jurisdictions that attorneys, while undoubtedly agents of their clients for certain purposes, are presumptively non-servant or independent contractor agents. So this is responding to Ben Rottenborn's argument of acknowledgement that we in Virginia have not really adopted a position on this, but Rottenborn says, here are all the other jurisdictions that do. This is the argument from Depp's side that says, here are the jurisdictions that don't. This is because attorneys are required to exercise independent professional judgment and are subject to independent professional and ethical obligations. Though guided by their clients with respect to ends, attorneys have wide discretion over means. These factors preclude the level of control by a client that would justify the imposition of vicarious liability for an attorney's intentional torts. Let me translate this. A client can tell me what goal they want to achieve. They can't tell me how to get there. They can lay stuff out and they can say, I want to be acquitted. I get to decide within certain parameters what evidence I put on or what evidence I don't put on to achieve that result. So when you flip that script, if I'm an attorney representing Johnny Depp, he can't control the way I am doing these things. He can control what his desired outcome is. If his desired outcome is, I want to be proven correct in my assertion that I never did these things, he cannot control how I go about doing that. That's the point that's being made here. And this is interesting because it's, as an attorney, there are things we cannot do. Like a client can say, I want you to put this person on the stand. But if I know that person's going to lie, I am not allowed to do that.
Yep.
I cannot.
I've had clients give me documents and they're like, I want you to tender this. And I'm like, nope, that's a fake document. I'm not tendering it.
Correct.
And it would be unethical for me to go any other way.
Yep. So that's an important distinction, like here, and that's a good way of actually viewing this, basically. Yeah. Agency is a, quote, fiduciary relationship arising from the manifestation of consent by one person to another that the other shall act on his behalf and subject to his control and the agreement by the other so to act. So basically, you agree to do what I say, and I tell you what to do. Right. Importantly, the control of principal exercise, so the control I exercise over my agent, is not defined rigidly to mean control over the minutia of the agent's actions, what Ronco and I were talking about before, such as the agent's physical conduct as is required for a master-servant relationship. So take the master-servant thing out of it. Like, think about Pinocchio and a puppet, or Geppetto and Pinocchio, right? Or a puppet master. That puppet, the arms can't do anything that the puppet master doesn't allow the arm to do. That's how this is being employed.
Unless you're watching a horror film and it's an evil puppet.
Don't talk about evil puppets. Chucky's one of my least favorite movies of all time. And may be very attenuated with respect to the details, though the principal must have ultimate responsibility to control the end result of his agent or her agent's actions. So they have to be able to control everything.
So chat, remember that for Halloween.
Oh, don't do that. Don't do that to me. Independent contractor is a person who contracts with another to do something for him but who is not controlled by the other nor subject to the other's right to control with respect to his physical conduct in the performance of undertaking. He may or may not be an agent. So think about this in the context of construction. If you outsource, if you hire an independent contractor to come into your job site, you can tell them, I want you to build this thing. I want you to put up a wall in front of me. And that contractor comes in and goes and builds the wall. You don't get to control whether the contractor uses screws versus nails. You don't get to control whether the contractor uses a particular type of drywall or whether they screw the drywall or nail the drywall. That contractor is subject to certain code restrictions that dictates what they are or are not allowed to use. I can tell the contractor I want a wall. I can't tell them how to do it.
Yeah. So give it a try. Give it a try sometime. Like hire a plumber and you're like, do you really want to use that wrench? And just watch their reactions. They will have opinions. Those opinions will be forcefully expressed.
Yep. And then this cites another case. We're going to move past that because we have a lot to cover. It is thus unsurprising that courts in numerous jurisdictions have concluded that one can be both an agent and an independent contractor with corresponding limitations on vicarious liability principles.
And
basically,
I mean, this makes sense, right? Because lawyers sometimes do stuff that is agency work. Like if I hire a lawyer to negotiate a deal, that lawyer's got the authority to accept a deal. And if that lawyer misuses that authority, because sometimes, like, let's say the lawyer accepts a deal without talking to me, I can still be on the hook for that deal. Yep. And the lawyer can be on the hook for that deal if they did that without my permission. But I don't, so that's the agency. But if the lawyer walks in there and decides to, to punch the other side or, sets fire to their office, then like that shouldn't be seen as my agency.
Every time it's fire.
I mean, fire is good.
It's effective. Continuing on, Ms. Heard incorrectly claims that Mr. Depp is arguing that Mr. Waldman is either an independent contractor or an agent. Ms. Heard also appears to suggest that the finding of an agency relationship is incompatible with independent contractor status. Footnote 3. Ms. Heard's exact argument is somewhat opaque. Shade.
Yes, that is basically... the writing on this is dog shit, is what they're saying there.
Yeah, pick a side, ma'am. That's what they're saying.
Well, and they're also saying like their suggestion there that's quietly being made is they're trying to BS you, so that you don't understand what's going on.
Yep. At one point, she appears to suggest that, quote, a person's status as an independent contractor precludes the existence of an agency relationship, while elsewhere stating that Mr. Waldman can be both independent contractor and agent. The latter statement is correct. So basically, even Amber Heard acknowledged inconsistency. But by the way, the second time she did, she was right.
Speaking of fire.
I see it. Thus, she argues because Mr. Waldman is an agent, an adequate basis for Mr. Depp's vicarious liability has necessarily been established, irrespective of whether Mr. Waldman was an independent contractor. Ms. Heard, for instance, cites Petrovich versus Share Health Plan of Illinois for the proposition that vicarious liability for an independent contractor's conduct is permitted based on agency principles. But the theory adopted by that court was that the employer of an independent contractor, physician, could be held liable under the doctrine of apparent authority, a position that has not been adopted in Virginia in the context of tort claims. Apparent authority is what Runkle was saying earlier. If I hire someone to make a deal for me, if I hire an attorney to make a deal for me and they say deal accepted, even if they didn't have the authority to accept a deal on those terms, the ones that I had, like if I had a deal that said, hey, you can accept a deal for me, but that deal that you can accept is limited to a deal that says buy for 10,000, right? Yeah. And they present him an offer that says we offer you 20,000, and he says accepted. I gave the impression that this person had the authority to do that thing. That's apparent authority. I can be bound by that because I gave the other person who was making the offer, I gave them the impression that they could accept everything that my attorney said in this regard.
Yep. So you got to be careful about who your lawyer is.
Yeah. But the theory adopted by that court was that I already read that. More, Petrovich did not involve an attorney-client relationship. And other cases from the same jurisdiction that have either considered that issue have concluded that attorneys are independent contractors whose clients are not automatically liable for their torts. Ooh, spicy dagger.
Yep.
Interesting. That's oh my. Hey, cheers to the research attorney.
Yeah.
So let me tell you why that's a little exciting. So they cited to a case in another jurisdiction, which is already not given as much weight as the Virginia case law in this regard. So they cited to an Illinois case and they said, look, in Illinois, they allow for you to go after an agent. And some very smart research attorney in Johnny Depp's camp said, oh, hang on. I found a case where the agent they tried to go after was an attorney. And it resulted in a different result. So it's more factually direct and on point to what this case is here. So that's why that was kind of exciting. So in Horwitz versus Hollibird and Root, for instance, the court distinguished Petrovich in the attorney-client context as follows. And this is a block quote. Oh my gosh. Okay, here we go. A person may be both an independent contractor and an agent with the authority both to control the details of the work and also the power to act for and to bind the principal in business negotiations within the scope of the agency. As a general rule, attorneys fit squarely within this category. Nonetheless, when attorneys act pursuant to the exercise of independent professional judgment, they possess such considerable autonomy over the details and manner of performing their work that they are presumptively independent contractors for purposes of imposing vicarious liability. Accordingly, where a plaintiff seeks to hold a client vicariously liable for the attorney's allegedly intentional tortious conduct, a plaintiff must prove facts demonstrating either that the client specifically directed, controlled, or authorized the attorney's precise method of performing the work, or that the client subsequently ratified acts performed in the exercise of the attorney's independent judgment. Holy shit. That nukes their, that if this was the case they were relying on, that nukes it. Like if the Petrovich case. Petrovich was 2005. No, wait. So hang on. Petrovich was Northeastern Reporter, Illinois, 1999. So Illinois, Northeastern. So that's probably a federal decision in that jurisdiction. So federal law interpreting state law. And then you've got this one, Horowitz, which is an Illinois Supreme Court decision, Illinois 2D, 2004. So 5 years later, and interpreting Illinois law as an Illinois court. Dude, good on you, research attorney. Whoever found that, good for you.
That's freaking hard to find. Yeah. Sorry, I was muted because I'm operating a Dremel, and you don't need to hear that.
No, but someone give that research attorney a bonus.
Oh, absolutely. And somebody in the chat was asking why I was using the fire just now. That's because for the stitching, I just want to burn the end of that or melt the end so that it's nicely melted off and doesn't it reduces the chances that it's going to unravel.
Yep. So going on, the court in Horowitz also noted the importance of attorneys' ethical obligations, which severely limit the controls that clients can exercise over them.
Yes.
Attorneys are constrained by certain court-imposed ethical considerations that serve to distance their behavior from their clients. Thus, attorneys cannot blindly follow their clients' directions, even if those directions are particular and express, if doing so would require them to violate their ethical obligations. Thank you. Yes.
Yep. Yeah. And I mean, this point could have been made just by straight up asserting it, but it's so much better when you can do it by quoting relevant cases.
Yep.
So
Going on, although there are some jurisdictions that will impute tortious conduct from an attorney to a client based solely on the agency relationship, numerous courts have concluded that agency alone is not sufficient because attorneys are independent contractors with considerable autonomy and discretion over their conduct, over the conduct of their representation of clients. See State Farm Mutual Auto Insurance Company versus Traver. That's Texas in 98. That was a case. Yep.
As an example, one of the sort of very classic places where like a ton of vicarious liability comes around from people whose job is driving and them, getting into car accidents, right? Tons of that.
Yep.
Because, you always want to sue the big company. You'd much rather sue Domino's Pizza than Domino, or than Domingo, the pizza delivery driver, right? You don't want to ever sue the individual because most of them, like, there's a lot of people out there making minimum wage who simply can't afford any of this, to pay out on a lawsuit. You want to go after whoever. But like, if you remember Boozy coming after you on, hey, this guy's got a speeding ticket. If a client told you need to drive at this particular speed along this particular route, you tell them to go to hell. Like, you don't get to make those calls about where I drive and how and so forth. So,
when they cite this case, I want to draw attention to this right here, like this. So this is a quote cite. So you don't have to do this as an attorney. When you do this, you're trying to make a point. When you're trying to cite to a case for argument or principle of law, all you have to do is make a citation to that case. And you do what's called a pin cite, which is you do this, where you point the court to the book where it's located, 920 Southwestern Reporter, 625. That's where the case begins. 627 is the pin citation. That's where the court is supposed to find the applicable piece of law that you are referring to. Here, where you do this, where you put that little parenthetical afterwards and you put a quote, that is, hey, this is a bullet point I very much want you to pay attention to. A defense attorney, as an independent contractor, has discretion regarding the day-to-day details of conducting the defense and is not subject to the client's control regarding those details. Ian, would you like to speak further to that particular point?
I mean, my clients are often, like, they have all sorts of notions and, they may not understand how this goes. So if the client says, hey, listen, I want you to call this particular, person and, I want you to do this. It's like, no, I just argue these specific, I run the case. I don't, take direction on the minute details. And clients in the criminal sphere often want you to do things that you just can't do. They'll want you to do things like, oh yeah, this guy's going to lie for me, so you should totally, bring him in. It's like, no, that is a reason why I will never call that witness. So it's tough, like, when they're saying this, but to be a lawyer, you have to have that authority because otherwise everything just goes completely sideways. Well,
and that's the point that's made in the next sentence. The approach is most consistent with the core premise of vicarious liability, i.e. that it should be based on the right of the principal to control the agent and prevent tortious conduct. So basically, you put that liability so that people in the future prevent that crap from happening, but that presumes that people in the future can prevent that crap from happening. Point B. I like that Ian is wearing safety PPE on my live stream right now. It's actually a good thing because he's using a Dremel and he's using PPE and he's muted, so he's not going to respond. I'm not going to ask him to, but he's wearing glasses because he has the Dremel. Yep. Ms. Heard's vicarious liability theory is particularly inapposite in the defamation context. Whether Mr. Waldman was an independent contractor is an especially critical inquiry in the defamation context because he's saying words, and that's what you're trying to attribute. Several courts have concluded that the First Amendment restricts imputation of actual malice in the absence of an employer-employee relationship, and that the existence of a mere non-servant agency relationship is not sufficient. For instance, the U.S. District Court for the Eastern District of Virginia, so this is a federal court interpreting Virginia law, with respect to the agency theory, it is well established that actual malice must be proved with respect to each defendant. Although reckless disregard may be imputed to a defendant under respondeat superior, you control them, therefore you're responsible. Multiple courts have held that actual malice cannot be imputed from one defendant to another absent employer-employee relationship. So this is an important distinction. If they're a contractor, they have a certain amount of autonomy. If they're an employee, you are presumed to be able to control what they do or say. Difference. If you're trying to impute intention, whether the person meant to do it or not, if they're a contractor, that cannot pass. If they're an employee, that's the only time you can do it. Make sense? Makes sense to me. The imputation of actual malice was examined at some length by the court in McFarland versus Esquire magazine. District Court for the District of Columbia in 1996. The question in McFarland was, quote, whether the malice of a non-employee agent can be imputed to a principal. The court noted in the seminal case, New York Times versus Sullivan, the U.S. Supreme Court had refused to impute to the individuals as principals any information in the minds of persons they authorized to act as their agents in the matter, and that federal courts commonly interpret the Supreme Court's holding in Cantrell versus Forest City as barring liability on any theory other than respondeat superior, which is limited to employees. Basically, yeah.
2 by 2 hands of blue.
Mm-hmm. Love the PBE.
Also, you've got to watch the show that's a reference to. That's a reference to Firefly. You've got to get on that. Chat, you got to pressure.
No.
He's got to watch Firefly.
No.
How about this? You got to start with reading the book I bought you.
That I will do that. That I will do. The McFarland court ultimately doubted the actual malice can be imputed except under respondeat superior, and held that a principal's malice could only be established through evidence of the information available to and the conduct of its employees. As even Ms. Heard appears to concede, Mr. Waldman was never Mr. Depp's employee, and respondeat superior does not apply. Okay, fair, got it. Point C, Ms. Heard did not establish that Mr. Depp directed, controlled, or authorized the April 27th statement. This is the evidence that comes and backs it up. Because liability based on Mr. Waldman's status as Mr. Depp's outside attorney is inconsistent with longstanding Virginia principles limiting the liability of employees to independent contractors, so Ms. Heard should have been required to establish tortious conduct by Mr. Depp beyond merely employing Waldman as an attorney. So, translation.
I think that's really good.
Translation. Because you can't get to Mr. Depp simply by arguing that Mr. Waldman was the attorney for Mr. Depp. You have to prove that there was something else that Mr. Depp did that demonstrated that Mr. Waldman was directly told to do this. That's what this translates to.
Yeah.
And that's why I go back to that deposition where it's quite literally, I was not instructed to do this, or this is privileged information, and why I was so mad when they were allowed to play all of those questions that had the person just saying, or had the statement question being asked, and Mr. Waldman being instructed not to answer because of privilege. And the only thing he said was, I accept the privilege. You don't know those conversations. You're not allowed to.
Yeah. And in fact, there may be a very real, the jury might infer things from that, because typically what the jury's going to think is, oh, they're not answering the question because it's a bad thing, right? But it's just because privilege is such an important aspect that, you don't waive privilege with your lawyer for any freaking reason, or, if you can avoid it.
Yeah.
There are some places where you might have to, but those are few and far between, and you want to avoid them if you can.
Let me give you an example. Let's say that I have a meeting with a client and I'm going over an invoice. The sole purpose of the meeting is going over the invoice, right?
Yeah.
I'm talking with the client about the invoice. And the client tells me in that moment, I like peanut butter sandwiches. Cool. Awesome. I love it. And opposing counsel deposes me in the future and said, you had a meeting with your client on this date. Well, I can probably say that I had a meeting on that date. And the employer says, and you talked to them about discovery, didn't you?
None of your business.
I accept the instruction. I can't tell you shit. The only thing my client told me in that moment was they like peanut butter sandwiches, but I can't tell them anything. However, if that is presented in front of the jury and the question being asked is, you told them, or this was a discussion where you had Mr. Depp and Mr. Depp told you to go out and say this thing. And the only thing Mr. Depp said in that meeting was, I like a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. When I sit there and say, I am not allowed to tell you what was discussed, the attorney, the jury can improperly infer that perhaps the attorney asking the question was right.
Yeah.
It drove me nuts to hear that entire depo. Like, it drove me insane.
Yep. Shouldn't have happened, but it did.
All right. All right. Continuing on, and we're going to finish this one because this is the point that I wanted to get to, and then we'll go to the FTX stuff. Ms. Heard did not do so, although Ms. Heard makes the conclusory assertion that Mr. Depp entrusted Mr. Waldman to be his mouthpiece in continuing to defame Ms. Heard through public statements. There is no actual evidence of that in the record. Again, it's just a fucking depo. Indeed, in response to questioning from Ms. Heard's attorney, Mr. Waldman made clear that his relationship with Mr. Depp is simply that of an attorney. Footnote 5. Ms. Heard appears to take the position that speaking to the press presumptively falls outside the normal attorney-client relationship. Not the effing case, okay? Though Mr. Waldman acknowledged speaking to the press on several occasions, that does not constitute evidence that Mr. Depp was involved in the April 27th Waldman statement. Ms. Heard offered no evidence that Mr. Depp directed or had any involvement in making the April 27th statement. Then going down to the footnote 6, Ms. Heard cites a meeting with an unnamed representative from the Daily Mail on February 17th of 2020, more than 2 months prior to the April 27th Waldman statement, at which Mr. Depp may have been present. That's a lot of mays and ifs and maybes. At trial, no evidence was presented as to what was discussed at that meeting or the identity of the Daily Mail representative. That meeting is not evidence of anything. Yeah, that's kind of the point I was freaking making. Ms. Heard offered no evidence that Mr. Depp directed, where I read that, rather the uncontroverted evidence at trial was that Mr. Depp did not even know the statement had been made until Ms. Heard commenced this action. The sole basis of finding liability against Mr. Depp based on the April 27th Waldman statement was, therefore, that Mr. Waldman was his attorney and agent. Such a finding is inconsistent with legal principles applicable to independent contractors and should be rejected. I am so inclined to agree with this. Like, I am so inclined to agree with this.
Well, and the other thing for everyone in the chat to remember is that judges were lawyers once. And judges are going to be really inclined to agree with this because they don't want the idea that they're in this, that everything they did as a lawyer is an agency relationship. They don't want that. This die is dissolving this plate. Don't like that.
Why are you using it then?
I thought it wouldn't.
Yeah.
I mean, this is the die I'm using because it's the die. The plate I was using because I want to keep the die off my other crap. But yeah.
Well, so this is the part of the brief and the reply that I kind of wanted to get to before we switch over, because it's this particular issue. So you have the jury that gets to decide the facts, right? And then you have the judge that gets to decide the law that applies to those facts. Now, arguably, my position would have been, and the way I feel most comfortable with this, is that the jury would have never been allowed to be given this question.
Yep.
Because
that I think is the right move.
I think that's the right call, because the problem is you have to demonstrate the scintilla of evidence that there is a direction, that there is an employee relationship rather than agent, or rather than the independent contractor, right? And I don't think that even on the best interpretation of Amber Heard's evidence that you could have gotten there. That's my opinion based on what I saw. I don't think based on the best interpretation in her favor, you could have said that Johnny Depp had that level of control that would have allowed for that to just be imputed to this Johnny Depp. So that's one thing. Now, this is the second part. Let's say hypothetically that the judge is uncomfortable with kicking it out as a matter of law, right? Not letting it get to the jury. Now it gets to the jury, right? The jury gets to decide whether that relationship existed to this extent where the person had that control. And yes, I see this, Odonata. I'll do that. leave a link to the response so we can read it on our own. I will do that as soon as I finish up. I'll go through. I'll leave the links to everything I'm talking about in the description below. So part 5, the court should have instructed the jury on independent contractor theory. Whether a person is an employee or independent contractor can be determined as a question of law when, as here, the facts compel one interpretation. Otherwise, it's a factual question for the jury. What we were saying. On the facts of this case, Mr. Waldman is an independent contractor whose allegedly tortious conduct should not be imputed to his client. Okay, so this is getting beyond the law on the factual issues. Now we're going to this. The judgment was thus erroneous as a matter of law. At a minimum, there was sufficient evidence in the record to permit the jury, the giving of a jury instruction on this point. The evidence at trial established that Mr. Waldman represented Mr. Depp as an attorney in various litigation matters, but in no other capacity. He was not a PR attorney. He was a litigator. People say, if an attorney goes out and speaks, don't they speak for you? No, I represent clients in litigation. I represent clients in domestic relations cases and divorce. If I'm out there and people can tie everything I say back to the opinions of my client, what? That doesn't work that way. I'm your trial attorney.
You got a YouTube channel.
Yeah,
not
I have
all
a YouTube channel.
This crap that we're saying now has nothing to do with any of my clients.
Okay, yes, that's true.
Not a single client. And in fact, if a client said, you know what, I want you to say some stuff on your YouTube channel, I'd be like, cool.
Nope.
No.
See you later.
I understand that's what you want. I also understand that's not what I'm doing. And, anything else I can help you with, sir.
Correct. Yep. So going on, the judgment was thus erroneous as a matter of law. At a minimum, there was sufficient evidence in the record to permit the giving of a jury instruction on this point. The evidence at trial established that Mr. Waldman represented Mr. Depp as an attorney in various litigation matters, but in no other capacity. And Mr. Waldman is the owner and managing member of his own law firm, which offers legal service to clients other than Mr. Depp. This is why this bothered me in particular. I own my law firm.
Well, looks like you're now an agent.
No, don't say that out loud.
Buckle up.
No, go scream.
Gonna get sued over everything.
Nope.
All the lawsuits.
Nope. These facts presumably support the conclusion that Mr. Depp's control over the details of Mr. Waldman's work was limited and could support a finding by the jury that Mr. Waldman was an independent contractor. A jury instruction on that issue would not have been duplicative, but would have rather appropriately focused the jury on this core issue. The level of control Mr. Depp exercised over Mr. Waldman, it was an error not to instruct the jury on an independent contractor limited liability. So here's the point with this one. Oh, crap. Give me 1 second. Let me see here.
You need me to fill in for a second there?
Yeah, you can talk. Just let me pull this up.
So I had some people who are asking what I'm up to right now. I'm applying goo to the edges here. And so first I use the Dremel to file those down. And this goo is called Tokenol. I don't know if you guys can read that, but it basically helps get nice smooth edges. And because leather is, it's fibrous, right? It's kind of it's got little loose bits, but you don't want a fibrous edge. You want a nice smooth edge. So that's what we're doing. I will also go on a leatherworker rant about a Facebook meme that has gone around on various things. And the meme goes something like, this guy found, like an archaeologist found something at a job site and he didn't know what it was and was asking around, and eventually he shows it to a leather worker, and the leather worker recognized it, and it's this bone item, and says, oh yeah, that's for smoothing leather, the edges of leather. And he says he knew that was what that was, because part of this meme is they say you can't use wood. Wood is no good for this. You gotta, you want to use bone. Well, here's the thing. This tool I'm using right now is made of wood. Wood is what you use for these things. And So that one just annoys me because it's so wrong about my, a hobby I like. Wood actually works better than other materials, including like antler. I tried making one of these things out of antler. I didn't like it as much. So, yeah, wood is the right implement for this. But that annoyed me because I get so many people sharing that to me going, isn't this true? And I'm like, literally the opposite of that.
So here's the thing on agency. This was the instruction. Ms. Heard has the burden of proving by the greater weight of the evidence, preponderance, that Mr. Waldman was an agent of Mr. Depp and that Mr. Waldman was acting within the scope of his agency when he made the statements. That was the instruction.
I don't see how you get to that.
Well, not even that, but can you see how it can be confused? If you didn't read through everything that we just read through, can you see how that could be confusing? Or that a jury could very easily say, hey, attorneys are agents. If attorney, agent is attorney, therefore, sure.
Yep, absolutely. And I suspect that's exactly what the jury did do. If it wasn't purely out of a compromise, because that's the other thing behind the scenes.
That's kind of like our overarching opinion on that one. Like,
it may have just been like, we're throwing them a bone just because we're going to do that.
Yeah. So that's thing. Go ahead.
That's done. So from beginning to end, you just saw me make a little card holder.
Look at that. You guys learned something. You learned a lot of things today. What the heck? That's awesome.
So, this is sort of for like wearing on a lanyard, kind of an ID badge kind of thing. So
let me do this. I'm going to pull up Depp specific super chats. And then I'm going to try and move on to FTX because we're 2 hours in and I want to make sure we're getting 2 topics. And I'm sorry if you guys are not around at the time I read it. I'm trying very hard. I really am doing my best. I'm trying to get better at all these things. And thank you for your patience while I do that. Madeline Retman, thank you for the super chat. Hypothetically, can a law professor be called as an expert witness if they've done research on a specific subject? Yes, they can be.
Sometimes you can call expert witnesses in law. And the most classic scenario for this is where you get conflicts of laws issues. And what that means is, like, let's say Rob drives up here to Canada and he decides to run me over.
That's rude.
Yeah, very rude. But I want to sue Rob because I'm injured. But I don't want to sue Rob in Alberta, because then I'll have all sorts of trouble going after Rob's stuff. Mm-hmm. Rob's stuff is all in Virginia. That's where I want to sue him. So I'd go down to Virginia and sue him there and say, listen, the court here should hear this because this is where Rob lives. This is where his stuff is. But the court, if they do hear it, they'll say, okay, but we are going to use the law of where it happened. So they'll say, we need to apply Alberta law, in this case in Virginia, which gets complicated because these judges have never done Alberta stuff ever, right? And they don't want to. They don't want to learn this. So they'll actually bring in experts to talk about what the law is in Alberta in that Virginia case. And that gets expensive because those experts are definitely going to be lawyers and law professors. Expensive. So think real hard before you do that. Also, please don't run over anybody, but especially not me. I don't like being run over.
No, don't do that. That's rude.
It is rude. It is rude. Don't run people over.
Okay, but yes, that is a situation where law professors or lawyers, generally speaking, law professors aren't the ones that are called. It's lawyers that have expertise, because law professors, while they can teach about law, they don't really have, well, not to throw too much shade at law professors. They have a lot of they have book experience. They read a lot and they research a lot, but they might not have a lot of trial experience.
And sometimes that distinction is critical. I've seen, academic, and I mean, some of these are people I really, really respect, but they'll say something like, oh yeah, this is how the law works. And I'm like, that's cool, but that doesn't hold up when you're actually in a trial. The court won't actually do it that way. So Yeah.
Okay, going on.
I have got to get this space cleaned up. You would hate
your shop because of how organized it is. Well, we might have just kicked your cable. If you kicked your Ethernet cable, we're going to have a problem. In either event, For the Kids has sent super chat. Thank you very much. Couldn't JD have just said to Waldman, I waive my privilege regarding this specific issue so that you can state under oath that he never told Waldman to say those things? No. Like waivers on attorney-client privilege, you cannot do it that specifically for a very, very good reason. Think about this. If someone was involved in a gang and that gang committed a very, very violent act, and the attorney-client relationship involved this person.
That.
Yes. Well, let's say hypothetically the person that was represented, I am the represented party. I go to my attorney and I was the driver for all of these things that were taking place. And in the context of my discussion with my attorney, I say that I was involved and did all of these different things, but I didn't shoot anybody. And then come trial, they want to call my attorney, but I want to waive my attorney-client privilege to say, attorney, you are allowed to say one thing and one thing only. That in all of our discussions, I told you that I did not shoot anybody at all. But you cannot say that I drove the vehicle, that I was in the gang, and that I knew what was going on. See where you get into problems? Yeah.
Yeah, the court would not put up with that. They'd be like, oh, interesting. Quit your bullshit. You're going to jail.
Yeah. Viking Wolf by Blood, thank you very much for the very, very generous super chat and for the gifting of the memberships. It is very much appreciated. Thank you. Thank you. Rob, thank you for taking the time to break everything down for us during your time off. You are the best. We appreciate you more than you know. Thank you very much. It means the world to me, as you guys probably saw a little bit earlier. It really does mean a heck of a lot.
And I can confirm Rob is the best.
Ian's pretty cool too. Jules, thank you for the super chat. When does the Court of Appeals make a decision? So at the very end of this brief, they said that they request oral argument. So oral arguments will be assigned probably sometime early spring, which is about 2 months away. So I would say you're going to get an argument then a couple months for the actual opinion. So talk about it'll be a little while, a couple months, several months. Waldman was secretly under Neuralink control of JD. Ooh, interesting. Love your theory.
Isn't that like the what is it? Elon Musk's brain technology that is like
that's what he's talking about,
lobotomizing a whole lot of small animals right now.
Yeah, but we're not going to go into speculating on that one. Yep, it is. Courtney, yes, it seems like letting the AH's win stand could have significant impacts on the ability of the lawyers to do their job. Are you surprised there weren't any amicus briefs in support of JD's appeal? No, because I don't think that the amici, there are so many facts in this case that I don't think you're going to use this unless there's some precedential value coming out of this. Right now, as a circuit court judgment, this means nothing. However, if there's some greater underlying decision that's made, it might have an impact one way or the other, but I don't think the question had that much of an impact on attorneys that they would come forward and say, no. I have concerns. I don't see how it's going to be applied to me, though. Oh, I hope I don't live to regret those words.
Yeah, I was like, Rob, do not, don't say the thing.
Yeah, I hope I don't live to regret those words.
Don't say the thing.
Theory, Ms. Heard tried to relitigate the case, might subconsciously make the appellate court to view her briefs and amicus briefs as not so positive light. Ian has made this point. He thinks that the briefs are red flags, or at least the amicus briefs are red flags that are intended to kind of get him kicked.
I think the amicus briefs are so bad that, I mean, if they're not intended to get kicked, then they're incompetent. Like, that's sort of I would be very upset if somebody wrote that and then signed my name to it and sent it into the court. I would probably be contemplating legal action.
Yep.
Like,
I'm not going that far, but Ian's right there.
I mean, I would think that might be defamatory. If somebody put that in with your name on it and said this was your legal writing, I'd be like, you sure? Yeah. You sure you want to pull that? Because I got some thoughts.
Brissy Girl, since this is JD's reply to AH's brief, will this be the last we hear of this case until a decision is made? This is the last you will hear of this particular case. We are still waiting on the case involving Amber Heard's appeal and Johnny Depp's response. Amber Heard gets to, well, we're still waiting on Johnny Depp's response to that. So, yes.
Sadly, there's a bunch of more crap we're going to see on this case, and I will cover a bunch of it, as will Rob, but we all sort of want Johnny Depp to just get some peace out of this.
Yeah. Professor of Logic, I feel like everything Amber does is equivalent to constantly bumping into coffee tables with your shins. Yeah, kind of. Like, I see that point. Yep.
Sorry, I'm not sure if this one's accurate. Did it say shins or chins?
Oh, well, chins running into coffee tables, you have a different problem.
I mean, I feel like that's the level of competence we're looking at, though.
Kind of. Victor Mann, 7777. Runkle got run over by a reindeer. That's pretty good.
And then I would have to sue in the North Pole, but I still would want them to apply Alberta law up there because I don't know what North Pole law is like about reindeer accidents.
Yeah. Lindsay, the most amusing thing about the scenario of Rob running over Ian and Ian suing is that Rob would still put Ian up while Ian was in Virginia to sue.
Facts.
I'm not lying. That actually might be true. That's pretty good. That's good. Thank you, Lindsay. I needed that. That was awesome. Oh, no, great. And Island, part of why I took on the stress of being a business owner was to act independently and not as an agent. Any contractor should hate this ruling so much. Kind of, yes. I'm inclined to agree with you. XCDA, I received your watercolor artwork today. Freaking fantastic and amazing. I love it. And I love that you're getting back into it. So thank you. Thank you for sharing that with me.
That was awesome.
You and Ian are great together on these streams. Different perspectives with makers' interjections are great. Thanks after a rough work week. Very much appreciated. Okay. Want to make sure I'm hitting the Depp v. Heard questions. And before we go on to the FTX story, which is fun and interesting in its own right.
I kind of like that we both tinker around making stuff, but like in entirely different fields. And so it's there's similarities and there's differences, and it's fun.
Okay. All righty. Here we go. Let's pull up the thingies that we need in this particular moment to make the presentation that we need to make. So don't mind me. Don't be distracted at all. I absolutely know what I'm doing. I'm not at all lost in my file system. And
I'm also told by the chat that I need to give you your tie back the next time I make it out.
No, it's fine. I saw a really cute tweet. I saw a cute earlier tweet that was like, it's like a friendship bracelet that we joke over. I'm happy with you keeping that tie forever. It's just fun. It's a fun joke.
Fair enough. It's a cool tie. I have actually worn it to court since.
Well, the fact that it shows up in that picture.
Yeah.
Wait, should I bring it up for the chat? Does the chat have no idea what I'm talking about? And yes, I did see that I have to swoop. I won't forget to swoop. I promise. I'll use the swoop. We'll use the swoop, but I have to show it to the chat. Where was the photo? Where is Mr. Runkle Bailey? Where's the photo? Blah, blah, blah. I'm trying to find the photograph. Where is photograph? Photograph of shiny tie. Let's see. Tie.
I'm going to be intermittently muting because I'm going to be hammering with stuff. So that's not going to sound good if I don't mute.
As long as you don't lay hammer next to Sai, we have no problem. Dun, dun, dun. Let's see here. Here we go. We found it. I found the picture. And share the screen because we know what to do. Microsoft Edge tab. Which tab am I sharing? That's the picture. So, yeah. Let's see if I can actually get a better version of it. So this showed up in the Daily Mail because it was reporting on Nate's lawsuit against Christopher Boozy, the defamation lawsuit. And as you can particularly see that we've got some individuals in there. We've got a Mr. Joseph Neerman, We've got Bobby, who's a friend of Johnny Depp's. We've got Nate, the lawyer. We've got an Ian Runkle. We have a mysterious Rob that's appearing back here. This guy over here, that is the Law Talk with Mike. All of us sitting here going. And I see over here that I've got Andy, the Game Maker. Where are you, buddy? I know where that photo was taken. Yes, you do. Yes, you do. Indeed. And then you have Ian Runkle, Runkle of the Bailey, who's sitting right here smiling. And he says, that is me. That is not my tie. Because that is my tie. And the funniest part about this one was, this wasn't the first time that he wore the tie. He wore the tie in Virginia when he was visiting me. This took place in California. So this photograph is taken in California after the tie ends up traveling from Virginia back to Canada and ends up in Canada's possession. He texts me, he says, I still have your tie. I was like, cool. And then he flies to California and picks me up from the airport. And in California, wears this to the wedding. So you want to talk about one of the funniest things in the whole world? Ian showing up dressed for the wedding, and he's wearing the tie that he borrowed from me in Virginia and flew back to Canada and flew to California. And even funnier than that, he flies back to Canada and still has the tie. Like, how does that it's so every time that you make a comment or people see the tie on Twitter, it's one of the funniest things in the world. Like, no, I actually don't know if I want that tie back, because it's so funny every time that the traveling tie ends up making more and more of an appearance.
I see somebody saying the tie needs to start collecting passport stamps.
The tie might need to. And if you ever argue in front of an appellate court again and we get to watch, and if you wear that tie, you better believe I'm going to live stream it. I'm going to say, that's my fucking tie.
The problem is that the only appellate courts in Canada that live stream is the Supreme Court. And I can't wear the tie at the Supreme Court of Canada because we have to wear the robes.
Deborah Blue, you missed me. Will we ever see the trial transcript? From this particular case, they get to cite to the record. We actually don't get the full record. So you don't get to, here's the thing. You can drive to the Court of Appeals and you can ask them to print the record for you. I will tell you, they will charge you either 10 to 50 cents per page. And this is a record that is 27 to 28,000 pages long. So getting that record.
You could invade a country for the price of getting that record.
Correct. All right. So moving onward. So
Hell,
talking
you wouldn't have
about
to invade, you could buy the country for that.
Probably could. That's going to be a lot of money. I want to make sure I'm not missing. Okay, perfect. All right. So FTX. So FTX, the cryptocurrency exchange, is in active bankruptcy in the United States. It filed the Chapter 11 on November 11th of 2022. And there is a competing bankruptcy case that has been filed, or a competing liquidation case filed in the Bahamas. Sam Bankman-Fried was arrested this week on charges from the federal government involving money laundering, wire fraud, conspiracy to commit wire fraud, various charges, including forfeiture actions, blah, blah, blah. A lot of charges. Oh no, I forgot my swoop. Disregard everything I just said. I'll be right back. We're back. Now remember everything I just said pre-swoop. All the charges get made. FTX gets, or SBF, Sam Bankman-Fried, always the acronyms. Bankman-Fried gets arrested this week and essentially is being held in the Bahamas and is facing extradition to the United States.
And this isn't at a resort in the Bahamas. He's staying at a prison that is
not
renowned
nice.
for being not good.
And I want to make this distinction because there's a prison. It's a prison. It's a jail, not a prison.
Oh, right. Yeah, that's fair.
And well, it's fair because the thing is, prisons, comfortable. Jails, not comfortable. Prisons, built and designed for long-term confinement. Jail, built and designed for uncomfortable temporary confinement. So, anyways, he gets arrested. He's currently in jail awaiting extradition / trial, wherever he is tried. And what we've got is we've got competing bankruptcy cases, and then he was supposed to testify in front of Congress, and I believe that testimony was supposed to be Wednesday. Yes.
I guess he's not going to make it.
No, he didn't make it. It's supposed to be Wednesday. No, it's supposed to be Tuesday. It's supposed to be Tuesday because that's when I did the live stream. Yes, it's supposed to be Tuesday. He didn't testify Tuesday because he was arrested. So he was arrested, couldn't testify Tuesday. Instead, John Ray, who is the liquidating trustee in the United States, testified in front of Congress. And thank you to whoever said remove the pinned chat, unpinning the message. Thank you very much. And I can also end the poll because we already did the things. So there we go. That's better. Now you guys can see the chat. So John Ray, who is the liquidating interim CEO of the company, the new CEO of the company, who was appointed CEO the day before they filed bankruptcy, he testified to Congress on Tuesday. And had a lot of snark in his testimony. We also learned something else about that congressional testimony, and that's that people in Congress, I have made this comment before. Everyone that was saying that we needed to get Sam Bankman-Fried to testify in front of Congress and that it's such coincidence that he's not there testifying. No, every person in Congress are bona fide morons when it comes to any of this stuff.
You could have just finished that sentence right after moron.
Yeah, fine. You had congressmen asking John Ray about Doggy Coin, which is Dogecoin. You had a congressman saying, "Hey, would you support my bill trying to rename cryptocurrency into Creepy Dough?" Everything about this indicated they had no understanding of the complexity that was going on here. And the problem is it's great for sound bites for them. Congratulations, you've done it, but you haven't actually learned anything. So what we did learn is that because Congress is Congress, they wanted a 5-day advance notice of the written testimony that's going to be presented by SBF to Congress. So he files it, we get it, they published it. And we reviewed this a little bit this week. And I want to pull up this particular thing. Where's the window to pull this up? Written testimony. Here we go. This was the testimony he was going to give to Congress. And rather than use the profanity itself, let me see here. Testing. No, that one doesn't want to work right now. We're going to try the other one. Testing. There we go. I would like to start by formally stating under oath, that was what he was going to say to Congress. First thing he was going to say. I know that it doesn't mean much to say that. I'm sorry. And so I'm dedicating as much of myself as I can to doing right by customers. When all is said and done, I judge myself primarily on one metric, whether I have eventually been able to make customers whole. No chance. If I fail our customers in this regard, I have failed myself. Last year, my net worth was valued at $20 billion, you asshole. Today, I would be wrong. I would be wrong to say that I have nothing. I have a loving family and a food on my plate. Well, jail food right now. And that's more than life has given billions of people. But last I saw, I believe my bank account was about 100,000 in it. Less now that you've paid attorneys. I don't know for sure because I've been denied access to many of my own personal passwords, data, documents, and accounts. That's where we're going with this. This is where we're going. Here we go. Because I've been denied access to many of my own personal passwords, data, documents, and accounts. This was what he intended to testify to in front of Congress. And this isn't the only place where he says this. He makes this comment a lot here. And throughout this testimony, he talks about this. In fact, many of us are still missing access to our personal data, which is being held hostage by the Chapter 11's team. So when he first gets incarcerated, we all sit there and go, what's going on? And why is this important? So let me read this paragraph, because this is something he was saying a lot in his previous interviews. In fact, many of us are still missing our accounts, missing access to our personal data, which is being held hostage by the Chapter 11 team's leadership.
When we sad.
I know.
Sorry.
When we have asked for access, go ahead, Ian.
I
know.
YouTube's got rules that prevent me from giving my full opinion on this particular individual.
It gets so much worse. I have given you like a glimpse of this backstage. Oh, it gets so much worse.
This guy, I mean, this is such a weasel. And I mean, I do criminal defense. I deal with weaselly people all the time. But yeah, oh, he's upsetting.
Yeah. Continuing on with what he was going to say, what do you have in your hands?
I've got a big roll of leather.
That's fair.
I've got, yeah, this is a lot of leather I've got to work with here.
That's fair. All right. So continuing on with what he says in this one. In fact, many of us are still missing access to our own personal data, which is being held hostage by the Chapter 11 Trust team's leadership. When we have asked for access to our own personal data and passwords, an example response reads, quote, you should take steps as we've suggested to others in the same position to reset two-factor authentication passwords for any relevant personal accounts. So with this one, when
that's
I first
much
read it,
more polite than what I would have responded.
well, I know. And I was sitting there going like, boo-hoo, boo-hoo, boo-hoo. Why do I care about this one?
I would have probably responded with something like, dear sir, we've received your correspondence. Our reply is as follows. Eat my, yeah.
Well, and here's where this becomes really interesting, because what we haven't been looking at and what we haven't seen reporting on was the bankruptcy case. And the bankruptcy case, so to give you guys an overarching view of this, 30,000 feet up, right? So looking down at this bankruptcy case, you have a bankruptcy that's filed on the day after. So November 11th is the bankruptcy date. That's when it's filed in Delaware, okay? Prior to that date, you have Sam Bankman-Fried, who's going out and making various statements. We are fine. Everything is fine. Nothing is wrong, right? The sky is not falling. Yeah.
Leave your money where it is.
No problem.
Because if you take it out, then we can't spend it on us. And yeah.
Or the corporate bankruptcy filing ends up going forward, and now everything gets shown to everybody.
Yeah.
And when I reviewed his testimony was by and large critical of the Chapter 11 team. He said that I signed this contract and woe is me. I never would have done it. I never should have done it. Well, that's not how that works. Once you sign the contract, you transfer your rights to CEO. The CEO then controls the company. Mr. Bankman-Fried, you no longer have any control over these companies that were filed in Chapter 11 in Delaware. However, there was an investigation that was commenced in the Bahamas, and we're not sure the specifics of it, but apparently just before all of this took place, the Bahamian Securities Commission was instructed to go in and seize property, to begin investigating. And in the process of that investigation, the first step when you're doing that is you go and freeze everything so you can continue investigating, right?
Yeah, you don't want somebody to start, firing up the shredder.
Correct. So what happens is the Bahamian regulators go in and they freeze everything. And there's a lot of speculation in the media as to what's going on in the back scene. And then the Chapter 11 is filed. And the Chapter 11 is the formal liquidation. That's the liquidation that takes place in the United States. That is an actual bankruptcy liquidation filing versus the Bahamian action, which is being viewed right now. Argument is whether that is liquidation or the U.S. action. So now you have Bahamas and the U.S. fighting between each other. Who gets the rights to liquidate the FTX enterprises? Who has the jurisdiction? And now you have some shady shit that comes up. And I mean,
really? Now we have the shady shit?
Now you have some shady shit. And I am not exaggerating when I say that. So
he's not a man prone to exaggeration, chat.
I'm not. Bahamian government goes in and they freeze everything, right? They're saying we're investigating. U.S. files bankruptcy. Then you have the JPLs, the Joint Provisional Liquidators. JPLs, and we're going to call them JPLs. So please, Joint Provisional Liquidators is the JPLs. These are the individuals like the trustee, like Mr. Ray, the CEO and trustee. These are the individuals that the Bahamas have appointed to be Mr. Ray version of FTX International in the Bahamas. So U.S. companies, and by U.S. companies, I mean about 130 companies. 130 companies, one organization, one enterprise. Mr. Ray represents them in U.S. bankruptcy. Bahamian, one company. FTX International, represented by the JPLs. Bahamas, U.S. And they're at war. So the Bahamian JPLs file in New York, and they say, we're filing a chapter 15, which is saying, please, you, government of the United States, please give formal recognition to the authority of me, Bahamas, foreign enterprise and government, that is performing a liquidation that is akin to U.S. bankruptcy. So just like U.S. bankruptcy. So please, U.S. government, recognize my bankruptcy filing in a foreign jurisdiction. That's a Chapter 15. And that was filed several days after the Chapter 11 was filed in the Delaware. So that gets transferred down to Delaware. So they're all fighting in one court.
I'm hoping the response is something along the lines of Russian warship, go fuck yourself.
We're not there yet. But just to make sure that I want to make sure with the chat, are you guys following me so far? Because this thing is complicated. I know it is. Are you following me so far? Ian, do I have you so far?
That is little tiny thumbs up.
Okay, good. Little tiny thumbs up. Very much appreciate it. So you now have everybody that's playing in Delaware, but you also have the Bahamian courts and the Bahamian authority that is doing stuff. So what happens when you file a Chapter 11 bankruptcy is there's an automatic stay that goes in place. The automatic stay says that if you're taking action against anything that's owned by the debtor, anything that is owned or operated by FTX, that must stop immediately. You cannot do it anymore. If you are repossessing a car and you get notice that a bankruptcy filing has been made, you unhook that freaking car and you leave it right where it is and you drive away. So if you're accessing money in an account and bankruptcy is filed, you no longer access that account. So the bankruptcy is filed on November 11th. And then you guys might remember in the media, there was reporting of some mysterious transactions that occurred through some backdoor access to FTX, and money was missing after the bankruptcy filing. Well, this week, we learned what that was. So I want to start. We're going to start with this. We're going to go through the overarching story. And I think the best way of doing this is with an article that's published by the Wall Street Journal. And I want you to remember this. I'm going to bring this little quote of his back up at some point, because it's pretty important to remember. Because it wasn't just what he was.
End with violence.
It's pretty important, because the thing is, we're going to come back to that. FTX managers explore information sharing deal with Bahamas officials. The failed crypto exchange's U.S. managers, John Ray, who's depicted in that photo below, holds talks to cool fraught relations with the Bahamian authorities. I told you these guys hate each other, and they do. FTX U.S. managers are negotiating with Bahamian authorities to resolve a dispute over access to the failed crypto exchange's electronic records, lawyers said in a court hearing Friday. I listened to that court hearing today, by the way. It wasn't that bad. Wednesdays was spicier. Following weeks of publicly criticizing each other over the handling of FTX's collapse. FTX CEO John J. Ray company lawyers met in New York on Thursday with representatives of the Securities Commission of the Bahamas and Bahamian court-appointed liquidators to try to resolve a dispute over sharing information from inside the exchange that is relevant to their investigative work. Now, this is where I'm going to start taking issue with the Wall Street Journal. Oh, where's my mouse? Mouse, come over here. I need you on the screen. There you go. Relevant to their investigative work. Misstatement. Right now, you have the Bahamian Securities Commission. The Bahamian Securities Commission, these guys are the governing body and enterprise of securities in the Bahamas. That is not just who John Ray met with. John Ray, this is being inaccurately reported. Well, it's
really the media getting it wrong.
It's not so much that.
Never happens.
Resolve a dispute of inside sharing of information.
Rob, you apologize to mainstream media right now.
No, I'm not. Relevant to their investigative work. Here are the parties that do the investigation. This is the party that does the investigation, the Securities Commission of the Bahamas. The other parties involved, the Bahamian court-appointed liquidators and John Ray and company lawyers, they're charged with liquidating and restructuring. And as a part of that, there is some investigation that takes place, but also as a part of that is continued operation until the liquidation takes place. Not just that, but selling off of assets, deciding who gets priority treatment, partitioning certain property, and determining the priority of creditors. That's what John Ray and JPL, that's what their roles are. So the Bahamian SEC, they're in charge of investigating. The role that John Ray plays and the role that's played by the JPL, different. And that's a distinction that's actually worth noting. Quote,
Noted.
while we haven't come to any, so this is actually from the hearing. I remember hearing this. While we haven't come to any conclusions, we did have a productive exchange of views, FTX lawyer James Bromley said during a hearing in the bankruptcy court in Delaware. The Bahamian liquidators have sought access to data from FTX's international trading platform, email records from employees of FTX Bahamas affiliate and FTX Digital Markets, employee Slack chat records, documents stored on a shared company Google Drive, and FTX's QuickBooks accounting system, according to court papers. And you guys did not actually hear that right. Well, no, you did hear that right. FTX, a company that was doing $20 billion a day in transactions, their method of accounting was QuickBooks. That's not a knock on QuickBooks or Intuit, who develops QuickBooks.
But it's
I'm
also
just
not going to
saying.
show up in QuickBooks' advertising.
No, but QuickBooks, tell me QuickBooks is capable of handling this type of transaction network across 140 companies with $20 billion of assets and millions of accounts.
I mean, I don't know. Maybe it is, but I don't think that Sam Bankman-Fried was. So, like, I don't know. Maybe QuickBooks is more powerful than we're thinking, but there's no software.
On
no
what?
software that
A
would have solved
quantum
this problem.
computer? Like, are you talking, like, how are you running QuickBooks? Like, with all of that data?
I don't know QuickBooks. I'm not gonna drag QuickBooks here. They're not at fault.
Fair. I will say that. Their access to information was cut off by FTX's U.S. management on November 12th, a day after FTX filed for Chapter 11, according to the court filings. Now, this is a distinction that I think is not correct. So, Wall Street Journal, whoever's writing this crap, give me a call. I can help search you out. The thing is, the access.
The thing is they won't. What they'll do is they'll write a hit piece saying
they'll write a hit piece saying
Rob Martin, is a bad actor.
Yeah, no. The access was supposed to have been cut off, and you are supposed to respect the automatic stay the second you get notice of the filing, which is November 11th. November 12th, a day after the filing, that is actual impermissible action. You are not allowed to do shit after that. Once you get notice of the automatic stay being in place, you can't do anything.
I just bled
You
on my
can't
leather.
access. What? Well, don't cut yourself on my stream, please.
I didn't. It's an old cut. It's it's
just
like
reopened.
a couple of days old. It just reopened because
Okay.
I'm using my hands. It's just
we call giving that character.
It's not on the actual part that's going to be on the piece, but it's still like
So I want to go back to this. Their access to the information. It wasn't their access to the information that they're asking for, because that's actually not what the JPLs are actually seeking at this moment. The JPLs are seeking dynamic access, which means that they actually want to be able to go into these systems with command and control authority.
Ooh.
And they say they need this as a necessary part of their liquidation. And I'll get to why I'm concerned about this in a minute.
Yeah, but it's a criminal investigation. You don't get to mess with shit.
Oh, I know. So you have a lot of what's the word? Respectful, big swinging Johnsons, just fighting back and forth. That's not meant to be male genitalia. It's just kind of a general observation that you have a lot of people that are really proud trying to fight back and forth here.
There are definitely a lot of Johnsons.
A lot of Johnsons. A lot of dickheads. Okay. So, Ms. Romney's statements marked a change from a bankruptcy hearing on Wednesday. That hearing was spicy. I will link the audio below. When he said in court that FTX US's management doesn't trust the Bahamian government. On Tuesday, FTX's ex-CEO criticized Bahamas authorities while testifying before Congress and accused them of stonewalling his investigation into FTX's assets. They're stonewalling. Yeah. That left the exchange as it was collapsing. The Securities Commission has disputed Mr. Ray's characterization of transfers, and on Tuesday accused him of making misstatements that appear intended only to make headlines and advance questionable agendas. Are you starting to
Whoa.
get the snark? Like, it's starting to get heated.
Yep.
We are 1 month into this bankruptcy filing.
Yeah, there's going to be some people getting into getting into it on this one.
Yep. So now, quoting JPL's counsel, we believe our request for information, which we believe is quite unremarkable, should be considered on its own and not tied with other issues, said Jason Zakiah, counsel to Bahamian liquidators during Friday's court hearing. This is really an urgent matter. Now, the tone of today's court hearing was a lot less dramatic than last court hearing, but even in this court hearing, the judge had to cut him off and basically say, we're not getting to the merits of this. This is a status conference. Hold on. Don't be arguing stuff. So the hearing caps a week of sparring.
Everybody chill the F out.
Pretty much. Yeah. I'll hear the merits when you guys are in court trying the case. I'm not going to hear it now.
It's the scene of from Pulp Fiction where it's like, everybody be cool. Everybody be cool.
Yep. That is the judge. That is Judge Dorsey. The hearing caps a week of sparring between FTX US's management, the liquidators, and Bahamian Securities Agency. Legal wrangling over FTX's electronic records is tied to a larger disagreement over control of its remaining assets that could determine which country's courts will control critical proceedings arising from its failure. Let me define. Everyone wants control of this asset because it's a lot of money, and there's a lot of power in having control over liquidation.
I believe that control should go specifically to Ian Runkle, who will mismanage it to no end, and for his own purposes.
So let's get to the source documents, because that's where we start getting like real. Like, you thought that was spicy? This is gonna be fun. Let's see here. So, by the way, the JPLs have filed a motion to dismiss the U.S. bankruptcy court, or the U.S. bankruptcy action, saying that jurisdiction should be Bahamas and not U.S., and arguing that Bankman-Fried didn't properly transfer CEO ownership. So you have a lot of very high-powered attorneys fighting a very large fight, and the fact that this is not on the front of the ticker is pretty startling to me. So let's do this. We gave some context, and I'm wondering how much of this I actually want to go into as far as the motions, other than just give a high glance at it, because the exhibits are what I want to talk about. Let's see here. All right. Well, I should do this. We'll share this stuff one at a time, and then I will try to parse through it pretty quick. This is JPL's motion to shorten. Now, there's a time. The reason it's filed a motion to shorten is because JPL has filed a motion to compel the turnover of property. So JPL's Bahamas liquidators are saying, "Give me access, you assholes." That's what they're saying, and they're saying that.
However, they don't file it in quite that way.
Correct, but the tone of the motions kind of.
Oh yeah, I mean, they know how to say it court-wise. They're just not saying it streetwise.
Yeah. So they're saying, give me access to this information, and we want command and control authority. So please give me all of that access. And then the motion to shorten is, give it to me now. Now, the motion to shorten is what's being argued here. So, as described more fully in the emergency motion, access to the electronic records and other recorded information relating to FTX Digital's property and financial affairs is in the control of the U.S. debtors. Prior to the petition date, FTX's digital access to the systems hosting the recorded information was abruptly cut off. As such, JPLs have been unable to access the recorded information, notwithstanding their request to counsel for the U.S. debtors that access be restored. JPLs urgently need the access to recorded information to carry out their fundamental and essential obligations to identify all of the FTX Digital assets and potential claims and maintain value for all FTX Digital's creditors. Without access to this information, the JPLs will be unable to perform their court-mandated duties, which presents the risk that the JPLs will be unable to identify, locate, and protect assets at risk of dissipation. JPLs are saying, we want to protect this stuff. That's what they're saying. And that's why they're saying they need it. They're saying they need it because they need to prevent this risk of critical information being automatically deleted and forever lost. They need to have authority over this stuff. And it's not just stagnant access. They need real-time dynamic access to the systems. So that's the premise that we're operating off of. Right here, we have the debtor's objection to the motion for entry. And this is where we start to get in the shade, but it really isn't there. It's not here. JPLs have identified no exigency that would justify the motion to shorten. And in any event, the substantive relief is not warranted and presents a massive and unjustifiable security risk to the debtors, their assets, their customers, and creditors. Interesting. I wonder why they're saying that. And here's why they're saying that. Here's a declaration from James Bromley. This is the attorney that represents John J. Ray. John J. Ray is the CEO and trustee of FTX and the consolidated entities in the United States bankruptcy action. And he says all of these things. He says, this is my sworn declaration, but he has a lot of really cool attachments. And this one looks interesting.
Like a Mr. Potato Head?
I mean, it does, but this one, isn't this, let me describe this attachment. Attached here too, as Exhibit A, is a true and correct copy of an email from Sam Bankman-Fried to Ryan Pinder, KC, the Attorney General of the Bahamas regarding FTX Binance dated November 9th of 2022. Well, that predates the bankruptcy filing.
That's interesting.
I wonder what that looks like. Here's Exhibit A. I do like the dramatic presentation mode. This is kind of fun. This is the trial attorney in me. I'm sorry about that. I apologize. It's kind of dramatic. I know, but
don't
apologize. Part of me that I like being the trial attorney with the presentation. So to Mr. Ryan Pinder, again, the Attorney General of the Bahamas, from Sam Bankman-Fried. And now I drew attention to this particular part. Who is that that's copied right there? Joe Bankman. Who's Joe Bankman? That's his dad.
Yeah, I was going to say, that sounds like the Bankman in Bankman-Fried.
That's dad. That is the former Stanford law professor and tax aficionado and specialist.
Man, Stanford is making all sorts of waves, aren't they?
Oh, yeah. The person who is the joint occupant and owner of a $16.4 million home that was purchased by FTX and titled in their names, it's styled as a vacation home, who has said that they are not making statements, who Sam Bankman-Fried said were not involved or had any knowledge of this thing's going on until right before the bankruptcy filing. But dad is copied on the email to the Attorney General of the Bahamas.
Are you saying Sam Bankman-Fried might not be 100% honest as a person?
I don't know. But let's see what the email says, because that's kind of fun too. So
he seemed like the pinnacle of honesty, 10 minutes ago.
I know I really trusted him. So, hi all. And I see that Uncivil's in the chat. Hey buddy, I'm trying to fly through a very, very, very fast, well, not fast, given last night. I'm just trying to fly through tonight. So I'm keeping everyone limited on this. If I bring people in at this point, we're screwed. I did want to say to those in the chat, please congratulate Mr. Kurt Uncivil Law for actually getting his clearance done. They finally cleared him ethics. I have no idea what the bar examiners were taking so long to do.
They watched every single one of his videos.
Probably. They must have. He got his bar number this afternoon.
Hopefully
he's official, and he has I think there's a belt buckle coming, but congratulations to Kurt. Not just passing the bar, but all of the above. He is now an official Texas lawyer. He was already an official Virginia lawyer, but now he is one of the very few who is a multi-jurisdictional practicing lawyer with all the special numbers, credentials, and apparently a belt buckle to come with it. So congratulations, Kurt.
So wait, are they just sending him the buckle?
I don't know.
Because I know a guy who could make him a belt.
That's true. Oh, that's true. Oh, Kurt, good point. Yeah, that's cool. I think that'd be neat. Okay.
Let's make this happen.
I like this idea. This is fantastic. Okay, proceeding onward. We shall proceed because we have email from Sam Bankman-Fried to Attorney General of Bahamas. Hi, all. I'm really sorry about the delayed responses here. And this was sent, by the way, November 10th of 2022 at 2:27 a.m. UTC, which translates to being 9:27 p.m. on November 9th, East Coast time. Okay. So I'm sorry about the delayed responses here. It's been a hectic week, but that's on me. Myself and Joe, CC'd, will be responsive going forward. Myself and Joe. Joe Bankman?
Yep, that sounds like what they're talking about.
Yeah. Proceeding on. And I'm also deeply sorry for ending up in this position in the first place. Okay. I'll give the answers I can give right now and try to get to the others ASAP. One, right now we are focused on one thing, making customers whole. I have heard you say that bullshit for the past week or past 3 weeks, and you're just full of, yeah. We are focusing exclusively on doing that this week. We are ceasing all non-essential operations beyond that point. So basically he's saying, I'm liquidating everything. Okay.
Full of screaming goat.
Yep. On the chat, you can, I scroll back up because I don't like you for that. Like you said, the chat goes, Joe Neerman, not Joe Bankman. I was like, did I read that wrong? No way. Oh,
Chat's mean.
Bad chat.
Bad
I'll give
chat,
the answers.
no biscuit.
Yeah, no biscuit. We are ceasing all non-essential operations beyond that point. I'm doing everything I can to try to do right by our customers. Okay. 2, I have not briefed the Securities Commission. Interesting. I would be more than happy to have a phone call with you, the Prime Minister, and the Securities Commission of the Bahamas, that's what SCB is, in the next few days to give a thorough review of the situation. Interesting. So he's suggesting that he should be on the phone with Bahamian regulators in the next few days during the middle of a liquidity crisis. Sure. 3, I am consciously optimistic that we will be able to survive the turmoil. The Runkle ominous laugh in that moment. And have enough liquidity for all customer withdrawals, and that's my sole focus this week. I will keep you guys updated. November 9th, by the way. We are investigating a more thorough answer to this question we did not intend, but are concerned that poor risk management led to a liquidity issue.
Poor risk management. I'm going to start telling my clients that line. Like, hey, listen, I wasn't stealing the catalytic converter. I just had poor risk management with respect to the catalytic converter.
Exactly. Like I wasn't stealing it. I was just borrowing money from the company that the company didn't have to lend me.
Yeah. The catalytic converter specifically.
Yep. 5, as you saw, Binance did not end up following through on their transaction. However, we are in the middle of a separate process to make users whole. We will know within a week if that comes through. So far, we have strong indications of interest that would be more than enough to cover all liquidity needs. We are working on confirming those. I'm cautiously optimistic that we will be able to. Okay. Number 6, we are deeply grateful. Oh, this one. We are deeply grateful for what the Bahamas has done for us and deeply committed to it. We are also deeply sorry about this mess. I am very curious as to whether there are any such similar emails that could exist to U.S. regulators. However, had there been such emails, I imagine that we would see disclosure of those. So right now, the only thing that I'm able to operate based off of is that there is a loyalty that SBF feels toward the Bahamas, and in particular, Bahama regulators. Now we get to the crux of it.
I'm not sure if it's a loyalty so much as he feels that they're in his pocket. He feels like they're the friendly people to save his butt.
Well, now we get to the crux of it. As a part of this, we have segregated funds for all Bahamian customers on FTX. This is November 9th. And so, by the way, as of this date, they have frozen a lot of withdrawals. And we would be more than happy to open up withdrawals for all Bahamian customers on FTX so that they can tomorrow fully withdraw all of their assets, making them fully whole. It's your call whether you want to do this, but we are more than happy to and would consider it the very least of our duty to the country and could open it up immediately if you reply saying you want us to. If we don't hear back from you, we are going to go ahead and do it tomorrow. This is called a negative notice. What this means is this is basically say, I will take your implied consent if you do not respond.
Yeah.
Do I need to? I feel like hang on. I need to draw appropriate emphasis to what that means. Hang on one second. We would be more than happy to open up withdrawals for all Bahamian customers on FTX so that they, emphasis added tomorrow, fully withdraw all of their assets, making them fully whole. It's your call whether you want us to do this, but we are more than happy to and would consider it the very least of our duty to the country.
He better hope he doesn't end up back in the U.S. He's not going to be super popular there.
Here's the thing. Can you see why this gives the U.S. liquidating attorneys concern?
Yep.
Going on. So this email exchange is back and forth. We're basically saying Pinder and back and forth. So there's an ongoing exchange here. Like we have problems. There's liquidity. We know there's these issues. This is what's taking place. All of this stuff is being communicated. Again, this is the Attorney General of the Bahamas. Like if I've got the AG on speed dial, Exhibit B.
I mean, when you're allegedly doing crime and you've got the AG on speed dial,
yeah,
like that's an issue.
Let me see here, because the one that I want to get to and I need to get to before we end up going through all of this, it's Ray Pfeiffer emails. So I want to get to the Ray. Where's the last Ray? F. D. E. F.
I wonder if he's getting the vegan food he asked for.
Oh, he did ask for his. No, he didn't ask for his parents called to jail.
Yeah.
And asked for vegan food. So, all right.
I understand that the jail tried to book them as comedians, and
pretty good. That's not too bad. Okay. Okay. So December 1st, and we're going to start to get into some shade, and then we'll jump off this topic. So this is to Philip Davis, the Office of Prime Minister of the Commonwealth of Bahamas, and to Ryan Pinder, the same AG that was being communicated with. This is from John Ray, the trustee of the U.S. liquidation case. Dear Prime Minister Davis and Attorney General Pinder, I write to follow up on your communications with Peter Maynard, the Bahamas counsel to the FTX global debtors, his attorney on the Bahamas side. Dr. Maynard has informed me that you are amenable to an in-person meeting in Nassau on December 5th and that representatives of Antigua and Barbuda have expressed to you an interest in attending that meeting. The FTX global debtors remain interested in meeting to discuss areas where cooperation will be mutually beneficial. We have said the same to new counsel for the JPL, whom we understand you are working with closely. That hasn't been reported either. JPLs, they were represented by one firm, fired them, hired another firm. Already in 1 month.
That's always a great sign.
I know. I'm not saying it's a red flag, and I'm telling you not to look into it too much, but generally speaking, I don't like when that happens.
It's an amber flag. We'll go with that.
And
or
we'll
maybe an amber alert.
Hey, that's not too bad. I think we can stick with that one. So let's zoom in on this a little so we can see what we're talking about. 220. I think that was a good number. Let's go over here. All right. However, in light of certain comments by Attorney General Pinder in his address to the Commonwealth of Bahamas on November 27th, the FTX speech, and new information that's just come to light, the FTX global debtors, John Ray, require certain information before a meeting with Prime Minister Davis will be worthwhile. This is called a precondition. Perhaps, as a first step, it makes sense for attorneys from Sullivan and Cromwell, my attorneys, to meet with Attorney General Pinder and Counsel for Securities Commission of the Bahamas, the Commission, to identify areas of agreement and disagreement before convening a meeting that involves myself and Prime Minister Davis.
That is ballsy to be like, hey, I'll meet with the prime minister, but only when he, does
wait till you
X, Y, and Z.
wait till you see what he did. So oddly enough, there's a connection between all of these things.
It's like, hey, you're the prime minister, but also
Look at footnote 2. No, look at footnote 2. I understand the commission has hired the U.S. law firm Brown Rudnick.
Huh? Do we know that firm from some? I mean, it's sounding really familiar.
Like, are you kidding me?
Why? I think Scott would say that this is like, an example of the simulation failing or something.
I mean, like Brown Rudnick, really? Like, we got to be with you. We got to hang out with you guys again.
I mean, I would love to sit down with the Brown Rudnick team and just like pick their brains for a bit.
Yeah. So, and before we go too far off track, Brown Rudnick is the law firm that represented Johnny Depp in the Depp v. Heard case.
Yeah.
So the commission, the Bahamian Securities Commission, has hired Johnny Depp's law firm. Now it's a big firm, so it doesn't really mean anything. It's just kind of funny. So I got a chuckle off of that when I heard, I didn't see this before I heard the announcement of counsel on the hearing. And I was like, no, I didn't hear that right. I had to rewind to listen to it again. Yeah.
You're like, hold up.
I was like, I swear I heard that because I've heard Johnny Depp too much. Yeah. No.
You're just like, am I off my meds? Is this...
A little bit. So in the FTX speech, Attorney General Pinder echoed statements made by the commission in their press release dated November 23rd. In particular, both Attorney General Pinder and the commission in the November 23rd press release made statements indicating that attorneys representing the FTX global debtors and I misrepresented certain actions to the commission, made inaccurate allegations, and generally made incomplete statements concerning the actions of the commission and the requests made by the joint provisional liquidators of FTX Digital, FTX International, JPLs. Scroll. Attorney General Pinder also alleged in the FTX speech that the prospect of multi-million-dollar legal and consultant fees is driving both the legal strategy and the intemperate statements. Here's the thing about the multi-million-dollar legal fees.
They're going to be multi-million dollars, whether or not
there's jurisdiction.
Yeah.
Any jurisdiction.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is going to be super freaking expensive. And at the end of the day, the lawyers will make more money back than a lot of the creditors.
Yeah. So
I also see somebody in the chat saying this is the real story of the Pirates of the Caribbean. So it looks like Brown Rudnick actually has a running. They've got a type for clients.
You know what?
They represent the Pirates of the Caribbean.
I didn't make that connection.
Brown I didn't
Rudnick.
either. That was from the chat, but yeah.
Good chat. Good on you. You have totally redeemed yourself from trying to tell me that it was Joe Neerman, not Joe Bankman. Totally redeemed yourself.
Oh.
So, John Ray continuing. And yes, I see that. So, FYI, Crack in the Box. Captain Corey, who we talked about earlier, Crack in the Box, is at 195,000 subscribers. It doesn't take too long. I am also very bad at asking for you to do this before you head over and like and subscribe to his channel. If you've liked the content so far, if you can hit like on the video and maybe subscribe to the channel. And if you could also check out the channel of my dear friend, Runkle of the Bailey, and my dear friend in chat, Mr. Uncivil Law, that would be most appreciated to me. They both put out great content. So please give them a follow if you wouldn't mind, and like and subscribe. Also, Crack in the Box, Captain Corey. Let's get him to 200,000 before the stream ends.
He's at 195.
So, he's close.
So close.
So, John Ray, continuing, I respectfully disagree with these statements. The FTX global debtors possess information that indicates that the commission was involved in directing others to access the computer systems of the FTX global debtors on or about November 12th, 2022. That digital assets were transferred, that tokens were minted, and that such actions were taken or facilitated by Mr. Bankman-Fried and Wang perhaps among others at the express direction of the Commission and Ms. Christina Roll, Executive Director of the Commission. We also understand that either or both of the JPLs and the Commission have been requesting and continue to request that former FTX employees ask the FTX debtors for computer credentials, passwords, to access systems of the FTX global debtors. To the extent that you believe that the FTX global debtors or I do not have accurate information as to these events, please tell us what actions were taken, by whom, when, and for what purpose. We want nothing more than to have an accurate record of what has occurred. Let me rephrase. Let me basically say, like, this allegation is quite literally saying that the Bahamian government, operating in concert or instructing Mr. Bankman-Fried, went in after the bankruptcy filing and took money out for the benefit of the Bahamian government.
Yeah.
That's the allegation.
That's a big allegation.
That's pretty freaking big. Like, that's not small. When I'm telling you that I was not being hyperbolic earlier, and then I want to go back to what I was saying earlier. Remember his witness statement about how much of his focus was on passwords and access to data in the weeks prior to his anticipated testimony and arrest. How many fucking times did he go out there asking and complaining about how he didn't have access to his data,
Yep, this is starting to sound real freaking sketch. So
the JPLs, go ahead.
Yeah, this is, these are big allegations. These are like, hey, maybe some of you folks should be in jail too kinds of allegations.
Kind of. And continuing on, the JPL and the Commission have been on notice of the existence of the Chapter 11 proceedings and the automatic stay. Unfortunately, to date, the FTX global debtors have received no description of any actions taken by or at the direction of the JPLs. You're not telling me what you're doing, the Commission, or any other instrumentality of the Bahamian government. You're not telling me what you're telling other people to do. To date, the FTX global debtors have received no notice of any relief sought from the Supreme Court of the Bahamas. You're saying that you're acting with authority. You haven't told me what authority you're acting with, and you haven't proven that you are acting with that authority. And apart from the limited documents attached to the Chapter 15 petition, have received no copy of any pleading filed with or order issued by the Supreme Court of the Bahamas from the JPLs. Literally, they are saying, you are telling me you're acting with authority. You are not giving me receipts telling me you're acting with authority. You're saying the Supreme Court of the Bahamas signed an order that told you you could do this shit, but every time I've asked for the order, you haven't given me the order. Red flag, red flag, red flag, red flag, red flag, red flag. Like, just. We respectfully request that the entirety of that file, including without limitation all materials filed in support of the orders entered to date, whether or not filed under seal, and any written summaries of any oral rulings be provided to the FTX global debtors immediately. The FTX global debtors agree to keep such materials strictly confidential unless or until they are made public. We ain't gonna share your shit. Give it to us, please. Now,
yeah, we believe you.
Totally. Here is how he summarizes everything that takes place. A lot of this is the same. So getting to the meat of the issue, FTX global debtors and their advisors worked through the night and early morning hours of November 12th. Okay, so sorry. On the evening of November 11th, 2022, FTX Global US. So we're just going to call them FTX US, FTX International. That's going to make it easier. FTX US was in the process of securing their digital assets when it became clear that the computer systems of FTX US controlling their digital wallets began to be accessed by one or more actors unknown to FTX US. People were hacking our shit. FTX US and their advisors worked through the night and into the early morning hours of November 12th to block such access and to move digital assets to secure cold wallets. Cold wallets means not connected to any other trading apparatus. Also, on Saturday, November 12th, the FTX US observed the minting of new tokens. You're making new shit under FTX's name. During this period, and subsequently, information emerged that the computer systems of FTX US were accessed from at least two sources. One source continues to be unknown. A second source, based on information collected by FTX US, points to an instrumentality of the government of the Bahamas, which appears to have been the commission and or individuals acting at the direction of the commission. That information indicates that Mr. Wang and Bankman-Fried, perhaps among others, assisted the commission in this exercise and did so at the direction of the commission, including at the direction of Ms. Rawl, who is the director of the commission. FTX US believes this information to be credible. Basically, that last line, the information indicates that Mr. Bankman-Fried and Wang perhaps assisted. That is passwords. That is, how did the commission hack or get in if they did not know how? Who's giving them the information?
That is a very good question.
So they then go about this thing of trying to fight back and forth over jurisdictions. And nobody is talking to anybody. Holland and Knight previously represented JPLs. That's before Brown Rudnick came in. On that call, our attorneys, FTX US's attorneys, asked JPL's attorneys whether the JPLs or any instrumentality of the Bahamas government was involved with accessing the computer system of FTX US. So this is 3 days after the file. This is on November 15th. JPL attorneys did not answer that question, but rather deferred and noted they would consult with the JPLs and revert. On that call, no mention was made of any intention of the JPLs to file a petition for recognition under Chapter 15. So all of this is taking place after Chapter 11 has been filed. The Bahamas has said we're investigating. And before the Bahamas files in the U.S. courts to say, please formally recognize our bankruptcy.
This is super sketch.
So this all then they start making press releases back and forth, and they still haven't released any of the documents. Now we get into some spicy comments.
I like spice. You know that about me.
You're going to love this stuff. This is great. I think I gave you a preview of some of this crap. So November 13th, this is the automatic stay of action. So this is basically saying, you know better, stop accessing our shit. Ladies and gentlemen, we write on behalf of FTX Trading, so FTX US and its affiliates listed in the exhibit, in our capacity as their U.S. legal counsel, proposed U.S. legal counsel. As we believe you are aware, on November 11th, 2022, the FTX US filed voluntary petitions for relief under Chapter 11 of the U.S. Code, the Bankruptcy Code, and commenced proceedings before the Bankruptcy Court for the District of Delaware. As a result of the commencement of the Chapter 11 proceedings, FTX US are protected by the automatic stay of Section 362 of the Bankruptcy Code, which says, automatic stay enjoins all persons, including without limit all U.S. and non-U.S. governmental units from, among other things, 1, commencing and continuing any judicial, administrative, or other action or proceeding against FTX US that was or could have been initiated before the commencement of the Chapter 11 case. Let me tell you how powerful the bankruptcy stay is. I can sanction a judge. If I have filed for bankruptcy and my bankruptcy filing goes through, right? So I file, I say, I am under bankruptcy protection. If a sitting judge, and I tell that judge, if I tell that judge, Judge, I have filed bankruptcy, you cannot enter an order that collects money from my client. If that judge enters that order, that judge is sanctionable. So this power is remarkable. So this is the trustee saying, don't fuck around with us. We know that we have this power. And by the way, that protection exists whether the commencement of the action was beforehand or after.
Yep.
Hang on. Ian, I can't see your message though.
Oh, yeah, I'm trying to share it. It's a comment. I've asked for a link to the actual original thing because Secret McSquirrel is noting a message from Corey's family, but I just have a screenshot, so I can't actually send it to you. So I will try to figure out how to get that.
Someone can send it to me.
Secret McSquirrel, send me a link rather than the screenshots so that I can send it to Rob.
Or Secret, you can DM it to me, my dear.
Yep, or that.
That one works. I don't see you haven't DM'd me in a little bit. There we go. Yeah, just DM it to me. Okay. So basically, automatic taste, stop touching our shit. Please be advised the protections of the automatic stay apply extraterritorially outside of the U.S. Extending. My apologies, my dear. And my dear, I mean my dears, all of you, because I wanted to pull that up. I'll get it in a second. Violation of the automatic stay can result in damages, sanctions, and penalties, which will be sought and when necessary, sought as and when necessary. If you have any questions, including with respect to the legal positions that FTX US might assert in the Chapter 11 proceedings, with respect to the automatic stay protection, you may direct them to the undersigned by email at Bromley J, that's Mr. Bromley, or Gluckstein B at Cellcrom. Oh, Jen K, is that real? Holland and Knight represented Yeeted Spears.
Yeeted Spears?
Yeeted Spears is Britney Spears' father.
Oh, yes.
Who is known as Yeeted Spears because he was yeeted from conservatorship. So,
see, that's funny because I've got a solution for the whole Britney Spears thing. It's a really elegant solution, I think.
Leave her the fuck alone.
Well, I mean, her parents just want to have a conservatorship for somebody with a lot of money. And Britney Spears, she wants to be left alone. But you know who really could use the conservatorship is Ye. So they could have Kanye.
Oh, God.
Like we just put Kanye under the conservatorship of Britney Spears' dad.
No.
And,
that's just so much abuse in one conservatorship.
And then he can leave Britney alone and everybody's happy. Except Britney. I mean, Dad won't be happy, and Ye won't be happy, but it'll be hilarious.
Is it Ye or Yay?
I don't care. It's it's his brand. And I don't really have a whole lot of regard for the guy at this point, so I don't really care how he pronounces it. But I figured this solves everything. They can fight each other. And, problem solved. Brittany gets to just, go and live her life. I feel like that's the way. This is the way. I see people saying it's yay. Yeah, I don't know. So, and I see that one is so it seems like there's such an elegant solution to all of this. It's just everybody's happy.
I think ye shall stop being an idiot is pretty good too. Okay. So here we go. Warren Gluck, HK Law. So this is Holland and Knight. This is the attorneys. This is an email. I love email receipts. They're fucking fantastic. So November 16th at 9:50 a.m. Subject to FRE 408. Now, I made a point about this one because it's fucking hilarious. Rule 408 of the Federal Rules of Civil Procedure, Federal Rules of Evidence, says, Rule 408. and I'm reading, and I'm not going to pull it up. Rule 408 says, is regarding compromise offers and negotiations. A, prohibited uses. Evidence of the following is not admissible on behalf of any party, either to prove or disprove the validity or amount of a disputed claim, or to impeach by a prior inconsistent statement or contradiction. 1, furnishing, promising, or offering, or accepting, promising to accept, or offering to accept a valuable consideration, some valuable thing, in compromising or attempting to compromise the claim. Settlement
Whoops.
offers.
I mean,
Settlement
this sounds like a bunch of people could end up finding themselves with a situation where they can never travel to the States.
No,
again.
this gets so much worse, because he's saying in this is he's asserting. He's not saying it is. Doesn't mean it is. He's just saying this is subject to. That doesn't mean anything. A judge hasn't ruled on it yet. You haven't done anything to prove it. You're just saying I'm can't
just
bring
saying
this up
that
in the future.
At the end of all of this, this could get real spicy.
Yep, because what he's saying, and this is just reading through the bullshit. I am writing something that I want no one to read in the future. I want no one to read this. I want this to be privileged communication so that it doesn't get out. That's what he is saying in the first line of this email. Without prejudice, settlement communication. Gentlemen, thank you for taking the time to speak with us yesterday. We look forward to a constructive cooperation with you and the impressive team that you have assembled. We copy Mr. Lawson and Mr. Kennedy, given our clients' views regarding the importance of having a strong and trusted perspective regarding offshore insolvencies within our channels of discussion. We believe and acknowledge that the United States creditors and customers have important interests that are worthy of protection, and it is likely that the United States will play an important role from a regulatory and investigative perspective. We look forward to receiving and discussing protocols for cooperation with you. We believe that everyone will benefit if core information is shared and logistical, operational, and plans are discussed in advance. Please note that courtesy copies of the as-filed Chapter 15 petition of the provisional liquidators are attached. This is the petition I was talking about before. We understood from our conversation that you will similarly provide courtesy copies of filings contemporaneously filed on a go-forward basis. Copy me all on your shit, please. Thanks, Ian. Got it. All that said, we believe it's important for us to we believe it's important for us to double space we relay. That's a mistype. That's a you started sentence, then you changed it, then forgot to go back and delete.
Yeah, don't do that. I'm always shocked at how little proofreading I see in, like, including from really high-priced lawyers. I remember I was an articling student, and my principal, we got a correspondence that was just like legal puffery. You know how sometimes lawyers kind of try to bully each other? And he's like, there's nothing to this that actually is illegal, like that we have to respond to in any way. He's like, so can you draft the response? And I'm like, what kind of draft, like what kind of response do you want? And he's like, kind of dismissive. So I went through and I like highlighted all the spelling and grammar mistakes. And I was like, can I send this back? And he was like, yes. So that was our response, is like, we have received your correspondence. Please find enclosed the spelling and grammatical corrections that you might have wanted for this. It got a reaction.
Yeah.
We'll go with that.
That will. Cheryl C, question for the chat. Do you not change YouTube app default to live streams for Top Chat to live chat? No, they don't actually allow you to do that. You actually have to click over, which is my opportunity to remind you all to click over to live chat rather than Top Chat, so you can see what's going on in the chat. And then while you're doing that, just like the video if you don't mind. Just 2 seconds, please. Okay. Continuing onward. Dun, dun, dun. Blah, blah, blah. We relay the JPL's current thinking on certain of the central matters from which we intend productive discussions to commence. To that end, we are sympathetic to the concept that at one time, the notion of initiating a global Chapter 11 may have seemed plausible, even if Some reasonable minds might have differed as to its propriety. However, once the government of the Bahamas had instituted insolvency proceedings in the
Wait, is Hogue gonna sue? They're stealing his line.
reasonable minds, yeah, I like that. That's
They're
pretty
gonna
good.
Hogue should sue them. They're stealing his line.
Yep.
That's like practically his trademark.
It really is. I think you might actually be able to do that. However, once the government of the Bahamas had instituted insolvency proceedings in the FTX Center of Main Interests, I don't understand that part, any action by the former governance to invoke Chapter 11 as to all global entities was, at best, superfluous distraction, destined only to foster confusion to the detriment of the creditor constituencies. Shade, shade, shade,
all the shade.
Oh my God. Like you didn't your action was worthless. At worst, it was an unauthorized and ultra-virus act. Ultra-virus act is quite literally acting outside the scope of your authority. That's what it means.
Yeah.
In contravention of applicable Bahamian law and jurisdiction that should not be given force or effect. You don't have jurisdiction. That is what this is. This is the Daryl Brooks argument.
Grounds.
You don't have jurisdiction.
Grounds.
No jurisdiction. Your Honor, do you have jurisdiction for that remark? Is this a lawful law?
Daryl Brooks is going to be, we're going to be making fun of him for as long as he's going to be in custody, which is forever.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. Okay. Accordingly, the joint provisional liquidators would request an explanation in writing as to how and why the Chapter 11 filings were properly authorized and not otherwise in violation of the Bahamian stay and the Bahamian court order, which we do not fucking attach to this email.
Sigh.
Shortly, we will distribute courtesy copies of the as-filed 1519 provisional relief application. That's your application, your request, not the order that authorizes it. You will find that this first iteration of our 1519 application is narrowly drafted from both a factual exposition and relief standpoint to give you and us more time to work towards an amicable arrangement. We ask that you ask yourselves this. Oh, yes, please preach to me, Daddy. Preach to me. Preach to me.
I have an important interlocutory question here.
Please do.
My next glass, should it be the plum wine?
Ugh.
Or not very good red wine?
Not very good red. I don't even care if you put coconut, just don't do the plum wine.
You don't like plum wine?
No.
Oh, man.
Like, none of those options are good, though.
I mean, I feel like plum wine is pretty good.
No.
You need to declare war on Japan then, because Japan thinks it is.
I'm not going to declare war on Japan. The U.S. did that a while ago, and we won.
Yeah.
I was really insensitive. Oh, my God. I'm so sorry.
I was like, that
was remarkably
spicy.
Insensitive. I didn't mean it that way. Like, it was just kind of just plum wine, though. Can we go back to the plum wine? Like, what the hell?
It's good.
No.
It's good.
Bad. There's nothing good about that. Nothing good. Nothing good comes from these things.
Check the private chat.
No, I'm not checking the private. No. All right. We ask that you ask yourselves this. Please preach to me, Daddy. 18 hours from now, 180 days from now, 1,800 days from now, with the benefit of hindsight, would you do it like this again if you were aware of a multinational, atypical police power and regulatory bent on this insolvency, parenthetical, and relevant state exceptions calmly? Would a 4:30 a.m. purported power transfer be pursued? Would you seek the hasty execution of 11-figure documents by a 30-year-old under duress, comma, space, comma, another space, typos, who was simultaneously admitting to criminal fraud to the highest level of a foreign sovereign, where the companies never center all of its former management and hundreds of employees reside? Would you file a one-page Chapter 11s with what now likely be the material delay prior to any first day filings. Like, get that fucking paragraph out of that email. Like, that doesn't belong in there.
Yeah.
You want to basically guarantee that a lawyer is going to double down and fight everything you just said? Give me that pontificating bullshit.
Yeah, that's the point where you're just like, this guy's full of crap. Let's get everything they own.
In short, we ask that your impressive constituency of crisis managers continue a cooperative course correction. Change your path. This case is not Lehman or Buddy Fletcher. It is not T-bills, and it is not Madoff. This is a Paradise Island, not Manhattan Island saga. Wow.
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 I mean, there is a time and a place for sending a thing saying, by the way, you are fucking around and you don't like the next steps of this.
This is not how you do it.
This is not how I would go about that.
No. And people in the chat, like the whole, like, Rob, are you close to this, or does this matter a lot to you? Not a whole lot. It really doesn't. However, the thing is, I'm starting to see a lot of fuckery, and I don't like it. And when I see emails like this crap, like what Ian just said, like, hey, you want to guarantee that you're not going to get the cooperation you're asking for? Write it this way.
Yeah. I described this as the Braveheart email because you remember the scene in Braveheart where, like, the nobles have gathered and they basically are like, look at the size of our army. Now let's negotiate for a little bit more stuff.
Yeah.
And Wallace is like, screw that. We're going to have a fight today. And so he goes out to pick a fight. And
We're going to pick a fight. Yep.
Yeah. And, you know, that's what this kind of communication does. And sometimes lawyers do this by accident because they just don't know that that's the email they're writing. In which case you're bad at your job because
you want to consider a different path.
I mean, the only time to really be like, I'm going to pick a fight is when you know you're going to win and do better in the win than you would be able to do in a negotiation. So, I mean, I've had times when I've sent the I'm going to pick a fight email, but you got to know that's what you're doing.
Yeah. So Trufflehound, was this written by SBF or his lawyer? We're going to do this is a swoop for speculation. We are speculating. We are speculating at this point in time. This is pure speculation, 100%. I will say that it was very interesting that within 1 week of these emails, 2 weeks of these emails being exchanged, all of a sudden Holland and Knight is no longer involved in the case. And it happens to coincide with the things that are resulting as far as conversations by a certain individual that might be named here in public, and then also an eventual arrest. And then all of a sudden you see new counsel coming in.
I mean, I would have fired SBF.
I would have too, but the thing is, these attorneys are not representing SBF. These are representing the JPL, which were appointed by the court in the Bahamas. The problem that I am seeing,
the thing is, if there was this level of coordination that we're seeing, I would have gotten off that file too, just in the sense of like, this is becoming radioactive, and I could not only lose my law license, but, you know, some of this stuff, I'm just like, there is possibility for jail time if some of these allegations get made out.
I mean, does this have a little bit of a glance of perhaps impermissible conflict of interest, which resulted in the law firm disclaiming any future representation of both parties? So that one party could go and get a new law firm? I'm not saying that it does, but I'm not saying it doesn't. Like I said, we're in speculation land, and now we're going to swoop back to reality.
It's got that smell to it, even if we can't say for certain.
Yep. So swooping back to reality swoop. Now we're back to reality. Okay.
Reality is kind of boring.
It is. Not in this case, though. The JPLs are prepared to discuss an appropriate process for managing the orderly administration of the United States incorporated entities. We want to manage your shit. Management of the United States regulatory and law enforcement. We want to deal with your regulators. and recovery to the United States customers and creditors. We want to decide who gets what. I want you to remember back to the email, the one that said we're going to let the Bahamians take money out first, and that was SBF. That wasn't regulator. It was yep.
Yeah,
and in that spirit,
I mean, before we were talking about like flags and so forth, that's the red flag.
Yeah. And then people are asking me, like, is this one right here, L. Bowman, is this conflict of interest for the firms or lawyers being lied to? It doesn't actually matter, because the thing is, as a law firm, you do a conflict check and you have to conflict out anyone who you are or could potentially be adversely opposed to. In this case, FTX International always had the possibility of being opposed to Sam Bankman-Fried. That conflict was always a possibility, which gives me serious questions as to a lot of this stuff. So, and in that spirit, as you and we develop a better understanding, the facts underlying these matters, we have better understanding of the facts. If you're going to type a pontificating email, proofread your shit.
I mean, the thing is if you ever get one of these I'm picking a fights email, the I'm correcting your spelling mistakes response is always available. And, you know, so long as you don't proofread your shit. So don't leave somebody that opening, because it's always the better response is the, oh yeah, you sent me this angry stuff. Here's the spelling mistakes. Like, it's just so dismissive. And so proofread your shit.
Yeah.
Like it's really not that hard.
I mean, yeah. So, and in that spirit, as you and we develop and better understand the facts underlying these, better anticipate that you will want to revisit certain of the inaccurate factual narratives that appear to be emanating from the U.S. debtors, particularly as pertaining to the security, stability, and safeguarding of the Bahamian digital assets as compared to hacking. Don't call us going in and taking that money out hacking. Oh, whoa, hang on. Wait a minute. Are we just saying that our clients might have gone in and did those things? Inaccurate speculation and hyperbole can only further distress a creditor constituency that has already endured a great deal of consternation, love the word, while at the same time it is certain that the U.S. authorities know the truth and are perplexed. We suggest a Zoom meeting in 36 hours, Thursday afternoon, to enable orderly and strategic reflection. Reflection? We're gonna like harmonize over this? Note, we have not included the principals on this communication for obvious reasons, but we would be happy for Mr. Sims, Cambridge, Greaves, John Ray III, and Farnan Jr. to be copied on your reply. Basically, this is attorney to attorney. You can copy the principals if you would so enjoy to do so. More spicy. November 16th. Dear Warren, well, we're on first name basis. I write in response to your email to us this morning. First, while we appreciate you providing us with the current thinking of the joint provisional liquidators, we note simply that we have consulted with Mr. Ray, and he disagrees with that thinking. Nothing in the provisional liquidators order purported to prevent or could have prevented the Chapter 11 filing. We had authority. Second, we have reviewed your client's Chapter 15 petition and accompanying documents. Please provide us with copies of all documents filed with the Bahamian court in support of the Bahamas petition and the appointment of Mr. Sims, Mr. Cambridge, and Mr. Greaves, including without limitation the affidavits of Ms. Rawl and Mr. Sims, whether or not filed under seal. Give me the documents. Give me the support. You say you have this authority. Tell me why. Third, we are concerned about your statement. Quote, we anticipate that you will want to revisit certain of the inaccurate factual narratives that appear to be emanating from the U.S. debtors, particularly pertaining to the security, stability, and safeguarding of Bahamian digital assets as compared to, quote, hacking, end quote. What exactly do you mean by this question? Are you suggesting that the joint provisional liquidators and or Bahamas authorities are responsible for the disappearance of digital assets that appear to have been the result of hacks? It is critical that you clarify the statement immediately. I must remind you that any attempt to access or take control over any assets of the FTX debtors constitutes a violation of the automatic stay of Section 362 of the Bankruptcy Code. To the extent that any such assets have been taken, they must be returned immediately. Any efforts to obtain such assets must be stopped immediately. Please note we are in constant contact with the criminal authorities in the United States about attempts by unknown actors to take control of such assets. For your convenience, I attach a copy of the letter sent to the Bahamas Securities Commission and Mr. Sims on Sunday, November 13th, on the scope of the automatic stay and the implication of breaches thereof. The FTX debtors reserve all rights. Fourth, we are willing to have a Zoom call tomorrow afternoon, November 17th. Does 4 p.m. work for you? That's nice. We continue to be prepared to discuss a mutually agreeable administrative protocol between the joint provisional liquidators and the FTX debtors. Finally, neither this letter nor your email are entitled to the protection of Federal Rule of Evidence 408. Nothing in our communication to date relate in any way to an offer to compromise a dispute or negotiations relating to such an offer. I am going to publish your shit.
Yep.
Oh, this is so salty. Here we go. November 16th. Warren sending it back to Mr. Bromley. So Warren to James. Your correspondence is received. By the way, when an attorney writes back and said received, that is automatic, a little bit tense. We will respond and happy to hear you would like to participate in the Zoom. However, and separately, we have received a voicemail from the Southern District of New York Bankruptcy Court that there will be a remote status conference on the Chapter 15 matter tomorrow, and that we should inform you that you should anyone from your office like to participate. It will be at 11:30 a.m. We have not seen a notice or Zoom instructions yet, but we will provide such information as soon as it is received. Also, if you intend to appear, please let us know when convenient. Later that afternoon, 5:13 p.m. This is from Warren, again, to Mr. Bromley. Greetings. We are pleased that you are available for a Zoom call tomorrow. We will shortly revert on available time windows, including the proposed times. Proposed one at 4 p.m. The revert thing. I don't understand the revert thing. Do you use that in your emails? What the fuck is revert?
I have no idea. I have never written that. And honestly, I feel like that's just wankery. There's a lot of...
It is, right? We will revert. Like, I'm going to fall... I think it like fall back on.
When I get emails from lawyers that like use a bunch of unnecessary Latin or, use a bunch of... I'm like, I am dealing with a freaking moron. Because that's who loves to do that stuff, is idiots love to, use these big puffed up words. And you're just like, okay. And yeah, it happens all the time, but it is a sure sign of an idiot.
I just don't get it. I don't understand. Like, it's not river. I get it, Lindsay. I get it. They're using it to say defer. Yes, they are. I just have never seen that written that way. I'm wondering,
is that like an autocorrect problem? Or are they just actually just being...
Someone is saying revert is respond in corporate ease. Okay, that actually makes sense. If this is like lingo of corporate lawyers, I can get it.
Okay, fair enough. I mean, I never correspond with corporate lawyers because, you know what? I'm just going to let that sentence trail off. That I'm intentionally letting that trail off as to why I don't deal with corporate lawyers.
Two, we note Mr. Ray's view and will await discussion tomorrow. Like, talk about, like, that's just shade among shade. Like, we see it. We'll talk about it.
Yeah.
Okay. 3, we will revert on whether documents filed under seal can be provided. All non-sealed documents can be. We're going to give you certain things, but not the things that we don't want to give you that are filed under seal. Okay. 4, it is possible there was a misunderstanding as to the safeguarding of assets. Certain assets are in the custody of the Bahamas Securities Commission, and there was an understanding, perhaps an incorrect one, that there was a suggestion that those assets were hacked or in jeopardy, some jeopardy. Based on reports from the Bahamas Securities Commission, we understand they are secure. They have the things I am intentionally evading any comments suggesting how they obtained the things, we will defer to them, and we understand that they are telling you it's safe.
Is it safe? Is it secure?
Yeah. 5, we do recall Dave Wirt stating and you agreeing that our discussions would be 408 protected during our call. You promised you weren't going to tell anyone. That's what you promised you weren't going to tell anyone. We disagree that a communication for the purpose of meeting and resolving disputes is not 408 protected. It is not. You actually have to be talking to the subject of the dispute, like the actual thing, not just a legal argument. Legal arguments and things you're discussing about legal arguments are not protected. Like if I tell Runkle his position is full of shit, the fact that I said that is
and
not
it
protected. Yeah. Well, I mean, I didn't say it that far, but if I said that, it's not protected. However, it is probably a point of lesser importance. Do you anticipate that the Zoom call on Thursday will be a settlement call and entitled to the without prejudice 408 protections associated therewith? Basically, give me promises that you're not going to share anything we discuss in this phone call.
I mean, that's the thing is, once you share something, once you share one thing out of those discussions, I've had people do that where and then I just respond with, you know what? You get nothing. Like I will.
Well, let me tell you why this is so concerning, because you're talking about how the government accessed certain things. There's an admission that the things were accessed, okay? But there's no discussion about how they were accessed, and they're intentionally dodging that. They're saying we're going to give you non-sealed or like unsealed documents, but we're not going to give you sealed shit. There is so much evasiveness in these communications. There's so much hidden context, and they're just not disclosing anything or saying anything. And then they're saying, we await the phone call. By the way, please promise us that you're not going to divulge anything we tell you. Red fucking flags.
The theme song to this particular set of communications is Pop Goes the Weasel.
It's just, it's horrible. And then James Bromley writes back at 6:23 p.m., 1 hour later. Warren responding quickly. On 3, for purposes of the U.S. court process initiated by our clients, complete access to all documents provided to the Bahamas court, whether or not filed under seal, is required. I reiterate our demand for all documents provided to the Bahamas court in support of the petition. Give us your authority. On 4, we continue to talk past each other. The FTX debtors have been confronting attempts by unknown actors to take control of digital assets of the FTX debtors. Those attempts continue. This is November 16th. So the hack, the thing that we're talking about, the 12th thing, that occurred on the 12th. So like this is several days later. Are the joint provisional liquidators or the Bahamian authorities responsible for the past acts to take control? Are they currently engaging in such acts? Are you still trying to hack our shit? On 5, the application of FRE 408 is not dependent on what the parties say to each other. It is dependent on the underlying facts. The underlying facts do not support application of FRE 408. Jim, yes, that is, in my view, correct. You don't get to just protect shit because you're saying, I'm trying to negotiate with you. That's not how that works.
Rob?
So, yo.
You should run a comb through your hair.
Why? I'm sorry.
It's a scraggly mess.
That's fine.
I see somebody saying it's the punk rock look. So rock it.
There we go. Hat. Right. At 7:04 p.m.
I will have disappointed the chat now.
I've stopped looking. Okay. At 7:04 p.m. 40 minutes later. By the way, these guys are responding at like 7 and 6 o'clock at night. Lawyers do that, but like not this promptly. Like you don't get responses within the hour to attorneys that are responding. Generally, it's like a couple hours. So from Warren Gluck to Jim Bromley. Thanks, Jim. We'll come back to you on whether there is time for a Zoom call that suits. You can come back to us on whether that call will be 408 settlement conversation. We don't want to talk about it. Other than that, it appears the parties disagree on some issues, which can be the case sometimes. Oh, it's so bad. This is Jim Bromley back to Warren. What was the first one? That was 7:23, 7:04, 23 minutes. Warren, what are your answers to questions in 4? Reminder to the chat, question in 4 was 4. The debtors have been confronting attempts by unknown actors to control digital assets. Are they still happening? Are you still trying to hack our shit? So 7:30 p.m. Are your clients still trying to hack mine? 7:38, 8 minutes later. Warren to Jim. Jim, we await your written statement regarding the validity of the resolution. We will continue your queries and revert in due course. We're not going to tell you whether our clients are still hacking your shit. We do suggest that your team analyze productive measures for cooperation in advance of the planned call, and we will do the same. Enjoy your evening.
Wow. Here's the thing. When you say something like enjoy your evening in the course of legal correspondence, what it means is something along the lines of, please lick the peanuts out of my shit.
I'm going to allow that because, oh my God, the level of spice. So 10 minutes later, Jim to Warren. Warren, there's only one way to take your consistent refusal to answer the questions as to whether the JPLs or the Bahamian authorities are responsible for the attempts by unknown actors to take control of digital assets of the FTX debtors. The FTX debtors reserve all rights. GTFO. Like, oh my God. 7:51. We're now nearing the nighttime hour in this email exchange. Jim, your tone is not appreciated, and I suggest you speak with the United States Trustee for the District of Delaware. You seem to make a lot of assumptions that can be dangerous. Should your team continue in this fashion, we will present any proposals in writing. I have seen like spicy emails. Like you saw the Johnny Depp and those emails between Elaine Bredehoff and Ben Chu. That was after months, almost years of litigation back and forth. This is 1.5 weeks in. That's 1.5 weeks in.
Wow.
So back to what I was saying. You have that exchange, right? You've got that back and forth, and they're saying, we're not going to tell you anything. Please also guarantee that we're protected. Suggestions and emails suggesting that Sam Bankman-Fried and associates at FTX International are assisting in all of these ventures. And simultaneously, they're saying, we're not going to tell you whether we're doing it, still doing it, how we did it, and we're not going to give you any of the orders that we're saying we have.
This is exceptional.
It's more exceptional based on the following statement I'm about to make.
Oh, it keeps going.
Sam Bankman-Fried has filed a new motion for bail.
Oh, geez.
In the Bahamian courts.
Is he arguing that because he's not getting vegan food that it's cruel?
I don't know. There's not a whole lot there on the bail thing. But here's the combination of facts that we have. We have Sam Bankman-Fried, who I will remind those of you still at all curious, came forward with the following written testimony. And yes, I recognize I'm trying very hard to keep moving fast. The following written testimony. In fact, many of us are still missing access to our own personal data, which is being held hostage by the Chapter 11 team leadership. When we have asked for access to our own personal data and passwords, an example response reads, you should take steps as we have suggested to others in the same position to reset two-factor authentication passwords and any relevant personal accounts. Here's the thing.
The chat is saying that I should definitely use corn with that saying in future.
Oh,
People misheard it.
and we'll just make it. I don't want the hat on right now. But I'm gonna leave it like straight up so it looks okay. All right. So, but here's the thing. I read through some of this before, and I want to scroll through it a little bit of it again in context because this is the point I was trying to make. You look at all of these things independently of one another. And it's like, yeah, there's a spicy communication back and forth. Yeah, they're fighting over jurisdiction. Yes, there's securities issues. Yes, we're not sure who's representing who. And then you look back at what he wrote as his anticipated testimony before Congress. And this is what he intended to say. He intended to say that we're missing our own data and access. Much of this testimony is less confident and detailed than I would want it to be, and I apologize if I'm unnecessary to confidently answer completely reasonable questions. I unfortunately can't access. So I want to focus on this. Like, how many times do I say this in this reading? Cannot access most of FTX's current and historical data right now in order to explore or confirm my understanding. I also cannot access most of my own notes, writings, spreadsheets, data, or email. Mr. Ray's team has even refused to return to me my credentials for purely personal accounts. I deeply regret giving in to pressure.
He can't access all the OnlyFans subscriptions he's got.
But keep listening. Everything that we just read, and when you read these two things side by side,
or
that's
his own
the point.
his own OnlyFans account. That's also locked.
Well, that's going to be no interest. I deeply regret giving in to pressure to sign forms that precipitated the Chapter 11 filing just a few days after FTX International became potentially insolvent. Among other things, the Chapter 11 team was thrust into a very difficult situation. Does that not mirror that first email that we were reading? And I worry that they were given very misleading information about a few members of the FTX US team that when they joined. Does that not mirror the email that we read through? They are trying to manage multiple complex global entities and systems without support from many of the teams who used to run them. Again, hearkening back to what we are seeing the attorneys say. I believe it will be extremely hard, if not impossible, for the Chapter 11 team to move forward constructively without working cooperatively with the many foreign jurisdictions that have direct regulatory and operational control over FTX International and its subsidiaries. Are you fucking kidding me?
You don't get a say, sir.
No, it is not just that. What he is saying,
sit the fuck down.
but what he is saying is almost verbatim what we just read in those communications between the attorneys for JPL, which is the Bahamian government appointed liquidators.
I mean, if I was the US government side of things, I'd be saying, listen, Sam Bankman-Fried wants you to cooperate with the Bahamas, and that's every reason you should need not to. Because this is not a person who should be trusted as somebody who is trying to help out. This is a bad actor. This is somebody we should recognize as dangerous to the process.
Yep. I have offered many times to help the Chapter 11 team. To cite just one example, I would have been able to easily collect some pieces of data they expressed an inability to find in their court filings. How are you going to get that data? Were you going to access the system via their dynamic command and control access points?
Yeah,
The
and
things that are being asked for in the bankruptcy case,
nobody is going to trust you with having access to those systems. You
false. Ian, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. False. The Bahamian government has already demonstrated
oh well,
a desire to work with.
and I mean, I feel like the Bahamian government at this point kind of seems like they're, this is feeling like co-conspirator, not like, not like friendly government, trying to help everyone out.
Yeah. So tell me this isn't making you feel like remarkably uncomfortable as an attorney. If you're a judge overseeing any of this, you're saying no, like absolutely not. No.
I am probably being more emphatic than that.
Like everything about this is so absolutely horrible. I have also heard complaints of the Chapter 11 team freezing or otherwise interfering with funds duly belonging to various operating entities of FTX International. Mr. Bankman-Fried, how have you heard about those things? Like, I have heard complaints that the Chapter 11 team is refusing to respond to regulatory inquiries from foreign regulators, sometimes at the risk of employees going to jail. You mean like yourself, and two, you mean like the emails that we just fucking read? I am not prone to this like conspiracy theory crap, but I'm also not stupid enough to buy the bullshit that's being sold. This is exceedingly fucking creepy. And it is. So here's where we are right now. They met yesterday in New York. John Ray was there. John Ray, the principal, was there. Apparently, Bahamian regulators from the SEC also were physically present in New York for this meeting. And they all sat down and they said, look, we are talking, which honestly, that is step one. Like getting two people in a room together to actually converse, step one. But they said, we're not really making much progress. So they kept this open the docket. So this is set for a hearing on January 11th. Yeah, I think January 11th. No, January 6th or 11th. There's two hearings. January 6th. This is January 6th. This is set for hearing on January 6th. And the hearing that's on January 6th is the motion to compel the turnover. Like, give me access. This is the JPL saying, give me access. That's what's on the docket. And there's briefing that's going to happen between now and then. So hopefully I'll have an update after the briefing. But this is big and heated. Continue on. Also, there was a motion filed by the different corporate media outlets. They filed access. They said, hey, FTX, you have to disclose shit. Get into that in like a 30-second overview. FTX filed their bankruptcy status and they said, we need to file certain things under seal, namely customers. We have to file customers under seal. We're not going to give you names, contact information, or addresses of any customers of FTX. And then the U.S. trustee was like, no. Bankruptcy is open. You have to give us everything. And I've talked to you guys about that in the past too. And then the corporate media was like, whoa, hang on. Like Bloomberg, New York Times, everybody came and filed. They was like, no, you can't hide this shit. And then the FTX US came back and they said, we'll give you names, but no addresses. Or no, sorry. The last offer from the media was, you can give us names, but no addresses or contact info. And FTX US said, we still can't give you names. That presents a big fucking problem because the thing is about the bankruptcy stuff is you actually need to have this kind of disclosure to allow for a trusted reorganization. Going on, next topic, and we're going to do the swoopy thing because we have, here we go, swoopy thing. Next topic is going through a thing that was sent to us. Oh, this is back to the Corey stuff. Okay, real quick. Ian, thank you for grabbing this. Secret Squirrel, thank you for grabbing this as well.
Yes, we we should cover that because it's awesome.
So here we go. I wish I could like zoom, like there's a zoom button on my mouse, but it doesn't like really let me zoom well. I have like one option. So this is from Corey's mom. I can't seem to tag on this page, but a huge thank you to account Kiro Creates for still fighting Corey's corner, being the boss lady of his channel. Oh, this is mom, boss lady of his channel, and helping with the emails, phone calls, and everything to YouTube, and the awesome people from abroad who are helping Corey so much. You all know who you are, and when Corey's channel is back fully, we will do a video especially thanking you all. So
Nice.
Kira Creates must be their YouTube coordinator. So it looks like this is Corey's mom who's writing, and Kira Creates is the YouTube coordinator because she's the boss lady of the channel, helping with the emails, etc. Without every one of you supporting Corey, be that via positive comments to his channel, he reads all of them, messages to me, posts to his pages, and sharing when you see other posts from amazing people like Legal Bites, Bo of the Fifth Column, Popcorn Planet, Kiro, and other incredible YouTubers. Plus, not forgetting Johnny Depp and his amazing team who are still in contact and making Corey smile. Video confirming up as something else amazing happened 2 days ago. Captain Corey would not be as big as he is. You have given him a reason to fight, a reason to survive, and a purpose in life. You are all helping to prolong his life, and for that, I thank you all. Now, just to get his channel fully reinstated on YouTube so we can actually post videos again, that would make his Christmas. Thank you also to Denby Pottery, who gave the children a beautiful Santa experience, hot chocolates and cookies for us all, invited us all, including Corey's big sister, Ebony, who is away at university until the weekend, to go for a Christmas meal at their restaurant, a painting studio experience, and the gift vouchers. Corey and I both love going to Denby Pottery Village and looking around there. This is already the best Christmas ever, and one I personally will never forget. Much love and respect, and bottles of rum. Love you all. All right, I feel so much better.
That's pretty awesome.
That's really fucking cool.
And Captain Corey has been able to post a video since, because we saw one. We actually looked at it a little bit.
We're not going to talk about the video. We're not going to talk about the video.
Is it because it makes you sad?
No, it doesn't make me sad.
It just makes you emotional, which is fair.
Emotional. That's. I feel like that's a fair response. Like that's a fair response.
It really is. I don't know.
I got emotional. I get emotional with the salary stuff. Which have you changed this? Have we? I
haven't knocked the price down. It was 9,700. Let's go to 9,600. So I will post an update on that and just be like, "Hey, folks, it's now 9,600."
Yeah.
We're starting. Like, I know that this is sort of this is an intentionally ridiculous price that we're starting at, but that's kind of the goal. If somebody wants to buy it for the ridiculous price, fantastic.
They can. But the thing is, here's how the rationale works. It keeps dropping in price. And the thing is, if someone goes and offers at the price where it's at, they get it. So if you're waiting for it to drop to a certain price on the hopes that it might, someone can swoop in and get it now.
Yep. And I mean, this is ultimately for children's charity, right? This is for a children's hospital. So that's what this is about.
Yeah. And I'm going to use cursey words here, so apologies, but this has been the coolest fucking thing of having this entire channel. It's really been the coolest thing in the world. To jump onto the children's stream for the LA Children's Hospital, to jump onto the extra live stream, to be able to do this and promote this type of activity, to be able to encourage a community to go and do these things is really pretty just amazingly fantastic. And I couldn't be more proud of all of my friends. Uncivil did a charity stream that was remarkable. Ian's done a charity stream.
It's just there's so many people in this circle who who are working to do good things. And
Yeah.
that's sort of all we can do.
Lita, did you watch Corey open his gifts? He's such a pleasant kid. I did. I made it to about 6 minutes and 22 seconds before I had to pause and walk away because Barney Cat gave a gift that kind of caused a reaction. But yes, pretty amazing. Okay, I want to hit this topic quickly, because it's actually not that hard to explain. And then I'm going to get super chats, and then I'm going to go to bed because I haven't slept in a long time. And I need to do that thing because that's awesome. Window. Here we go. So in the Girardi case bankruptcy. Oh, no, Bren. Oh, Swoop. Do it again to make sure. Okay.
One more time, just for good measure.
One more time for good measure. God, I love the Hardy swoop. That's what I call it, the Hardy swoop. Okay. So in the Girardi personal bankruptcy case, Tom Girardi is in two bankruptcies. He is in the corporate bankruptcy for the Girardi Keese law firm and the personal bankruptcy, which is his personal bankruptcy, which is involuntary in nature. Basically, someone filed a bankruptcy on his behalf, says he doesn't have the money to pay his debts. We're going to put him into bankruptcy. So they file that bankruptcy. Involuntary bankruptcy goes to go and liquidate everything. That gets filed. And at this stage in the bankruptcy, we are in the clawback action stage. What is a clawback action? Well, in a bankruptcy proceeding, when a bankrupt debtor or someone who has filed bankruptcy has paid money out, and I'll bring this back to SBF in about 5 minutes. When someone's paid money out, the trustee has the ability to claw that money back into the estate, because the law presumes that the person who's paying that money in the time prior to filing knows or should know that they are indeed incapable of paying all of their debts. And at that stage, they are picking winners and losers. And the law does not allow them to do that. So they pull money back into the estate and they distribute it pro rata. Essentially, they give it down to the category and divide it evenly among the different creditors at a certain stage or a certain level. So a bankruptcy trustee has an obligation. They are required to file clawback actions for transactions that occurred within a certain period of time based on the code to bring money back into the estate. Why am I talking about all of this? Because Tom Girardi was married to Erica Girardi. It's expensive to be me. Erica Jane, who had her earrings taken by the trustee and sold for, I think, $250,000. And those are in the corporate bankruptcy case. This is the personal bankruptcy case. So this is talking about money that Tom Girardi himself had that was being paid out to third parties. And the bankruptcy trustee, between yesterday and today, filed 9 complaints in that case, seeking to claw back certain monies paid to different people. The people sued were class action settlement victims, a law firm that received the settlement based on victims, former employees of the estate, the LA treasurer for taxes that were paid on the property, because even those come back. So the estate is trying to sell the home and they're trying to sell it free of the tax liens. So the trustee has to file a lawsuit to strip those tax liens off. Jen's woodworking and things. No, the alimony does not get clawed back. That was resolved already. Mr. Girardi's previous spouse had already reached a settlement that said that $200,000 that was owed as back alimony and support is not being brought back or paid back into the estate. The previous attorney, or the previous wife, is protected because money that's paid for support, child support, spousal support, is not subject to being clawed back. That is a protected and priority claim, so that is allowed to be paid. There's a very good reason for that. You don't want people clawing back child support. Doesn't work that way.
That would be messed up.
Yeah. So what do we have here? This is the Girardi Keese debtor. This is the individual against and filed against Erica Girardi, EJ Global, and Pretty Mess Incorporated, and John Doe's 1 through 10, just because, hey, why not? So comes now the plaintiff, which is the trustee.
God, I hate that language.
I know you do. It's fine. It doesn't. We don't have to do that. So
it sounds like the Victorian voice.
I get
doing
it.
a porno.
Comes now the plaintiff, Jason Rund. Yeah, okay. That's fine. So the court has jurisdiction. Okay. Jason Rund is the appointed trustee of the estate. Okay. We'll take all that for granted. There is a competing bankruptcy for the company, or sorry, this is the bankruptcy pending. Yep, I have jurisdiction. Venue is proper in this court because reasons. Plaintiffs informed that Thomas Girardi was insolvent. Okay, I think we can all agree there. A lot more money owed than actually had in his possession. Plaintiff is informed to believe that based thereon alleges that at times mentioned herein, defendant Erica Girardi resides in or has conducted business within the jurisdiction of this court being the Central District of California, which is true. And at all times mentioned herein was the wife of Tom Girardi. Plaintiff is informed to believe that EJ Global, limited liability, conducting business within this jurisdiction, is owned and managed by Erica Girardi. Pretty Mess Incorporated is a California corporation conducting business within the jurisdiction of this court. That's a typo. And is owned, managed, and controlled by defendant Erica Girardi. The actual background. Parties are married. During the marriage, the debtor lent funds to EJ Global. Tom Girardi lent money to Erica Girardi's company in order to further Erica Girardi's career. At the time of the bankruptcy filing, EJ Global, Erica's company, still owed the loan to Tom Girardi. They actually owed money. Plaintiff, the trustee, is informed and believed and based thereon
I like
alleges.
the sigh.
What? Where?
Your sigh.
My sigh? All right, it's true. I'm getting there,
It's
guys.
appropriate.
I really am. I'm trying so hard. And this is why it's not just that this is off the rails. It's like I have these topics. I'm going to make it through them. And I'm trying to do them due course and actually do them proper justice.
Well, you've also got enough super chats to keep you going until
I know.
Tuesday.
I don't want to, and I actually have to sleep. So even like getting off the rails and bringing like a bunch of different guests who I would love to bring everybody on, but I have to sleep. At the time of the filing, plaintiff is informed, believes, and based thereon alleges that none of the loan funds have been repaid. Plaintiff, trustee, is informed and believes that based thereon alleges that on the date of this order for relief, Erica Girardi formed defendant Pretty Mess solely to avoid her obligations to repay loans payable to the estate by EJ Global. The alleged allegation is that Erica Jane had EJ Global. EJ Global owed money to Tom Girardi and Girardi Keese. Okay? Erica said, no, I'm not EJ Global anymore. I'm Pretty Mess Incorporated. And by saying I'm Pretty Mess Incorporated, saying, don't look here. Don't worry about it. Don't look. I don't owe those anymore. So plaintiff, the trustee, is informed and believes and based thereon alleges that on or around February of 2021, EJ Global, acting by and through Erica Girardi, modified the payees in certain contracts so that earnings were payable to Pretty Mess instead of EJ Global. Here's why this is relevant. If I'm Erica Jane and I own this company, EJ Global, and you have signed a contract with me to pay me $20,000 next year, to pay EJ Global $20,000 next year for a performance, right? And instead, I know the bankruptcy is coming, so I form a separate entity, Pretty Mess. And I go back to the person that was going to pay EJ Global and I say, hey, don't pay EJ Global. Pay Pretty Mess instead.
That sounds like a fraudulent preference.
It's a little bit of a preference payment. Yes. So that's the allegation. That's what we're alleging here.
And the allegation also appears to be the fraudulent aspect of things too.
Kind of, yes.
Because yeah.
Plaintiff is informed and believes and based thereon alleges that Pretty Mess the company, is the successor corporation and or alter ego of EJ Global. You created a mess for no other reason than just to continue operating as EJ Global. You just were trying to hide it.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's bad.
In that each has maintained such a unity of interest and ownership such that the separate personalities of the entities and the individual defendant no longer exists. And it would be inequitable to recognize the separateness of defendants Pretty Mess and EJ Global, basically saying they are the same fucking thing. Plaintiff is informed and believes, and on that basis alleges thereon, that Erica, EJ Global, and Pretty Mess continue to aid and abet in a sham transactions that have occurred regarding large transfers of assets from Tom Girardi to each one of these three entities, whether it's Erica, EJ Global, or Pretty Mess. Plaintiff is informed and believes, and based on alleges, plaintiff alleges that on January 11, 2018, Tom Girardi, in his individual capacity, made a $200,000 payment to Erica Girardi. Okay. Plaintiff
You know
alleges,
what? I could get some $200,000 payments if anyone wants to send me one.
Don't do that. Well, I mean, yeah, send it to him. Good, perfect, fantastic. Plaintiff alleges that on April 18th, 2017, Tom Girardi made a $10,000 payment to Erica Girardi. Plaintiff alleges that on October 17th, 2017, Tom Girardi paid $10,000 to Erica. Plaintiff alleges that on September 17th, 2019, Tom paid $10,000 to Erica. The above described transfers total $230,000, which are alleged in the four preceding paragraphs and collectively referred to as cash transfers. Plaintiff alleges that Tom Girardi intended, by purpose and design, specifically through the cash transfers, to abscond and secrete, basically to diminish and secretly get rid of his own assets for the purpose of defrauding his own creditors, including those creditors who are listed in his own schedules as holding undisputed claims or who have filed proofs of claim. So what does all of this mean? And the litigation here is kind of just pro forma. So what does all of this mean? Within a certain period of time prior to the bankruptcy filing, as I've said, you can't give money away for purposes of avoiding bankruptcy redistribution. And that is both time-based and it's also intent-based. There are two reasons why you can claw this stuff back. There is the time period within which it's given, in which the intention is presumed. And there's the intention part, if you actually intended to do it to defraud creditors. That's where that allegation comes in. Basically, there was a creation of different entities that was intended to hide these things from happening. That's the intent part. And then when they're saying the dates and they're saying just the transfers within the dates, that's the intent part. Now, I want to speak very, very briefly for 2 seconds about the whole filing the lawsuit against people who had judgments. One of the complaints, I'll see if I've got it. And the thing is, people are going after the trustee or complaining about the trustee going after certain of these assets.
Go after all the assets.
It kind of is that, because the problem that exists is you don't have, as the trustee, you don't have the choice. And this gets back to the Johnny Depp stuff as well. Like, there were things where like attorneys don't have choice of what they can and cannot do. When they have an obligation, they have to follow through on that ethical obligation. And here's what I'm talking about. So this is the complaint that is filed by the trustee, Jason Rudd, against Kathleen. I'm going to butcher that name. Baggerwitz? Sure. Badgerwitz?
Let's go with yes.
Yes. Okay. So a lot of the same transactions. And what you have here is informed and believed and based thereon that all relevant times defendant used the law firm Girardi Keese in order to obtain settlement in connection with National Football League's players' concussion injury litigation. This is an NFL litigation concussion injury settlement. And the allegation that she proceeded on in court when she won her judgment was that he didn't pay this money over. So he owed her this money. And she got a judgment for this money prior to the bankruptcy filing. And he has to claw that back. He has to bring that judgment back, and he has to rescind that judgment. The trustee does, for fairness to all other creditors. Now, the thing that I thought was kind of a class act here was he didn't have to say this in the pleading, but he did. Paragraph 14. The trustee recognizes that defendant is a victim of the conspiracy orchestrated by debtor and Girardi Keese. However, the trustee is compelled and required to file this action to preserve the bankruptcy estate's rights.
Solid.
When I was reading these complaints, this attorney went up like 10 notches in my book for that.
Yep.
So anyways, that's the update that was filed. That is the conclusion of the actual law stories. Oh, except for one thing. Sam Bankman-Fried. Bankruptcy stuff. Bankruptcy stuff. He paid a shitload of money out to different people. Shitload of money out to different people. And a lot of those were political donations. Well, it turns out that some donors have opted to give certain monies back. And I'm pulling this up for no other reason than just the display.
That's interesting.
That I'm pulling something up for no other reason than display.
No, just the people returning money.
Well, they kind of got pressured into it.
Getting a political party to give money back is
that's the wrong thing.
Interesting.
Yeah. Well, they're not giving all the money back. The thing is, they're giving. So the Democratic donees to whom FTX donated, because the thing is, they released the spreadsheet that showed to whom everyone was donated. And there were Republicans and Democrats alike. Three top Democratic campaign arms on Friday said that they would set aside more than $1 million in contributions from former crypto golden boy FTX founder Sam Bankman-Fried, as first reported by the Washington Post. The groups plan to return the money to FTX customers as part of ongoing legal proceedings. Democratic National Committee with two top Democratic campaign groups announced their moves 3 days after Bankman-Fried was arrested. This seems like it's a very nice thing. And I would love to believe that it is. This is protecting themselves because they know that it's going to be clawed back.
Well, and also this is going to be toxic.
Yep. And yep. So this is kind of like save my own ass. Yeah. But it's like they're giving back. They're giving back $1 million of the 5 point something that they received.
Well, that'll be yeah.
We're going to see that. That's going to be reported more and more and more. But that stuff is out there on Twitter. I can probably talk about it a little bit next week. But I've got to get to some super chats and then wind everything up. Thank you guys for being here. Thank you for being patient with me. I know that it's late. I had a lot of topics. I added Johnny Depp at the last minute. So thank you for that patience. Ian, thank you for being here the entire time. You can jump off anytime you want to, or you can continue working on your leatherworking project, which I imagine you're going to keep doing.
I've got wings on their way, and I will probably just keep working until those arrive. But once those arrive, I need to go hurt myself.
You do that.
With wings.
You do that. Okay. So someone's asking for the swoopity soup to go to super chats. We'll do it. Okay. Here you go. Swoopity soup super chat. Gene Clark, thank you very much for the super chat. Of course, we want to start with Depp. That's what brought us here to the party. I think other people wanted FTX too, but I'm glad you stayed for the whole thing. Hey, Capitan. Okay. You and Runkle were so fun to watch on Nick's stream. We were tired.
And a little pickled.
Yeah. Hers lover, 1947. Hello from Wisconsin, watching while I recover from my third breast cancer reconstruction surgery on Wednesday. I am so sorry. I am glad that you had the surgery, and I hope it is all for the best, and I hope that you're recovering very well.
And that's horse lover.
horse lover.
You
what it
saw
is.
the picture of them riding a horse?
Ian, I'm seeing very little right now.
Oh,
I'm so
that's
tired.
fair.
I'm trying. Samantha Sinus, thank you very much. Gonna get crunk. See you on replay crew. Sorry, I can't gift from iPhone. Thank you, Samantha. Thank you very much for being here. Poison Elf, I see that one. Coquito is better than eggnog. Ooh, Southeast Pennsylvania.
The only eggnog I like is homemade eggnog. You got to make the eggnog yourself. So much better.
Yeah. Why are people saying Rob is blurry? Rob is not blurry. I'm right here.
Rob is not blurry.
No, I'm not. Okay. Okay. Thank you. Mary Malarkey, thank you very much for the super chat. Happy Friday Night Frenzy from a cold, snowy Chicago. Rob, just finished watching Corey unboxing. Can't stop smiling. Drinking a Belgium ale. I hope that was delicious. EECon 11, working for UPS. LOL. So still working.
I hope not UPS Canada. UPS is fine in the States, but for their Canadian branch or Canadian division is the worst. To the extent that I have refused to order things because they're like, we ship through UPS. And I'm like, okay, goodbye. Don't need it that much.
Lindsay,
I'm
thank you very
sorry.
much. Rob, we're going to keep it somewhat brief tonight. Also, Rob, and here we have Runkle. I had Here's the thing. I had promised Ian, because we were going to do the charity, the promotion of the charity. I had promised that Ian would be here. Yes, I'm tired. It's also nice to have someone when I need to take a second, like to just breathe or drink water or like get up and use the restroom, to have Ian to bounce stuff off of. But yeah. Thank you, Lindsay.
Yeah,
Girardi,
sorry, folks.
Debbie?
I am not good at the slow or the short time frames.
You've done great tonight. Girardi, Debbie. Good morning from India. It's 7 a.m. here. It is not 7 a.m. here, but good morning. Stacy the Crafty Cat. Can you please raise a glass to cheer? My niece has been trying to adopt her ex's daughter for 4 years, and the adoption finally is official as of yesterday. Cheers to your niece.
I got wine. That is exactly, yeah.
Cheers. Adoption ceremonies are some of those beautiful, beautiful court ceremonies you can see.
Yeah, well, and, a lot of people out there don't get to choose their family. Adoption is family you chose. And that makes it all the more significant and meaningful. So
that's correct. Wendy's Cafe. Someone stole our truck Sunday night. If you see it driving past, Ian, run after them and smack the hell out of them.
I don't know what your truck looks like, but
what does it look like?
I guess. I don't know that I'm the best person to run down a truck.
The neurodivergent counselor, elementary school counselor here, doing a neurodiversity initiative with my staff and teachers to help them understand better and provide a better environment to help my tiny humans thrive.
That is fantastic.
I love all of that. If you ever need help in that regard, please email me. I am happy to assist.
The amount of difficulty and stress I had going through school was not small. School was not fun for a lot of years.
Let's see. Mama Trees, thank you very much. Wood Daddy, Leather Daddy, just need EDB to come on. EDB was instructed that I could only have one neurodivergent on the stream tonight.
Well, you picked the wrong one.
I just no, it would have been just as bad. I just couldn't have both of you. Like, it's just not possible. You had the charity. Lindsay, speaking of brandy, a slightly more sane but less common mix is honey brandy and cherry juice. Haven't had one in ages. I should fix that soon. That sounds like a wonderful idea. Melissa Simak, what Hogwarts houses are you two in? I don't know.
Ravenclaw.
I have no clue how to determine that. How do I determine that?
I feel like you're Gryffindor. That's my feeling.
We're going to go with Runkle's assessment. I'll be that. Kristen.
Ravenclaw on my end, I feel pretty confident on that assessment for Rob.
Okay, you got it. Kristen, M96, okay, but going to disagree on, quote, you can't comment and not try. End quote. We don't need you to be an SBF or embezzling a money from clients so you can keep commenting. That's a very, very sassy. Caught me off guard. Very sassy, but also good point.
Yeah, solid.
Kristen, you don't come in with a lot of those that often. That was good. Maura Vanderlinden. My maker husband has the chest full of pirate loot for Corey, but we need to know where to send it. Maura, I have seen what your husband has been making on Twitter. It is amazing. It is awesome. As soon as I've got a P.O. box, I am going to broadcast it. Like, I'm going to send it out. If he cannot possibly wait to get it out of his hands, if he is domestic in the U.S., he can send it to my P.O. box, and I will forward it as a big package to Corey. If he is in Canada, maybe Ian can do the same. I don't know. I'm not going to say that out loud.
I'd be happy to. I mean, it'll cost a few dollars sending it FedEx, but I feel like Corey's worth it.
But I would suggest that just hang on for a few days. I'll give you that P.O. box pretty soon.
Yeah. The only downside with a P.O. box is they don't take couriers, of course. So you'd have to just send it by mail.
Yeah. Trufflehound, RE, cracking the box. Shout out to Barney Cat in the chat who sent a Sparkle Farts unicorn to Captain Corey's little sister, Charlotte. Awesome stuff. Trufflehound, I just fucking amazing. And the note that she put, and Barney Cat also sent me this lacrosse stick, which is very important to me because I played lacrosse in high school and college. And I love the tradition. I love the love and I love the spirit that's put into creating these things. So just very, very, very thoughtful. All of you are. That is not isolating one. That is celebrating one and celebrating all of you. So thank you. Kristen RN, thank you very much for the super chat. Pokey SD, there needs to be Captain Corey Robot. I think Kristen M96 is probably making that. Victor Man S7777. Who does that? Rob? Question mark. I don't know. I don't know what that is. Ryan 432. Who grows a channel that fast? Rob. Oh, that's what it's referring to. No, this kid, I want him to outpace the hell out of me. Period. End of story.
Yep. No, no envy. I want this kid to just like flatten my channel. I want him to double my subscribers and then double that again. Yeah.
Marty Graw. Love the name. Cancellation of Corey's channel was actually because he was underage. I think it was a lot of confusion. And yes, I did see that was posted, especially and it was kind of relayed and explained that there was an age flag thing. I think there was a bunch of factors. I think that it's fixed and that's all I'm going to focus on. But thank you.
Yeah. And I mean, so many people came together to just be like, we demand that this gets reviewed. And that is amazing, right? Everybody rallied around this guy. And it's a heartwarming story.
Yeah. Anita Zapata, I sent you a Christmas card to the P.O. box. I saw it, my dear. Thank you very, very much. It was very much appreciated and very sweet of you to send. I tried to tell you on Trials of Century, but I don't think Scott saw the super chat. That's all. Thank you very much, Anita. Real? Jason Ma, German. Half bottle of dark beer, 1/2 bottle of cola, 1 ounce of Kirsch, 1 ounce of cognac. So good. I'm going to take your word for it. I have done as much experimenting tonight with the red wine and Coca-Cola. I'm not going to try it again.
I kind of want to try that if I ever go back to Germany.
You are free to do so, my friend. Free to do so. Kristen M96.
I really liked Germany when I was there.
Oh, Germany's fantastic.
I went for Essenspiel and everybody was so freaking nice.
Food. Just food.
All
the food.
Oh, I'm not. I'm a food guy, and Germany punches above its weight on food.
Chris and M96. I told you there would be a robot. Chris and M96 says there is. Oh, where's it? Rob threw down the crafting gauntlet on Twitter. So pirate robots are in the works, making one for his sister too. An example is the Ziggy Sawdust pirate, or the Ziggy Sawdust robot that we've got here. That's Kristen M96. That is her work. And we have the robot jury. Oh, that's cool. When I point to it, it focuses on it. That was neat. So we have the robot jury. Kristen M96 makes all of those. So we have robot pirates on their way to Captain Corey. Alyssa K, thank you very much for the super chat. Hello, fellow ADHD friends. Thanks so much for spreading the positivity that is Captain Corey and Crack in the Box. You both inspired me to make my own homemade play button as well. The fabric just came in today. That is amazing. If you have not seen Ian's play button that he made, go on Twitter. Mine will be released this weekend.
I'd hold it up, but it's literally on its way. Like it's being FedExed. It should arrive Monday, is what they tell me.
Yep. Trufflehound, Rob, your reaction when she said Sylvie is such a pretty name. I had the same reaction. I'm a grown ass hound and my heart exploded.
Yeah.
That kid is.
He's such a good kid.
Oh, something special, man. Something special. Lily Phoenix, love both of you. Think you're both fantastic and respectful individuals. Also, I find your leatherwork impressive, Runkle. Have a good night, guys. Thank you very much, Lily Phoenix.
Thank you very much.
Vez from Quebec. Hey, guys, I'm late but here. Much love to all. Thank you very much for being here. Nisa Hauer. Rob, what do you think about Elon Musk banning reporters for reporting in him as well as jumping out of a Twitter space because they asked him about it? I am letting this play out.
I'd respond to that, but I'd get banned from Twitter.
The thing is, Rick made a point on Twitter earlier. Rick Hogue made a point on Twitter earlier that was kind of fascinating. He was like, obscure rules that are being enforced quasi-selectively without really an understanding of enforcement. Existed under previous ownership, exists under current ownership. Only consistent thing is that social media platforms and the ownership of those platforms doesn't really change the treatment of the people on the platforms. However, I will say, I have seen a lot of, for example, there was a screenshot of a tweet by Keith Olbermann going around basically saying, hey, retweet this thing that got this person banned verbatim because he can't ban all of us. Well, that's not how terms of service work.
And in fact, he can ban everybody.
He can. And from what's being reported, he did. I don't like anyone being banned from these platforms, to be honest. I also don't like doxing. I don't think that that's appropriate. I also have a different interpretation of doxing. Publicly available information is publicly available. However, there's a really interesting gray area in how you use that information. And I think that it's tough. It's just, like I said, right now on the Elon Musk and the Twitter thing, I am a spectator and I am waiting until all the facts come out and I see more of it to learn more of it. So thank you for whoever, getting me off that topic. Great. Yep. Yes. Burberries. All credit to mom too. She watched her little boy grow through transplant surgery while looking after a newborn. I read a blog post about it. Yep. Mom is amazing.
I just want to say she is not getting, people are giving her credit. She's not getting enough credit because can you imagine how crushing this has got to be to watch this? And she's a trooper. She's, just going hard on this one. She's an absolute saint. And it's got to be just brutal trying to be strong during this. And she's a hero of mine. She's just amazing at this. And I can't imagine what it's like on her end. I just can't. And to
all right, Ian.
Corey's mom.
I'm going speed round. Ready?
Fair enough. Sorry.
Here we go. And I'm doing speed round in the most respectful way I can. So here we go. Tanya Fisher, thank you very much. My father once did that to a $60 bottle of wine I brought to dinner, so now I just bring scotch. When he refuses to put Coke in, Australian farmers are a little different. Fair. Shanta, thank you very much. The super chat. Can't wait till he opens both of your gifts. I can't either. I'm excited to make this thing, and I think Ian was too.
I just hope he likes it. I'm not doing it to see him, do it on stream or anything like that.
I just want to be happy.
I just hope it touches him and his parents. That's really the goal of this, is that I hope that it's meaningful to them. And beyond that,
Yep.
I just hope they're okay. That's
Yep.
sorry, I'm getting a little emotional.
That's fine. You're allowed to. And I'm trying to get past the emotional stuff so that I don't get emotional, but I know that I will. It's just tough. Vez from Quebec. I'm kid free. I just became this morning. I just become this morning the legal tutor of my deceased best friend's autistic child. I'm now a mom by heart, kind of forever. Vez from Quebec.
You're good people.
Cheers to you, my dear.
Cheers.
Best of love, or best of luck, all the love, all the support you could ever imagine. If you ever need anything, assistance, reach out. That's amazing what you're doing. So thank you. Barney Cat, the queen of tonight's stream, the individual to whom I am going to just say just amazing things. Thank you for what you did. You made me cry tonight.
Yep.
Didn't see that coming, but thank you for all that you did. Yep. Truffle Hound, I've been dangerously dehydrated all week because of this little boy. He's unspeakably pure and beautiful. That's the crying, I imagine. Phil,
Yep.
Paladin Phil. Check out his wish list. It's linked in the description. Yep, it is. Here for years. Half is for Rob's charitable groups. Half is for Ian and Mrs. Runkle's Escape Edmonton Fund. Maybe they can move somewhere nice from Calgary. Thank you very much for the super chat.
So just as a little bit of background, Edmonton and Calgary have like a running kind of rivalry. So yeah, that I'm amused.
Yeah.
That's pretty awesome.
Yep. Barney Cat, I'm sorry I didn't read the chat. I realized that. I was so excited I didn't read it. I'm sorry. I tried to draw attention to it. Maximilian, thank you very much. It's really sweet that this kid gets their wishes fulfilled, but please also spread your love to all those other kids that need help as well. Absolutely. That's the point. The point is that it doesn't matter who the kid is or what's going on. We can spread that love to everybody. Yes.
Yeah.
Crazy Goalie Mama 14. Thank you very much for the super chat. Wow, that boy is just magical. It's unfair that he will be taken so young, but wow, what a freaking hero. I'm going to say God gained a new angel. I just want to hug him. I have a 9-year-old son, and I couldn't imagine the situation. I can't either. I am going to pray for all of the best things that are coming from this for that family, for that mom, and for the community that he is surrounded by.
Yeah, I want all the best for him and his family and everyone around him. It's,
the inspiration he's giving to people.
Yeah.
Massive. Yep.
I've got, I don't have the leatherwork piece because that's in the mail, but I've got the, I don't know if you can see it.
Or the sample that you were playing with.
Yeah, this was so that I could map out and get it right in terms of the, like the spacing. And so it's, for passing 100,000 subscribers and inspiring the world. And that's what he's really done. So many people have really stepped up to be caring and compassionate. It's amazing to watch.
Yep. Kimberly Fisher, the unicorn is what I was talking about, and lost it when I watched. Kimberly, me too. I needed a moment to walk away. Thank you for sharing that and for making that known to everybody in the chat. Just Sarah, thank you so much. Thank you for normalizing a man being comfortable showing a full range of emotions. Your kindness is beautiful and has brought so much kindness to the community. A lot of us get emotional. We do. It's just the moments that it happens. When that kind of stuff happens, I don't care. Show me a person that's not like a little bit caught off guard by that. So Shelly Coleman, counting my blessings so much right now. What a lovely child and mom. Indeed. Melissa, thank you very much for the generous super chat. So much love and kindness here. Captain Corey is so happy right now. I hope that kid has happiness is every single day for the rest of his life. Yeah. Maggie D, I had to make a wish and never used it. Miraculously, I'm now 24 and love supporting kids with their wishes. I have so much respect for JD. If this kid lives to 24, I will be the happiest human in the world.
Somebody, and I'm not going to call them out by name, but somebody sent me something in Twitter going like, won't you feel like an idiot if this kid lives? And I was like, nope. I hope this kid lives. I hope he turns this into like a great, channel. I hope it makes him enough money to retire. Like,
Yep.
I hope that, like, I will not feel at all upset. I will be freaking celebrating every second he's got. And if that's, if that's a year, if that's, 100 years, however long. So yeah. And if you are the kind of person who wants to send me that sort of thing by DM, just kind of think about where you are in the world.
Yeah.
Like, just kind of think about that. And, if that's the kind of person you want to be,
Do better. Yep.
Yep. That's kind of my feeling on that one.
Rob, you have a gigantic heart. I have a heart that's appropriately sized. I think so. I enjoy my heart. Shanta, so Corey has said that much of what he's getting is going to charity. Oh my God, this kid's going to kill me.
Oh,
Like, in the best way. Like,
Yeah.
I'm not saying that bad. Louise Lemon, thank you very much for the super chat. I love this online community. I started with Emily and found both of you great. Thank you very much for being here, and thank you for continuing to show support. We love seeing you when you're on these streams. Kayla Rasmussen, I would love to support the makers who have sent you such awesome gifts. My niece needs a unicorn. Is there a list somewhere? That is a wonderful idea. That's a wonderful idea. I want to start keeping a list of everyone who's sent me something. I'm going to make a request to all of you who are on this live stream. I know some of you who have sent and made stuff for me, for the makers, and this is not discounting anybody else. If you specialize in making anything that I have in my possession, send me your name, contact information, or anything you're comfortable doing if you want me to send that out for other people to contact you to do those things. Voluntarily, if you want that, you can send it. Shanta, Cracking the Box just turned off the comments on the unboxing vid. I saw great comments. Someone must have said something unkind, or there were just too many comments. Because that's the other thing. If you feel too guilty, or if you feel that much that you feel guilty not responding to every single one.
YouTube's also got some rules around kids channels, so they might have actually been
Yeah.
told that they have to. I don't know.
That's true, because there could have been solicitation or promotion of different things. For example, the jackass that keeps posting under my videos with all the crypto scam stuff. I will never offer you anything as far as financial. I will never offer you financial advice. I will never give you that advice. Like,
my financial advice is don't listen to me on investments, because every time I put money into an investment, it's like a guarantee that something tanks.
Yep.
So if you have a company you hate, send me some money. I will invest it in that company, and they'll fail.
Yep. Grim Faded, thank you. I should be studying for my Civ Pro final, but this is more fun. It's close enough, right? You got some. You got
Civ
jurisdictional issues.
Civ Pro is the worst, so I feel like you're doing okay.
Yep. Ellen, not Sarah Lee. Thank you very much for the super chat. It's so sweet. He wants to give gifts to his little sister. She will always keep them. Most who are sick are stronger than those around them. Corey's mom is a boss. Tough exterior. You know she's dying inside.
My God, my heart on that one.
I know. I have things from my dad. Like, oh yeah. Like,
I mean, here's the thing, right? If he wanted to be selfish, he's got every freaking right now. And he's sitting there going like, I hope my mom is good. I hope that, my sister. And I'm just going, oh, this kid.
I know. And I'm not going to let myself go back to that point. But yes, you're 100% right. Tough exterior. Yes, she's probably dying inside. Yeah. But you're 100% right. Ann Liebman, thank you very much for the super sticker. It's very much appreciated. On Ian's explanation, this is exactly why my pizza place, us drivers, are told specifically that if we're in an accident, our line is we're on our way to work. It's a thin avoidance of liability.
Oh, talk to a lawyer before you do anything like that, because
maybe.
Ooh.
Legal advice.
Talk to a lawyer before you make that statement to any sort of figure in authority, because yep, I have some thoughts. We're just gonna go with talk to a lawyer.
Yep.
Like real serious about that.
Yep. I'm gonna pull this one up out of order. Viking Wolf by Blood, thank you very much for the very generous super chat and the generosity you have shown the entire night. It has been amazing. I think
Viking
we've
Wolf
talked
by Blood is just one of those people who just you notice them in your chat, and you're just like, this person is awesome all the time.
Yeah.
Like just nonstop.
Yeah. I think we've talked about this before, but I almost lost my kids 20 years ago when some dingle dork covered in snot sprinkles and slammed a truck into my house. I can't even think of what his parents are going through, but at the same time, I can. Viking Wolf by Blood, I remember seeing that picture that you sent, and I will tell you what, the guardian angels that watched over those kids were super fast that night. All of my blessings go out, and all of my prayers go out for the continued blessings of your family. So thank you for sharing that, and thank you for the generosity to the channel. Sandra Ramirez, I will be donating to Legal Services of Northern Virginia since you did try the wine and Coke. Merry Christmas. Thank you, Sandra, for doing that. That is very, very much appreciated, and I'm sure they appreciate the donation as well. Thank you. Trufflehound, Bechtel are good people. I have a lot of friends at Bechtel. They throw a fantastic end-of-year party. Capped off, Mrs. M. Thank you very much, Trufflehound. And to all the chat for showing a little bit of love. Thank you for that. Bo Johan, constantly confused. Mom joke, why do the Norwegians put barcodes on the hulls of their ships so they can't Scandinavian? Oh.
How was that not Trufflehound's joke?
It was pretty good. I don't know if it was a tip off. It was pretty good. Terry Zaleski. Terry Zaleski. I'm catching up just having joined 30 years ago. I used to mix Taylor's cream sherry and tab. It was delicious. Oh,
that might be adventurous for me, but you know what? I will try anything once.
Yep. Trufflehound is applauding yes, yes, yes to the joke. So apparently that was a catch off guard. Ryan432, thank you very much. New category of criminal defense. My Tesla Neuralink was hacked and I can't be held liable for any criminal or civil torts.
You know what? I actually think that might be a winning argument someday.
It might work. Yep. Enlighten me, Rob. It has been rewarding watching you grow online. Keeping up the amazing work and keep pushing forward. I am doing my very best, and all of you keep pushing me to do that. It's fantastic. I love it. Gamer Soldier, I thank you for making 100,000 leather plaque for Corey. He did. It looks fantastic. It's on Twitter if you guys need to see it or want to see it. It's great.
The thing is that I get people who ask me like, "Hey, will you make something for commission?" And I don't want to do that, but sometimes I just get moved to make something, and it's sort of like where the feeling takes me, and that one I felt I needed to make. So
someday I'll show you guys the favorite gift I ever made. Yes.
I think I've seen that if you're talking about the thing in your kitchen. No,
that's one thing. The favorite one was the Japanese toolbox. I'll show you that one some other time.
Fair enough.
Okay. I want to make sure I'm still seeing these things. All right. Good. All right. Patty C. Depp, Patty C. DECP Bespoke. I have been listening, looked up and saw Ian's safety glasses and thought, why does he look like a weird superhero? Love, prayers, and hugs to all. Thank you.
I mean, because I am a weird superhero.
True.
These, by the way, prescription safety glasses, I really recommend.
Good call.
They're fantastic. They're not that much to buy online these days, and you only get one set of eyes. They don't regrow.
Yep. Jazz Demetri was busy wrapping Christmas gifts and just saw, thanks human for the membership. This has definitely made my evening, but so does this brief. Keep sassing. So much sass. Trufflehound, thank you very much. Let's get SBF. Let's get to SBF and all empathize with how rough he's got it over there in the Bahamas with no access to vegan food. Poor darling. Yeah, I hope you like the snark that we relayed in that story. Courtney S., thank you very much.
At a certain level, it's like, I think that people should have access to food that sort of, meets whatever their requirements in prison. But God, he's hard to be sympathetic to.
Yeah. Ian, it's being called out that your green screen has fallen and we can see the clutter in the workshop.
Oh, crap. How did that fall over?
Courtney S., I'm voting Ian and Rob for Bromance of the Year. I love it. Gamers Soldier 100. Oh, yes. Peace for Johnny. I am muting the hell out of you. Oh, yes. Peace for Johnny from all over crap. Yep. Trufflehound. Thank you very much. Brotherhood of the Traveling Tie coming to a screen near you in 2023. Oh, I love it. Theta Coker. I love how Runkle was eyeballing leftover strips and was, oh, I can make this out of that and just takes off. Or that's how it appeared. I think that's probably how it worked. Victor Man 7777. Or sorry, Autumn 499. Respect for the international tie. Cheers, gentlemen. I have wine now. Me too. Victor Man 7777. Why do you think the DOJ had him arrested before he testified under oath and incriminated himself? Because he had already done the incrimination of himself. There's not a whole lot more you need on this kid. Barney Cat, thank you very much. Moffat on money is what Rob and Ian are to law. 10 out of 10 recommend. I hope he's able to grow his channel. Moffat on money. Moffat on money is the person that I referred to in my previous video on FTX. If you have trouble understanding that type of currency, that type of corporate structure, please, I very recommend checking out his channel. Jazz Demetri. Can we change all swears in documents to the goat scream? Maybe. Joy Daily Gaming. SBF is very arrogant, also very ignorant. Correct. Tamitha, thank you very much. I was going to say your swoop is too fast, and I realized I was on 2x playbacks to catch up. LOL. Glad to be here, sipping Sebastiani Cabernet Sauvignon while watching the best Friday night entertainment. Thank you very much for being here, Tamitha, and I like the wine choice. Nicholas Stero, thank you very much. North Pole has no jurisdiction. Any legal issues will go under the party's separate country/state jurisdiction. Additionally, if the crime is committed on sea-based ice cap, then sea law applies. That is fascinating. I'm going to take your word for that. I am not going to take that as legal advice to anybody in the chat.
Do not start citing admiralty law.
Don't start citing admiralty law, but still. No, I don't think anyone's suing Santa, Scott. I think that Santa is safe. I think that this was just kind of a jurisdictional argument over multi-jurisdictional cases, such as FTX.
I saw mommy suing Santa Claus.
Oh no, come on. That gets a scream. No. Bad Ian. Bad Ian.
I'm sorry. Sometimes I'm the mischievous elf.
I know. Terrible. Andy the Game Maker. Thank you very much, Andy. Stop calling them mainstream. You guys are mainstream. They are corporate press. Yes, you are right. I have tried to correct myself. Trufflehound. When I find myself in trouble, like fraud and filing bankruptcy, whisper words of wisdom. Wasn't me. Oh, Shaggy. Wasn't me. And in my sweaty jail cell with no vegan food or amnesty, I'm telling you the answer wasn't me. I knew you were going somewhere. Yes, this is fantastic. I love it. Hang on. One more. Troublehound. Chat requested Shaggy. Johnny came in and he caught me red-handed trying to get away with fraud. Picture this. We were both wasted, burning money all up the walls. How could I forget that I had to comply with the SEC? I dropped Caroline in it. Now she's dishing all the dirt on me. Trufflehound, you are a distinct level of individual, my friend. I absolutely love the Shaggy reference and all of the above. No, Scott, I didn't know there's a parody of the Beatles song. I do see Scott in the chat causing chaos, as always, but always loved and appreciated very much. Let's see. Chaos. He does. With SBF, who all is facing jail time. Right now, only SBF. However, the DOJ has been very clear. They intend to and will be filing more criminal charges, so we're going to keep an eye out on that. Steve A. Dramatic presentation mode is best presentation mode. That's the trial attorney in me. I'm sorry. I'm also not sorry. Yeah. Claude Simeon, is SBF idealistic or naive, or is that a front? I think what we just saw was I
think it's a front.
Narcissistic levels of gaslighting. I need access to my data. Oh, that's why you wanted access to the data. To continue to control the enterprise. He tries
to present himself like he's a good person and whatever else. And that is a common strategy for predators, right? A lot of predators want to seem like they are a decent person. And so that's my read on him.
Yeah. He's a character. Yeah, he's a character.
That's a generous way of describing it. Yes.
Yeah. Jen K, traveling home next week. Have a Merry Christmas. Have a Merry Christmas to you as well, my friend. Light Giver, thank you very much. The chat, the fact that not one man stood up for Megan when Kurt was attacking her at Nick's birthday made me lose a little respect for you.
I disagree with that because
I disagree
was
with that.
trying to support that. I was trying to support her. I was, we sort of were like, no. And
Yeah,
that applies
you-
to me and Rob. So
Yeah, you didn't. If that's the way you feel, I'm sorry that you feel that way. But at the end of that entire dialogue and that action, when things stopped like screaming back and forth, I talked to Megan. Like I was direct with her. Nick gave me the ability to talk to her directly, and I was kind of telling her that she needs to change the kind of her view on how all of that works. But if that's the way you feel, I'm sorry that you feel that way. I can't control how you feel. And the thing is with a panel like that, when you have 10 people on a screen at one time,
it's tough to say anything. It's
hell
tough
am I
to
gonna do?
just like,
Barnes sat there.
talking.
Barnes sat there silent for an hour because there was no way to get words in.
Yeah. I mean, so I was trying to say like, and I said this later in the private chat, it's like the problem she has is that she's a really good person. And that's why her, she's viewing this through the lens of everybody's a really good person. And that's sort of the difficulty that we're sort of running into. So,
and everyone's now asking, what did I miss with that super chat?
You didn't miss anything.
You didn't miss anything. Things went way off the rails on Nick's birthday celebration stream.
But I mean, of course they did. It's Nick's birthday celebration stream.
It is.
He wouldn't want it any other way.
And it's also one of those things where, and this is the difference between Nick's channel and other channels. Nick is one who likes to allow free speech to flow, period. End of story. It doesn't matter I could get on Nick's stream tomorrow and start cursing him out, and he would let me continue to curse him out. He'd fight back, but he would let me continue to do that.
Yep.
He doesn't redirect and try to redirect commentary, and he doesn't. So what happens is when you get a big panel like that on his stream and people start yelling at each other, they just start yelling at each other. And it is very, very, it's a tough position to be in because there wasn't anyone getting a word in edgewise there. So, but yeah, you guys can check that out. It's on Nick's channel if you feel so inclined. I think that was actually on his Rumble. That was actually like off of YouTube. So,
yep. I got to step away for a second. I've got wings that are about to freeze on a porch, so I'll be right back.
You do that. Go get them. Okay. Yeah, I'm not. Look, guys, this is when I'm on someone else's channel, I will chime in when it's appropriate or when I feel I have the ability to chime in. But no, I don't really. I'll stand by what I said on that channel. It's what it is. If you don't like that, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Sorry that you don't like that. I'm not sorry for not doing what I did or didn't do. So, Jazz Dimitri, thank you very much. Everyone should own a screaming goat. Stress relief. It is. It's fantastic. I didn't hit it earlier. Look, I can make them sing in Congress. Ready? Oh, no. I will never do that again. That was horrifying. Moving along. We're just going to do one screaming goat at a time. Jen K, Viv, Vivian Thorine is one of theirs. Okay. That Sarah didn't say that Lou Taylor, mastermind of Brit's Sea Ship, Brit censorship, I don't know. Chris and Christian tried to get Kim to put him in a conservatorship. Oh, conservatorship. Got it. Not sure it's true. They did try at some point. That was rejected, I believe. But yeah, Island, thank you very much. Hard to think about, but important. Corey's family has also offered to the link to his hospice organization for donations specialized in children's care. I don't think that's hard to think about. I think that's actually very important to mention. Yeah, it's actually very important to mention. These places, these hospice care centers, end-of-life care is some of the most expensive medical treatment that can be afforded and provided. And a lot of these hospice centers provide that. Some of them, I wish there were more of them that did that free of charge. So please, if you can donate, feel free. Jazz to meet you, Robert. Thank you very much. Rob, I feel your hair's admitting your true feelings. Dude, it's too long. It is too long. I can't look at it. No, it's like it gets itchy under the hat and I scratch it. So I'm sorry. Ex Petit Serge, thank you very much for that super chat. Lindsay, in plum wine's defense, it's technically a liqueur infused with plums, not actually wine. That's a bad translation that sets unfortunate expectations for English speakers that it can't live up to. I learned something today and I love it. I learned something today and I love it. Scott, don't make me out you. Guys with long hairs are creepy. Oh, wait, disregard. Yeah, you have long hair. I know you do. I've seen it. Thank you, Lindsay, very much. Very much. I learned something today. I think Rob's hair is a subconscious desire to emulate SBF. Don't put that on me. I don't need that dark magic. M169, I made it only 365 days until we count again. $240 million of inventory. Oh, is this the so federal government wants you to report any dollar figure that you receive from Venmo, PayPal, etc. if it exceeds $600. However, the Department of Defense just failed their audit like massively. So that was reported. Yeah. Continuing on. Professor of Logic, to counter Johnny's kindness, Amber is pledging 1 million subs to Corey. Ooh, I like dark humor. That's pretty dark.
But I don't know that this is the place for negativity.
No, but also like Professor
but
of Logic.
It's funny.
I've learned from Professor of Logic that I have to read his chats his or her chats with a different view. So there is that dark humor, and I have to take it that way. I think it's pretty good. Heather, how are you this evening, New Zealand Butterfly Girl? I just don't get how it can be so expensive to be her. The last sparkly earrings I bought cost $4, and I like them better than the one she had. Fair. I don't like the big, massive, stupid diamond stones. I think they look dumb. Aaron Ryder, we appreciate all that you do, gentlemen. All that you gentlemen do. Thank you very much, Aaron. Zoe Lynch, watching on replay but reading chat. I'm not famous, but I did write a novel, which I'm happy to sign and donate for sale. Love y'all. I'll message R. Well, there's Runkle and there's Rob. Which one are you messaging? But yeah.
One of us.
Yeah, one of us. Aaron Ryder. Pottermore, Rob, Slytherin here. I have no clue. Ian assessed me. I'm not claiming that.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Dun dun dun. Making sure I'm seeing stuff, etc. Here is something else right now. Lori Leanne, thank you very much. Huge shout out to all for the gifted memberships. Rabbit, 5 memberships. Island, 5 memberships. Viking Wolf by Blood, 40 memberships. Expetus Surge, 1 membership. TM Hanzik, 10 memberships. Cindy T, 10 memberships. Barney Cat, 10 memberships. Sandra Ramirez, 10 memberships. Very generous people here. Holy crap. Y'all, that is amazing. Thank you very, very, very much for that. Thank you very much. Sparkle farts for all of you. You are all sparkle farts now. Self-proclaimed if you want to be. You don't have to be if you don't need to be. Ari, hey, nice to see you again. How you doing? I saw you on Twitter today going nuts. Hope you enjoyed yourself. I thought it was very funny. Ari Jacob, Little Miss Jacob. Hi, you guys were hilarious on Nick's stream. I'm celebrating with wine because Elon responded to me on Twitter today and I had a fangirl moment. Ari, I'm going to throw a little bit of shade. I have seen you throw spicy comments like, do you mean like this in response to a lot of Elon's tweets? I know you were looking for it, but he responded. So it worked. There you go. Keep it up. Plus, keep throwing shade at certain reporters that I don't particularly care for. Steve A, let's get Corey to the most subs of any channel on YouTube. I think Mr. Beast kind of holds that record, and I don't know that we're unless
might be
Mr.
a bit
Beast,
of a challenge.
unless Mr. Beast donates all of his. It's kind of, and now I'm looking at the chat. The chat's having a full-on debate about what house of Hogwarts I am in. You guys,
It's not a debate, people. It's Gryffindor.
oh my gosh. Ari again. Elon said Taylor's shenanigans, like when she doxed me in the New York Times, will no longer be tolerated on Twitter. Yeah, that's the part of the thing I don't like. Because Taylor also went out there and said, it's called journalism when journalists are doing it. I was like, that's not how that works. Like, that's not, no, like the thing is, either you can do it or you can't. Like,
Also,
period.
she says it's called journalism when journalists are doing it. Which journalist did she talk to?
Well, she's not doing the journalism thing, like the hot, spicy journalism thingy. Like, no, she just says, I'm a journalist, therefore I can do things that you can't do. I'm a special class of person.
But
I can go out and say all this shit. Well,
she's no more a journalist than I'm a rocket ship.
The thing is, here's the thing. I actually want to fight you on this one. I think you are just as much of a rocket ship as she is a journalist because it's about definitional. I don't think that journalists, as a definition of what actual journalism is or should be, I don't think journalists,
pundit, not a journalist,
are anymore. Taylor Lorenz is a.
I mean, she's a lot of meat that would be better used as low-grade sausage meat, but you know,
she's a hypocritical, whiny, self-aggrandizing, narcissistic. Look at me, I can speak down to you and have every opinion that you're not allowed to have because I'm special, you're not. I'm big, you're little. I'm important, you're weak.
Yep, she's a bully, and that's it.
And I had so much joy ratioing her the other, like a couple weeks back. Like, just
I mean, that was amazing.
Oh, because it's like if you're a citizen journalist, you can't proclaim to be a citizen journalist. And then within an hour or like 6 hours, she's like, hey, any citizen journalists that are out there covering the FTX stuff, because I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about, please give me your information. After she deletes the tweet. That's not how that works.
She's ridiculous.
Oh. Taylor, you got issues. I hope you got a therapist you're working them out with. Or two. Sidetracked.
I mean, she's the journalistic equivalent of this, spittoon at an old saloon.
I have other things that I could say. I'm not going to do them or say them.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hang on. I'm being asked to do. I can't believe I'm doing this. Making a poll. And if you guys fight me on the spelling of any of these things, I'm going to be really upset. I'm making this right now. It is now 1:28 a.m. You guys are allowed to comment. I was up until, what time were we up until? 4 a.m. my time last night?
Yeah, we were up late.
All right. There you go. There you go, chat. You have the poll. You're allowed to have the poll now. You were good. You hung around. And a lot of you actually did hang around. I'm very shocked about that. Let's see here.
You guys can vote for any house, but any answer but Gryffindor is wrong.
Ari, I see you, honey. Thank you, my dear. Go off, Rob and Runkle. Love you guys. And yes, Rob, I deserve some shade for my whataboutism Elon comments, but it worked. I told you, girl. You know what? It worked. Oh, it was great. Oh, I thought it was so funny. Every time that you would go in and say, hey, what about this? I was like, oh, he's going to respond to one of these. And he did. He did. You did great. It was fantastic. Wendy's Cafe. Thank you very much. Rob, there is a little 4-year-old girl in Wisconsin that is going to have her last Christmas this year. All she's asking for Christmas is Christmas cards from all over the world. I can post a link in here, or I can message you. I can message it to you. The great thing about everybody in this fucking chat is that you didn't have to do very much, because people in this chat reached out to me via different means, etc. And I did have this thing pulled up for a little bit. So from USA Today, a 4-year-old is dying of cancer. Her family is asking to help for help to celebrate her last birthday. Delaney Krings was diagnosed with terminal brain cancer in October. A 4-year-old Delaney Kings of Pewaukee, Wisconsin, inches closer to her 5th birthday on December 16th. Her parents know it may be her last, and people from all over the world are helping her celebrate. On October 31st, 2022, Delaney was diagnosed with terminal brain cancer. Doctors at Children's Hospital Wisconsin in Milwaukee told her parents she likely had 6 to 8 weeks to live. Quote, with her specific type of cancer is very diffuse. Delaney's mom, Heather Krings, 43, tells today.com, there is no cure. It has already invaded so many integral parts of her brain. Radiation would cause more damage and more side effects. I'm not saying this to be negative. This is this lovely little 4-year-old girl. We're going to send her some Christmas cards. That's what we're going to do because we're good people.
Yep.
When family and friends found out about Delaney's diagnosis, one suggested a card drive to celebrate Delaney's big birthday. The news spread around the community and then around the world. A family friend, Sharon Tomlinson, spearheaded the card drive, Krings said, adding that local news station spread the word. Her office has volunteered to be our post office box. We are getting hundreds and hundreds. We're going to send hundreds more. You're going to get a lot more.
I see people in the chat saying Hufflepuff and so let's talk about the house mottos for the different Hogwarts houses.
Can we talk about that when I finish with the article?
Yes,
Let me finish the
fair
article.
enough.
Retain the
Fair
thought.
enough.
Let me finish with the article. Retain thought. In brain, like you can hit the brain to it'll help hold it. I promise you. Yeah. Krings said that Delaney loves to look at her cards, but gets tired after 4 or 5 at a time. It's a little overwhelming. She's got so much love pouring in. Krings said there's no way that we would be able to put her through opening thousands of cards per day. We pick out a handful and open them for her. Cards that play music are a favorite. Cards that play music are a favorite.
I feel
mom
like
of
she's
3
gonna get a few of them.
Yep. The mom of 3 adds that in addition to cards, Delaney has received Amazon packages and homemade gifts, including blankets, bracelets, and ornaments. Oh, she has Olaf. And she has a little fluffy pig. Okay. Krings says that Delaney
That
has
looks like
received
a big
cards
fluffy pig.
from all over the world, as well as a few special greetings. The other night, my phone just started pinging nonstop, Krings says. It was people letting her know that NFL star J.J. Watt, awesome person, by the way, who is from Pewaukee, was sending love to Delaney. Happy early 5th birthday, Delaney, the football player tweeted, alongside a photo of him holding a homemade card from Arizona back home to Pewaukee. I hope you have a fantastic birthday surrounded by family and friends. Delaney has also gotten a message of love from research scientists in Antarctica. It would take months to receive an actual card from Antarctica, so they emailed it to us. Since her diagnosis, Delaney has only spent 8 days outside the hospital. Krings tells today.com that on Friday, a special birthday parade organized by the community will celebrate her daughter. There's going to be a horse and a carriage, first responders, some local dance teams, and dog groups, Krings said, adding that Delaney will be eating cake and drinking hot cocoa. I thought I was done crying tonight. Krings, talking to today.com, was Delaney's hospital's bedside, said, day by day, we lose a little bit more. She knows she has an owie on her head and that she's probably going to start feeling a little worse. But how do you tell a 4-year-old girl that rips your heart out? Krings said the family is not taking a single moment with Delaney for granted. She is and always has been the smiliest, happiest kid you will ever meet. I have asked our Lord and Savior to help me trade places with her so she can continue sharing the love. I don't know if I can read all of this. Christmas Day will mark 8 weeks since Delaney's diagnosis. That's the other fucking thing that's amazing. They say 6 to 8, and that child's going to outlive those predictions, I hope. The biggest problem that our family is having is why her. Honey, it's not a question that you are there to answer, or you are there to really, like, why take a source of light? Birthday cards for Delaney can be mailed to. Y'all ready? Delaney Kring, Delaney, capital Kring, care of Shore West Realtors, 1297 Summit Avenue.
1296.
Sorry, 1296. 1296. 1297 is across the street. 1296 Summit Avenue.
Pronounce that.
Oh,
Go.
Oconomowoc. 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 OCONOMOWOC, Wisconsin, 53066.
I think
Holy
Economowic is.
smokes. Oconomowoc? Did I get it like close to it?
I think you did pretty good.
Yeah. I'm going to put that I'm going to put a link to this article in the description of the video. So if you want to, or anyone on the replay crew that sees it, please, as a quick note, she appreciates the cards that sing to her, that have music. And if you wouldn't mind, just show a little love. So that one.
All right. So people saying that you are Hufflepuff.
Yep. Now you can address them.
Let's look at the house mottos here. So Gryffindor is their daring, nerve, and chivalry set Gryffindors apart. Slytherin is Slytherin will help you on your way to greatness. Ravenclaw, wit beyond measure is man's greatest treasure. And Hufflepuff is, hey man, you gonna eat that glue?
I think you're joking about the last one. What's the last
you
one?
only think
Like, really? Is that really what they say?
No.
What is it? What is it supposed to be?
It's supposed to be, you might belong in Hufflepuff where they're just and loyal. Those patient Hufflepuffs are true and unafraid of toil.
I don't know what any of that means. You know what? You guys continue the debate. Just have the debate. Enjoy the debate. Oh gosh, my word! I didn't really realize that was going to be the thing. Oh, but Wendy's Cafe. Thank you very much for drawing that to my attention. I'm happy to have shared that. Please, guys, go do the cool thing. It's pretty fantastic. Viking Wolf by Blood. You were very detailed drawing. Is almost done. It will get in the mail to you as soon as possible. Thank you very much. Thank you. Leilani, Borsa, you both are amazing. Thank you for all the info. Curious how Girardi is paying for the home he is in. Isn't he in a special one for his Alzheimer's? I'm not sure how that care is being provided for. That's a very interesting question. I actually might want to take a look at that. I don't know. Thank you, though. Pam Bystrack, thank you very much. Yes, I do. My second daughter was born with a genetic disorder and lived for 4 weeks. I had a 3-year-old. At the time. Ian, what are you doing right now?
I am.
You little. I see what's going on. I see both of you. I see both of you and your shenanigans. And I will not say names. I will not say these disparities out loud.
Uh-huh.
No. No. Okay. Ali QOD. Who is Corey that we are discussing? I'm late to the discussion. Awesome transition. Awesome transition. I love this. So Corey is Captain Corey, Captain Kori, who has a YouTube channel, Kraken the Box. Kraken,
which is a great name.
Box. Great name. Corey has a heart defect, and he has had 2 previous heart transplants, and he cannot go through a third. So Corey is in palliative care, and he had a end of life wish that was essentially, I want my YouTube channel, the channel I have, to get to 200 or 100,000 subscribers, so I can get a silver play button. See that thing back there. Ian has one too. So
I think it's around here.
Everyone took to Twitter, everyone took to YouTube, and we tried to get him to this 100,000 subscribers. And we got him there within like a few days. It was fantastic. Johnny Depp came back, started playing Captain Jack Sparrow again and encouraging people to go out there. You had the people like The Rock, Emily Baker, Alita, Ricada, Ian, me, literally anybody and everybody that was on the internet. Right now, he is at 195,000 subscribers. And I'm checking that based on Social Blade, probably a little bit higher in real time, hopefully higher in real time. So we have well surpassed the silver play button, and now we are waiting on just things. He has an Amazon store at which you can go and purchase things for him to do. And he did an unboxing video, and the chat completely destroyed my entire heart because Barney Cat, one of the members of the community, sent a unicorn that Corey had put on his wish list in Amazon for his sister, and signed it from the Law and Lumber community, at which point I completely broke down and became rather emotional and needed a few seconds to recoup. So I hope that's an adequate and accurate recap of what happened. And welcome to the channel.
And people are saying, why is my play button in the shop? Because I was tracing it to make the leather play button that I sent that out. But people are also saying, like, it's the most Runkle place to have it is just sort of kicking around. You know where it was before this? It was in a drawer, and I actually had to pull it out and dust it because I just sort of put it in a drawer and forgot about it. This is the first time I've had a real use for it.
Yeah, I mean, mine's just sat there. I had traced it out because I was making wooden ones for other YouTubers, and I honestly had to get the CNC going, and I was really lazy on getting the CNC going until I realized that this was the thing I had to make, and that at that point in time, I was like, oh, now I got to do the thing. So that's ADHD brain for you, by the way. Like something comes up, this is important. Now I need to do it. I haven't done it in months. Now I need to do it. So yeah. Christy with a K. Something great happened in my world recently, and I finally got to get the master membership. You make Friday nights perfect. Thank you very much. That master membership, by the way, you guys keep an eye on the community post because I am actually starting to, I think coasters is going to be the thing for this round of things.
I'm thinking I want to do something similar, set up a tier for I will send you a thing.
Yeah. And that's
I like doing the leather worker.
Yeah. So I think coasters is going to be for the master job, the master level. And the reason why I do like the every 6 months things is I need to be able to have time to make the thingies. And so keep an eye on the community post. I'll send something out. So thank you very much. Ian, help.
Lack Milchen. I don't know. Lack Milchen? I don't know. 11 Elizabeth. I'm going to go with Elizabeth.
Yeah, that's a better one. Elizabeth, yeah. Good morning. It's 7 a.m. here in Germany, currently baking a cake for my grandparents while listening to you. They celebrate 60 years of marriage today. Congratulations to your grandparents. 60 years of marriage. May we all have a love that lasts that long and is that special. So congratulations to your grandparents. Though, Lauren, you never have to defend yourself. You have a right to your opinions. If I don't get to tell you, have a wonderful Christmas. Have a wonderful Christmas to Lauren. Very much appreciated. Professor of Logic, I can't turn it off. That is with respect to the humor. I appreciate it, my friend. So not going to try. I love it. Never change.
Yep.
Lori Leanne, Rob Quick Poll, which Harry? Rob Quick Poll, which house? 2K still here. The poll is, let's see. Well, is the poll really that strong? Let me see. Oh, 483 votes. We've got Gryffindor at 54%, Hufflepuff at 31%, Ravenclaw at 11%, and Slytherin at 4%. So that's just alerting you to the poll. I will end it momentarily. How am I getting better at the YouTube stuff? I don't understand that. Like I'm 5.5 hours in and still able to keep my brain on my head while I'm talking to myself, which means that I clearly don't know what I'm doing. David has entered the conversation. David, what are you doing still awake? It is 1:43 in the morning. Go to bed. Rob, go to bed too. Dun, dun, dun. That's that. Sky is the neighborhood. Thank you very much. You're turning into my breakfast show this morning. I woke up and you were live at 6:30 a.m. here. Well, good morning. Good morning. Get outside. Go do some fun things. It's morning here too, just a few hours before sunlight. Ali QOD, I did go surprised. Ali, thank you very much. Very much appreciated that you did that. Truffle Hound coming in. Have a good night all. And remember, French fries were never cooked in France. They're cooked in Greece. You son of a bitch.
Truffle Hound.
I read that too quick. Yep. I read it too quick. I thought it was going somewhere else and it didn't. It changed. Oh, I thought you were gonna do like crisps or frites or something, and you did the cooked in grease. It's bullshit.
Yeah.
I'm so mad. But I'm not.
It's good, but it's also bad.
Yep. And then someone else is making the comment, yes, Lawyers and Dragons is returning in January. So we will make that reprieve. And I'm pretty sure that we're going to need lawyers in this next version. So we will try to get some other lawyers to help us out along the way. Maybe one or two might have purple hair. We have no clue what's going to happen with all of this. Let's end the poll. Ending the poll. Gryffindor 53%, Hufflepuff 30%, Ravenclaw 10%, Slytherin 4%, poll complete with 510 votes. So we have those results. They are concluded, making sure I'm not missing anything. Thank you, Secret, for sending me that little note. Making sure I see the things, no other things to hit or address. Viking Wolf by Blood has just become a member. Thank you very much for joining. Let's go ahead and we're going to wrap this up so Ian can eat those wings. All right. Love to all of you. Thank you very much for being here. Thank you for sticking through for this entire marathon stream. We learned some things. We experienced some things. We had some emotions. Go check out Runkle of the Bailey. Uncivil Law Kurt was in the chat. Check his channel out. Scott Cardinal was in the chat. Check his channel out. Prototopics, David was in the chat. Check his channel out. Corey, Crack in the Box. Check that channel out. Subscribe. Take a look at all of that. I'm going to put links in the description below. Replay crew, love you. All of you guys have a wonderful evening. Ian, would you like to say goodbye to everyone that is with us?
Goodbye to everyone that's with us.
All right. Love to all of you guys. We're going to get out of here. See you next time. Okay.